Hi. Welcome back. I hope you're all doing wonderfully well today. I am surprisingly alive after yesterday. Like, surprisingly alive. I could absolutely use a bottle of Coke, no sugar, vanilla, Coke vanilla, no sugar, Coke, no sugar, vanilla, Coke. Look, whatever order you put the words in. Just not no vanilla Coke sugar, because that would not be very tasty at all. Look, last night was absolutely amazing. So I thought we'd like plug that. Let's go. So, if you are not a player of WoW currently, if you're thinking about, or you've just come back to Azeroth, if you're a returning player or a new player, and you're like, dude, what is this? Ask away. Ask me anything. That could be about something you've encountered, something you're concerned about, a question you have about how something works, or even a question about my history with the game, my experiences. Because look, my experience may not be the same as yours or the same as others, or what you will experience when you join the game, but sometimes having an idea of how it might work is useful. So let's do it. It was really fun. I had so much fun last night. Like, genuinely, most fun I've had on a stream in a while, which is saying something, because streams are great fun. So having something like stand out in that way was really fucking cool. So yeah, plus you might give me ideas for content, so thank you. My mind has been churning with potential like TikTok reel shorts ideas. And I've just been madly getting as much of it as I can into a bloody notepad file. just trying to retain some of the swirl of information in my skull. But look, who knows? Maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll work. Maybe next year I'll get a good BlizzCon. Well done, Eli, on first. You sat on your foot weird, and now it's tingly. Send help. Give yourself like a foot five. I know, like a high five, except one of them is your foot. It helps. I know, or you can like stomp it on the ground, but I find that stomping your foot on the ground, it can be a little too intense because you're not necessarily aware of your strength, and it just, gross. But if you're doing, like, feet aren't really designed to go sideways like that, so doing that, it means like less of an impact, but it still gets the blood flowing. Yeah, that's I sit on my feet all the time. All the time. Hello, my bad. So in to say, hope you have a great stream. Headed to bed, of course. Rest well. We'll see you next time. Thank you for stopping by. I hate when that happens. Me too. My God, can't believe first stream start at 9 p.m. for me. My goodness, that's bananas. That's never happened, has it, Eli? Because of like being in Brisbane, it never matched up like that. It's the worst. Put me out of my misery. Yep, amputate, only solution. That's it. Might be the only answer. Indeed. Hello. Hello. I hope you're all doing so wonderfully well. I am tired, don't get me wrong. I am tired, but I'm also somehow like invigorated. Yes. All these notifications, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? Okay. So did you see, I did a tweet. Throne, wishlist, amazing, has a separate entire website called Throne Exchange. And they do like Secret Santa things, like, the old school, like the Reddit Secret Santa doodads, like that. But you can also set up your own, and then they like run it. So like I could put in like a family Secret Santa thing. And the way that they have, it's all done the privacy thing. So they have a whole crap load of partner stores available. So if you sign up for this, it's only available in certain countries at the moment, but if you sign up for this, you don't have to, like, the person doesn't have to like go shopping and find something and pack it into a box, take it to the post office, put your home address on the box and send it off. It's the same as Throne. So you put your shipping information in and your name and all that kind of stuff, and the gifter never sees any of it. All they see is like a little, like a blurb about who you are and what you like and what you don't like. And if you set up your own thing, you can add 2 questions that you want people to answer as part of the gifting thing. And then, so like, for example, if I was buying for Eli, I wouldn't see any of Eli's info. No name, no address, nothing. All I would see is, you've got Sunnyside Eli. Here is the answer that they've given to the first question. Here's the answer they've given to the second question. And then I can browse Throne's partner stores and pick something, pay for it, and then Throne handles the shipping. And you can set it so that there's a minimum purchase. So like, let's say you put it to like $10, right? And to participate, you've got to pay the $10 up front. So that if you flub and, you know, don't do the gift thing in time, someone else can take your $10 that you've chipped in as your minimum and use it to still get the person a gift so that they don't miss out. I think that's genius. And I'm like, I'm super tempted to like test it out for Christmas. How nifty is that, Eli? How nifty. And it's not just like, I mean, yes, okay, you can do like Christmas or like Halloween or whatever, but we could also do it to celebrate, you know, it's Fia's birthday. Everybody gets presents from each other. Like, how cool would that be? How cool would that be? But yeah, that's, I'm having some thoughts. I'm having some thoughts. Hello, Ox, welcome on in. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well today. I'm trying to install and learn Rumble while doing my Garrison's chill stream, please. Well, I mean, it could be a chill stream or a mount could drop. Several mounts could drop. Let's have several mounts. Yeah, sound good, sound good? Well done on last, Yuri. Welcome in. It is Monday, my God. Super nifty. Yeah, it is very, very nifty. So I'm super curious about like jumping on in and seeing what that could do. I'm very curious. Why am I not casting on myself like I should be? It's fine. I would love at some point to go through on these tunes and set up a, like get their lockout sorted. But then I'm like, you know, I'm gonna go through and put all the effort in to get the lockouts and then it's gonna drop. And like, I don't know, it just, I'm not sure if it's worth it. I'm not sure it's worth it. All the mounts will drop. Yaz, Twick, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. I hope my scuffed audio notes. Every time I see someone that sent an audio note, I'm like, oh, someone doesn't want me screenshotting their message. Drama is about to spill. But I was like, no, I'm trying to put lashes on. I can't, like, because I've got DIY lash extensions, but they kind of started looking a bit interesting on Sunday. So I had to take them off, but I haven't had time to put new ones on because I actually have to clean lashes before I can put them back on again. And I have not had time. So I'm like, fuck it. Lashes, like just, you know, regular old falsies it is, but they're, oh my God, I do not miss having to put the bloody things on. I'm looking forward to getting my extensions back on. But yeah, so I was sitting there fiddling with bloody tweezers doing this shit while talking about scheduling content and managing a to-do list, and yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. But no, I'm so happy to like chat with you about like once you get through that those first kind of steps, going from there it gets a little bit tricky, and of course it's going to be up to each individual how they decide to do the thing, but what I do works for me, and I'm hoping that you'll be able to like adapt it from there, you know? And now I've got content brain on, and it's like, Fia, why is this not on a Patreon? And I'm like, fuck. I feel like I don't know enough to like charge people, but Maybe you can be my guinea pig, Twig. If I can manage to educate you just fine, then maybe I'll charge people. You don't have to be the first to Annihilator. The audio notes are so valid. Good. Okay. Good. I'm glad. Yeah, it was not designed for you to not be able to like screen cap it or anything. That was not my intention. It was just, yeah, purely just, oh no. Solar Spirehawk today. Wild Drake if you find yourself in DF. Okay. And Wilder Drake. Cliffside Wilder Drake. Okay. I'm like, where? Brain. What's the name of the website you said to check out? Ah, Asana. Like a yoga move. A-S-A-N-A.
You can't stand against this underlord.
When you Google it, I would put money on the fact that the first post, the first result in Google will be a sponsored post, and it will be from Monday saying Monday's better instead. But Monday's not free, so yeah. Happily educate me, see if it works. Yes. I mean, the problem is, like, I may have all this organizational stuff in my brain, but do I make a lot of content? No. Do I can organize the heck out of my day, but does any of it actually get done? That's a different question entirely. Literally click Monday, yep, I told you. Does Fear have an Asana command? No, nor does Fear have, there's no, they don't have like a referral thing either, because you can use, like I use the free version. They do have a paid version, and there is a lot, there is a handful of stuff, not a lot, but a handful of stuff in the paid version that I would happily pay for and use. The problem is it's like 150 something Australian a year, which again, that's fine. I'd be fine with that. Except that you can't just buy one seat. It's designed for companies, so you have to buy a minimum of 2 seats. And I'm a sole trader. I'm an individual. And I cannot justify 300 something Australian a year. And we've had the discussion about, I emailed them and asked if there was any intentions of having a single seat plan, even if it was more than 150, like more than half of the 2-seat plan. And they said, oh, okay, is there another sole trader that you know that you can share one with? And I'm like, no, because if you share a subscription, if you split it with somebody, they can see your tasks and you can see their tasks. And I have shit that's under embargo in my Asana. I have shit that I literally cannot tell anyone in my Asana. So I cannot have anyone else accessing that, especially another creator who hasn't signed an NDA and could leak that shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah. And yeah, you can say, oh yeah, but trust, but no, it's still against the rules. If you have an NDA, it doesn't matter how much you trust a person, you can't share it with them. That's why sometimes Jas gets one too. But yeah, it's it's a brilliant program though. I do wish I had access to some. There are certain elements of the paid program that I would. Oh boy, but I can't afford it. Okay, I better get my questions in now if you can start charging for answers. No, for streamer help, artists, no. The WoW stuff, by all means, AMA, go for it, go nuts. But it's like literally like helping streamers sort their schedules and how to organize their social calendars and all this kind of stuff. These lashes just don't wanna. Oh, okay, so it's just gonna come off then. That's fine. It's just this other side. Like this eye was behaving just fine, and then the other eye was like, nope, we hate you today. It's like, okay, thanks. Oh, Click Monday. B2B software isn't so into the affiliate link programs. I can't think of any enterprise software that does that. Yeah. Yeah. It's because usually it's like a referral thing. Like, instead of having like an affiliate link, it'll be like, hey, I used to work for this company, I used to work for company A, and they used Asana, and I'm trying to introduce it to company B. Can you give us anything to like help me convince them to shift over, kind of thing? Like, you know, it's a direct contact thing. It's not a... If you get money for that, yeah. That's the thing. I don't feel like what I know is worth money. I also don't know that I know enough. So like if I did have like a streamer help Patreon or something, do I have enough knowledge to fill out like a post every X measure of time, you know? It's a pain in the butt. I also don't want to break down, like, you know, use Google Calendar into 7 different posts. But I know that's how business works, so. As far as organization software, I've started using Anytype recently. It's not like Asana really, but it works for me. And that's the thing. There are so many programs out there because everyone needs something different, and that's totally cool. Just plucking your eyelashes. No, I was reattaching a section of eyelash that came off. I've got a strip lash that I've cut into clusters so that I can apply it under my lash line instead of on top of my lash line. And one of them just was not sitting all right, and I could see it. And then when I checked the mirror, it was like coming off. So I pulled it off and then re-glued it and stuck it back on. I usually, like, I've been using, for the last month or so, I've been using DIY lash extensions that hold for like 7 to 10 days. But they were starting to look a little haggard on Sunday. So I took them off, but then I have to wash them. I have to clean the sets that I have so that I can reuse them before I reuse them. And I haven't had time to do that, so I've just, so I had to revert back to falsies instead. Which is sad, because they take so long to put on. It's alright, hopefully I'll have some time tomorrow to do the thing. These 7 posts on Google Calendar. Well, no. No, there'd be so many more. But, you know, random number. The other way. Oh, thank you, Saz. Red theme. Yeah, I think I need to put some lip gloss on or some lip oil on, because this lipstick's a little older and it's a bit tacky, like sticky. Just picked up bits of lipstick, so I thought I'd clean that off before I put it back in here and contaminate the bottom. Milk that content, yeah. The idea is that you post something that's simple but informative. Like, so informative enough that it's useful to people, but simple enough that it inspires questions, and then you collate all of the questions that pop up in the comments, and then you've got another month of content. I think what I need to do is get my content strategy actually working, and then show, like, over this 3 months of posting this much stuff here, there, and everywhere, these are my growth results. Here's how you can set up your own schedule. Step by step kind of thing. I think that's sort of... And then that's evergreen content as well. You know how people do, like, you buy access to, like, a course on Udemy or whatever, or Skillshare or things like that. It's the kind of evergreen content that I would love to create, because I can make it once upload it, and then it will just generate a passive income for as long as I leave it there, and as long as it's good, you know? That would be absolutely incredible. And there doesn't seem to be too many of those kind of courses out there for content creators. A lot of when I was looking at social strategies and how to use all the different platforms and stuff, a lot of it was, like, vast majority of it was targeted at businesses that sell a product. Be that art prints or candles or jewelry or makeup or whatever it was, that it was all aimed at indie companies that actually sold a product, rather than companies who are just trying to build community to attract sponsors. You know, it's a very, very new type of company, and it's there's not a lot of instructional info out there. Alrighty, here we go. Attempt number 166. No, wait. 125. Why did it say one? Oh, because it was the rust. Yeah, it's the rusty mechanic ruler. My bad. 125. And it did not succeed. That's right. 10 more 70s to go. For sure, comments are a great source of content ideas. Oh, hell yes. It'd be evergreen for sure. Yeah, well, that's how a lot of places do it. And a lot of influencers make courses on how to be an influencer, and they're all so expensive. They're all so very expensive. So I think if I was gonna do something like that, I would rather, instead of having a big course that teaches you everything you need to know and it's really expensive, I think I'd prefer to break it into smaller courses that target something very specific, and then sell them at smaller amounts so that you can kind of pick and choose where you feel like your knowledge holes are. That'd be good. I would like, and then I could continue, instead of having to reiterate on this one course over and over and update it and all that kind of stuff. If I come across something new, I can make a new course on that and then push that kind of thing. Yeah. So a great way to soft launch your cult. Jesus. Are you really gonna be like this all day? Maybe, we'll see. Oh dear. We still need to find a merch platform that sells robes. Seeker did make it funny. Sorry, I've got notifications. I went, what? Right. Good. We good? We good. Oh, they were talking to me, not your eyelash. No, no. I was definitely talking to my eyelash. It was being a bit of a pain, but that's fine. That's fine. This is the problem with BlizzCon. You get all this information packed into 2 days, and then you get like nothing for a couple of days as they all recover. Oof, yep. Like the most recent news on the Blizzard website is that the Dark Moon Fair returns. And I'm like, cool, but more new info? New info? It's always information withdrawal in like the week after BlizzCon. Always. It did get me considering to install again. Yeah, absolutely, Thursday. My God. Welcome on in, by the way. Thank you for joining us. What drew you in the most? What kind of... What's your brain stuck on? What are our heads squeezing out of nothing? Leveling phases for classic season of Discovery. Spoilers for 10-2, because they could play it on the floor. D4 Season 3 info. Midwinter Blight info. Malignant Rings. Gosh, this can be so exciting. World Soul Saga? Oh, yes. 3 expansions. 3 expansions. One thing that I did kind of... that didn't click for me right at the beginning. I saw a tweet a bit, like a few hours later, that was like, so we're not going to have another expansion announcement, like a big announcement, for about 5 years. I was like, ooh, you're not wrong. Oof, okay. But, oh man, I'm so excited to see how these all like flow together, and I really hope that the collector's edition boxes for each of them kind of have some connecting thing that sort of makes one box flow into the next, like design-wise, you know? It'll be cool. I get the collector's editions, so I'm, yeah. Warbands, yes! Oh my god. We have a clip of me, because we co-streamed the opening ceremony, and we have a clip of my reaction when Holly announced warbands. And it has both a volume and language warning. As you can probably imagine, I have 60 characters. 60. I have a full account. So warbands for me is like, whew. Oh, what just happened? Interesting. Yeah, warbands are like this. I can't wait to see how it all works. Pull everything out of my guild bank and stick it in the doodad. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Can't wait. 10 to 12 months. We got this, right? It's already been a month since PAX. We can do another 10 to 12. It's gonna make Thursbank's job so much easier. Oh my god, right, Thursby? That's it. All those bank ults. You're gonna feel less like a bank ult and more like the head of a cartel now, hey? They better give us 10 tunes worth of bank tabs with this warband bank. Well, we will see. We will see. Look, it might just be that it's the same size as a guild bank. Like, I mean, that's what we've got at the moment, right? It might just be that it's the same size as a guild bank. However, because warbands are because they're account locked, right? Because, so in a guild, right, if I've got soulbound stuff or Blizzard account bound stuff, I can't put that, even though my guild only has my own tunes in it, right? I can't put account bound stuff in the guild bank to trade it. I have to mail it. Because there's no, like, that's the only way to do it, right? But with warbands, because they're account locked, they're only the one account, you're going to be able to, potentially, you're going to be able to put BOA stuff in there. That's like a huge improvement over having a guild bank for all your ults. That's like super exciting. We'll almost never use mail again, ditto. Only thing I'll use mail for is the auction house. It's pretty awesome. I'm keen to see how all the other, like, I mean, obviously, bank stuff aside. They did say it's going to be the War Within reputations just to start with, and then they're going to work on Dragonflight and then work their way back. So I'll be really keen to see how that goes, like how quickly they're able to move backwards through reputations in particular. Because, I mean, Fear's Exalted with almost every rep in the game. But I don't want to do those grinds again so that my alts can buy like alchemy recipes and, you know, that kind of thing. So I'm super keen. I'm also interested to see how, like, if I have a handful of tunes at 80, can I use all 3 of them to grind up that reputation faster, or is there going to be kind of like a weekly cap so that it's a little more gentle on people, like, so it doesn't, because the whole idea, they said that they don't want to make you, they don't want to force people to have an army of alts. They don't want that to be the best way to play, but they want to reward people who do put in the extra effort. So it's not going to be like, oh, you must have 7 characters so that you can get to top renown in 2 weeks kind of thing. I imagine they'll probably put some kind of reputation earning cap per week or something, so that you just kind of target the things you actually want rather than just grinding everything, maybe. Very excited to return to Northrend, and Ulduar was my favorite X-Pack. Yes, Az! Yes. Titans. It is very funky. Makes sense. That, yeah, it passes the logic check. But whether or not that's actually how it happens, I've got no idea. I don't have any inside information. I've only got the info that everyone else has. But yeah, it'll be good to see. I'm curious. Because, I mean, I have an army of alts. I want things to be as easy for me as possible, managing that army. But I also don't want someone who's got, you know, 3 kids, a spouse, and a full-time job, and responsibilities. I don't want them to feel like they're at a disadvantage because they can't play as much as I can. You know, I want them to be able to have a full, good experience in the game as much as I can when I do this as my job and play, like, you know, 24 hours minimum a week. Yeah. Also, have you played Rumble? I've been enjoying it, surprisingly. It is so much fun. Yeah, I've been playing it for a while. I don't even know how long now. Months and months now, though. I had beta access. In fact, I think I had alpha access, technically. Maybe? I don't remember. But it's so much fun. So much fun. What can a returning player do for the year before the next X-Pack? Great question, Maj, and welcome on in. Thank you for joining us. So we've got 10.2 that is launching Wednesday for Australians. So it's technically Tuesday, but the servers go down on Tuesday, and when they come back up Wednesday morning in Australia land, the patch will be here. So we've got new story. New story as part of Dragonflight. A new season, a new raid, so new Mythic Plus season, new raid that's launching the week after, so not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday will be season 3 and the new raid and stuff like that. We've got a whole bunch of outdoor content for 10.2 as well, lots of little bits and fun stuff. And you'll be able to level up your characters and stuff, get ready. So if you're a returning player who hasn't played for a very long time, leveling is super, super easy now. So it gives you, Maj, thank you for your Prime Gaming sub. Much appreciated, very generous of you. So if you have existing characters, you do have an option to it's like a welcome back pack, where it gives you the opportunity to empty your quest log all in one fell swoop. And get a pack of gear that will suit your character at its level and stuff at the moment. And everything that you do have in your on your toon already will be mailed to you, so you don't lose anything. It's just like you gain some stuff that's more current appropriate, depending on, you know, maybe you played back in Wrath. So it kind of brings your toon up to date a bit more. And it won't boost it. It just, whatever level it's at, it gives it stuff appropriate for there so that you can then keep leveling. So it'll give you time to level up your character again, see if that's current, like, you know, the thing that you used to play way back when, if that's still your favorite class, you can jump in and try a few different classes in the next 10 to 12 months. And then after, if we keep it the same cadence that we have had, in roughly 6 months' time, we'll get another batch of story. It won't, it's not going to be 10.3. We've been told we're not getting a 10.3. But what we will see is a season 4 for Mythic Dungeons, fated raids, which is something we saw in Shadowlands, where basically you go back and you revisit the raids of this current Dragonflight expansion, but they're a little bit tweaked and different, and it rotates. It's like a different raid that you'll go and see each week or each fortnight or something. I can't remember exactly how the pacing went in Shadowlands. But yeah, so it kind of gives you an opportunity to go back and experiment with those raids again. And just kind of, once you've got your toon leveled up and geared and stuff, get you back in the flow of like, how do I play again? In that endgame content, if that's something that you're interested in. But the story part's going to be the most important. The story that we'll get in roughly 6 months' time. I don't have a release date. I don't know that it's 6 months. It's just kind of an assumption based on prior things. Could be wildly different. I don't have insider info. That'll give you the wrap-up for the Dragonflight story and how it leads into the War Within. So that'll give you just a little bit more context on... I mean, obviously, we know what we're doing. We've been told the basis of the expansion, where we're going, what we're doing, all that kind of thing. But it'll just kind of help you connect some of those loose threads in to where we're heading next. There is a lot to do in-game. Even without what they've announced for the next expansion, there is still a lot to do in-game. And I hope that you have some fun with it if you come back prior to the War Within's launch. 3 kids, a spouse, a full-time job. What are those words you're saying? I know, some people do. Some people, like, that's a whole thing. People actually have responsibility and stuff. It's maddening. Honestly, I'm not all that bothered to play current stuff. Too much to do, miss too much. Just gonna take the year to slowly level all my teams to max level, ready for expat launch. Perfect, as. Not a worry at all. And that's the thing. Like, you can jump in and do stuff. There's, like, catch-up mechanics in Dragonflight are bananas. They're genuinely, it is so easy to take a toon that's like a fresh 70 and get it up to where like my main is gear-wise, you know? Well, okay, close to where my main is gear-wise. I've done KSM and stuff, so I've got a little more gear than some, but it's really quite easy to get up to that if that's something that you want to do. If you're someone who is interested in that style of endgame, it is easier than a lot of people might think. And the beautiful part of it all is that if you do jump in with 10.2 on Wednesday, there was outdoor content as part of 10.0 and 10.1, but you don't have to do any of that to be able to access the 10.2 stuff. You can jump in and go ham, which is wonderful. You don't have to, like, you know, run through all of this content that feels a little more quiet because there aren't as many people doing it anymore. You can just go straight in for where the crowds are. Yeah, depending on your playstyle, there is still plenty to do. Absolutely. Is the info? Oh, you're so welcome, Maj. Not a worry at all. It's what I'm here for. Love to help. Yeah, JK used to have a full-time job and a spouse come to think of it. Well, there you go. Would I be losing out if I don't participate in Mythic Dungeons? No. It depends. Short answer, no. Long answer, it depends on what you mean by missing out. There are some rewards that can only be obtained via Mythic Dungeons, like Mythic Plus Dungeons, but they're not necessary. Like, you don't need to have them. It's like cosmetics and stuff like that. But yeah, what would your definition be on missing out? Or losing out, sorry, was your words. I play WoW as almost an entirely solo game and I don't feel like I miss out on anything. Perfect, Eli, thank you so much for sharing. See, I'm a collector. What that means is, so there's a lot of cosmetics in game. There's mounts, there's toys, there's transmog, all this kind of stuff. At the moment we're farming mounts. Today we call it Mount Farm Monday. And so there is a mount, for example, that is obtained by doing a handful of high-level Mythic Plus dungeons. And that's the only way to get that mount. So for me, I do feel like I personally would lose out on that mount if I didn't do Mythic Plus. But at the same time, it's not like it's the prettiest mount in the game. And so I wouldn't, like, if I wasn't a collector, it wouldn't really bother me. So yeah, there is, like, for some folk it might feel like losing out here and there, but you won't miss out on any story or any of that kind of stuff. Just afraid that it is gear heavy and endgame really means doing mythics. No, it doesn't. So there's a bunch of endgame. Endgame is really, I know it sounds like a trope. I know it sounds like a get out of jail free card or whatever, but endgame really is what you make it. For some people, endgame is mythic rating. Like race to world first level mythic rating. I don't do that. That's not part of my endgame, not by any means. I do raid, I do normals and heroics, but I don't do mythic anymore, and I've never been a part of a race of any kind in raiding. Mythic plus dungeons are another type of endgame content for sure. Like mythic dungeons. So you got normal dungeons that you can do while you're leveling, heroic dungeons that you do at once you hit max level. So at the moment that's 70. And then you've got mythic dungeons, which have a bit more of a challenge, and you can and even better gear, and you can only do them once a week each. Then Mythic Plus takes the mythic dungeon and ranks it up and up and up and up, depending on the keystone you have. So you get even better rewards, and you can work towards goals like Keystone Master, which is, you know, getting a certain like level of achievement there. There's also PvP. If you're interested in you know, player versus player kind of stuff, PvP is another type of endgame. But for folks in this community and communities like it, endgame often means army of alts and collecting. So I have, as I was saying earlier, I've got 60 characters. These are my characters, all of them. They're all at different levels. I've got 11 characters at level 70 at the moment, and all the other 49, the other 49 toons are all level 61 or higher. And so that, for a very long time, was my end game, was leveling an army, raising them together right before Shadowland. Not right before Shadowland, sorry, right before Dragonflight. I got all of my toons to 60. I had 60 60s. Every single character on my account was at max level for Shadowlands. And then Dragonflight hit and it went to 70, and, you know, we went from there. But that's another type of endgame. People love to, you know, create characters and level them up and see that as a massive challenge. Then you've got things like mounts. They're cosmetic. Most of them operate the same way, but they all look different, and there's a counter of how many you have. And so people, and they all come from different spaces. Some of them you can just buy from a vendor. Some of them you can earn through an achievement. Some of them drop from a dungeon, which is what we're doing at the moment. Some of them drop from raids, like old raids, new raids, all sorts of places. Some of them you need to earn a reputation before you can buy them from a vendor. And so there are some people out there who focus on mount collecting as their end game. They target a mount, they complete the tasks they need to do to get it, to earn it, and then they get the mount, and then they move to the next one, and they farm a dungeon over and over and over and over and over again until it drops, and then they move on to the next one. And the same can be said for battle pets or toys or transmog. There's a whole add-on called All the Things that lists every single collectible item in the whole game and gives you a percentage of how many of them you have. It's a scary number. It's 135,000 and something collectible items in the game at the moment, and that's with PvP turned off, because I don't do PvP so much. So there are a lot of, and then with the War Within coming, we're also going to have delves, which are an end game style of content. So if you're concerned about gear, the plan is for them to offer the same kind of level of gear as Mythic Plus, but you can do them solo, or in a group of 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. So it's flexible around you and your playstyle. Maybe you want to do delves, but none of your buddies are online, and so you go and do a couple by themselves, and then your best mate logs on, so you go and do a few as the 2 of you, and then they have to leave, but someone else logs on, so then you do it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just super, super flexible like that, which I'm really excited for, because I can't wait to just include you guys in that kind of content and come along with me and do the things. That is, of course, the 10 to 12 months away. but it is going to expand what end game means for a lot of people as well. Because a lot of the collecting stuff doesn't necessarily get you character power, but the delves will, which is super, super awesome. If you're joining during Dragonflight with the express intent to prepare yourself for the War Within, you won't need to do Mythic Pluses or raids or anything like that. Some people like to head into a new expansion with the best gear they can possibly get their hands on, because it can make leveling a little bit easier in those earlier levels because you've got a bit more power than the person next to you, so you can kill stuff easier, or it's harder for them to kill you, kind of thing. But it doesn't give you very much of an advantage, and you start replacing that gear with quest greens, usually 3 or 4 levels into leveling in the new expansion, which is the worst feeling in the world sometimes. It's kind of like, okay, all right. It's like, you know, you get to, in Dragonflight, you get to 63 or 64 and you get a green and it's like, oh, I guess Shadowlands really is over then. Let's switch that in. But yeah, it's good fun. It's good fun. Collecting transmogs is the true endgame. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Whoa, yeah, I've got a couple, Hather. Yeah. Oh, dear. Of course there's a spreadsheet. Of course there is. Spreadsheets for everything. There's always a spreadsheet. Yeah, I love my spreadsheets. It's one of the best things about... Aww. That's very kind of you to say. Thank you for the biddies, dude. Much appreciated. Enjoy your lurk. Blizz is acknowledging that Endgame has changed and a lot of people aren't in the raiding or Mythic Plus scene. They're bringing in so much solo style content and it's amazing. Yeah, well, I mean, let's look at Mythic Plus to start with, right? Endgame used to be raiding and PvP. That was it. Raiding and PvP. And then, you know, they acknowledged, right, okay, we have a bunch of more casual players who are finding it difficult to put a group of 25 people together. So let's make raids flexible so that they're 10 as a minimum, all the way up to 30, so you can bring everyone in, except for Mythics, which is set to 20 people. So you can have anywhere from 10 to 30 people in a raid, but if 10 people is still a little too tricky for you, and raiding can take hours. Sometimes you have to go into a raid and spend a good few hours in there to be able to work your way through, you know, even half the bosses. So let's shrink that down to like 30 to 40 minutes and make it 5 instead of 10 people. Mythic Plus was a reaction to people needing smaller bite-sized chunks of endgame content. And now they're taking it even further by saying, oh, 5? Too much? How about 1? It's the continued evolution and I'm here for it. I'm so here for it. It tells me I can finally experience forgetting to check the vault. Yeah. It's all right. We'll check it together every Wednesday. I'm kidding. We'll see. I need to catch up. Haven't played since Shadowlands patch 0. Ah, there you go. Well, it is so easy to catch up. So easy to catch up, Thurs. The leveling experience flows really, really well in Dragonflight, and the catch-up mechanics for gear and stuff are just bananas. They're fantastic. Good morning, Jin. Welcome back. Have ATH, the most powerful staff or the most powerful mage on the planet, and that kobold, it has a stick. I think we know which one of us is the better magic staff. That's right, it's the kobold. That is amazing, mate. Congratulations on your ATH. I didn't play. Oh, that was that BC or was that in vanilla still? Oh gosh, everything blends together after 17 years. I don't have an ATH, unfortunately. It's very, very cool though. Classic Nax. I thought so. I was like, hang on, because I'm like, no, it's classic. But and then my brain was like, yeah, but Kara was BC, and I'm like, yeah, but why does Kara matter? Like, because ATH and Khadgar and I was like, and I didn't trust myself. Yeah, look, my brain. She enjoys self-sabotaging. Missed the 40-player raids, 4 hours to clear Molten Core or Blackwing Lair. Oh, they were pretty epic, weren't they? I remember when they had the, was it the 10th anniversary of WoW? No. Was it 10th or 15th? God, I don't remember. But they had the queuable molten core with the 40 people. It was bananas. So good. Either just making the joke. Oh, okay. Okay, good. Noted. It's easy to catch up. You just come in here and ask Fear things like, who's the green guy? Oh my god. Best question ever. Best question ever. Friday Night Kara was everything to my guild. Yes, that's it. When 40-man raids were a thing, we were all young and had so much free time to spend on WoW. One of my ex-boyfriends used to call in, like skip school, not call in sick to school. That's not a thing. But yeah, he had his phone on him in class. You know, naughty, had it in his pocket, and his guild leader from America would text when the raids were, because it was, you know, they were in a not like a world first guild, but like one of the top 50 kind of thing, and so he would get a text from his raid leader at school and would grab his backpack and walk out and go home to join in for like the 8-hour raid because of the time zones and stuff. Like, it was a different time. It was a different time. Those raids with scale, imagine 40 people there now with bosses scaled to modern difficulty. Well, that's what they did for one of the anniversary events, Jin. That's what I was saying about you could queue up for Molten Core, and they scaled us down. It was time walking Molten Core. And it put 40 people from like Group Finder in a thingamajig, and just, yeah, it was great. It was great. Which green guy is the follow-up question? Priorities, I know, right? And responsibilities, ick. We should still do that if the group is 40, raid scaled to match. But it scales up to 30. 40 people is a lot. 40 people is a lot. And the raids back then were a whole lot simpler. Like the actual mechanics of the bosses and stuff like that were a whole lot simpler because the complication in the encounter wasn't what the boss was doing. It was wrangling 40 children. Or teenagers, you know? It's hard enough getting an LFR queue as a DPS. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Sitting in a queue until there are 40 people available. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure it'd be an enjoyable... Because that's the thing, right? It would be an epic experience, but would it actually be fun? And I'm not talking about the raid itself, I'm talking about the entire experience. Queuing up, waiting for 2 hours for the queue to pop because you have enough people, and then, you know, you lose 3 people or you know, a couple of people after the boss because the boss doesn't drop what they wanted it to, so they leave, and then you've got to wait however long to replace those people from the queue, and it just, yeah, I don't know. I'm sure that the raid itself with 40 people, whatever raid they decided to go with, I'm sure the raid itself would be absolutely, like, fun as hell. But I think the tangential, like, the surrounding experiences probably wouldn't be. But we'll only find out if they decide to do it. We'll just have to wait and see. 85 today is what was 60 20 years ago. In respect to what, Jin? Age or number of people, or I'm sorry, I'm not really sure what you're trying to say there. Harry Jenkins, yeah, that's it. I found LFG hard because everyone wants to speed through while I'm taking in the story. Yeah, absolutely. They did introduce playstyle, so you've got standard, learning progression, and quick clear. So they did introduce that for pre-made. So that's not group finder, that's not LFG. That's when you're actually like putting a group together for a dungeon. So you can do that and look for people who want to do that style of content with you, which is really great. That's a fairly recent addition. Some bosses were just hack and slash, others you really had to think. First boss in Blackwing Lair was one of the toughest in game. Silly amount of ads had to be kited around. Frayne also did massive damage. LFR is basically shut up and kill the thing, you suck, yeah. Yeah, ads are driving you mad. Found a lot of that for Headless this year since people had to pay some attention. I did love that the curses though were only applying, they only applied to you. So you could apply the curses to yourself and you were the only person, you could only, like if you were the only person in the group who had the curses, nobody else would get those mechanics. It was only you who would have to experience those mechanics. Although of course that did make it harder on healers because they couldn't necessarily see who was doing what and stuff, so yeah, but I think that was a good way to do the extra drop chancey thing. Sounds like a great idea. It is, isn't it, Thursday? It's brilliant. I'm so glad they introduced that. All the bosses was straightforward, but all the trash would take forever. Yes, indeed. Thank you for the ads command there, Zam. Ads are coming. It's a thing. It was a good adjustment to allow for optional difficulty. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sort of halfway expecting that we're going to see that in most of the event stuff coming up now. But it will be interesting to see what they add to future, like what new collectibles they add, because next year we're going to have to do Heartbreaker runs for Arthas. Because I didn't get him this year. I don't like, I can respect keeping things a secret until they drop and having it as a surprise. But for collectible cosmetics like that, I really do wish they gave us a bit of notice so that I could sort of plan around that, you know, like, okay, I'm gonna run 4 hours of this particular dungeon. You know, like, yeah, that would be useful. I would appreciate that. It's one of the things I don't like about MMOs generally. I tend to play more slowly, going into a group finder for a dungeon where everyone else has done it 30 times and is speedrunning whilst I'm looking around. Not a good match. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that learning progression style selection in the drop down is good. It's good. So glad I got Alphas almost 200 runs at it. Yeah. Well, I didn't have time because I wasn't aware in advance that it was going to be something that bloody rare. I didn't have time set aside to be able to do that many runs every day, so I just did my one because that's all I had time for. And I paid for it, which sucks. I just, yeah, I wish that, I wish that I'd had a bit of a heads up so I could plan it. But now I'm kind of expecting, because the next dungeon is Christmas, right? Is Winter's Veil. I'm halfway expecting we're gonna get something shiny from there. Although it never had a mount before, I don't think, so I don't know, we'll see, It's cries. Oh, Yori. Oh dear. Yeah, we'll certainly see how it goes. I was fortunate I was already focused on writing reports, so I couldn't play or justify writing well in queue. Yeah, for sure. Whoops. That's what happens when I don't pay attention. Woo! But yeah, we've got obviously the 19th anniversary is coming up. So that'll be exciting to see what they do for that. We got Pilgrim's Bounty, which shouldn't be too big a thing. They'll probably add something, another 50k Drake Rider manuscript. And then after that we have Feast of Winter Veil. I wonder actually, am I missing stuff from any of these upcoming doodads? Welcome back, Yori. Good, I'm on account mode. Holiday. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, okay. I forgot about the dragons. I need to do the Korak the Blood Rager thing on Alliance, unfortunately. To tick that last bit off. But then there's all the drops, like all the nightmare. Oh my lord. And the problem is most of them are unique appearances. So that'll be a big deal. Having to be an adult and responsible with my money. Agreed. Agreed. Wait, I'm going backwards, aren't I? Yep. Good, good. Agreed. I got everything from the Doom in Tanaris, but the other world bosses and stuff. And there's so many drops. I had a spreadsheet. Last year I had a spreadsheet with each of the world bosses and what they could drop and which class could use what drops, so which classes needed to kill which dragons. So that, for example, if Emerus was up one day, I could go, right, my mage needs Emerus, my druid needs Emerus, the rogue doesn't, so I'll skip the rogue, and then this one, because they were on a cycle. Like each day a different dragon was spawning. Yeah, it was a time. I was so organized, but I still didn't get bloody anything. I think I got maybe 2 drops from the dragons total. I just returned to WoW and I'm working on Zaralek. I haven't done it yet. 404 I level now. Well done, Shay. Good on you. Are you enjoying Zaralek Caverns so far? What do you think of the scenery? Right, so I do have, yep, an Alliance only thing. Knew it. Cookbook. How does Fia not? Oh, it's Alliance only. Right, so I need the cookbook on Alliance, and I need that quest on Alliance. And then a turkey soul on a Night Fae tune. That's on my druid, so that'll be easy. Pilgrim's Bounty I should be able to finish in a day. And Winter's Veil isn't even on this list, which means I have actually completed it. But I betcha it'll pop back up again. I find it ugly and I hate the Niffin. There's a toy that's like essentially free, Shay, that you can buy in their main town that turns off the sniffly sounds. I think it's like a copper or a silver or something like that. Yeah, new Niffin, no sniffin tonic. Oh. Use new Niffin No Sniffin Tonic is guaranteed to block out all sounds of other people's noses for a full week. Useful and safe for everyone who doesn't want to hear Niffin or anyone sniffin. Only blocks sound, does not block smell. Unfortunately, it also doesn't block the sound of Fia sniffling, because I'm not an in-game NPC. Hi, I'm thinking of playing WoW. Well, Jack, is there anything that we can inform you about to help you settle your thoughts and decisions? So we get a new zone this week. We get a new raid. We get a new zone? I don't think so. Good question. Patch overview. Oh yeah, Emerald Dream. Sorry, as according to Wowhead, the Emerald Dram. How has no one caught that typo? There is, so yeah, Emerald Dream. I assume we get to it from Anaran Plains. It's actually Frost or Earth. Frost or Earth? See, I'm inclined to say Frost because I like, you know, magic, and to me Earth doesn't really feel as magical to me as Frost does. But also it's Frost and I'm fire. So 127. No. Earth can be really cool though. That's a good question. Think you should, I bet you like it. Careful, there are gnomes out there. Ah. Want to get into collecting. What's the best place to start? Data for Azeroth. I genuinely think for a brand new, right off the bat, starting collector, someone who has never focused on collections before but wants to start, I think Data for Azeroth is more useful than ATT, than all the things. There are a couple of reasons for this. Data for Azeroth is a lot less numbers. And I know, you know, fewer numbers, yeah, but it's a lot less, like, what I mean by less is like, numbers everywhere, color coding, everything's orange, you suck. Like, it's a lot less that and more informational. So it gives you an overview of like where you're currently at, but then you can also go in and you can filter, like, do you want to just do current content? Do you want to start in current content? You can filter by that. Do you want to, you know, you've got information on what's more collected. You know, mounts that have 75% of profiles have this mount. Therefore, you should go get it because it must be pretty easy. And then you can click through it and you get the Wowhead. You can literally click on the mount and get the Wowhead page where it tells you where to go, how much it's going to cost you, whether it's currency or time, all that kind of information. So I feel like Data for Azeroth is a better starting point for absolute beginners. And then once you kind of find your flow and want to kind of level up your collecting, that's when you'd go and get all the things, because now you know what's going to be sitting under it. Because if you just open this up as a person brand new to collections and kind of go, where do I start? I just want a mount. Where's the mount? Kind of, you know, like, it's overwhelming. There's so much stuff there's so much data there, but no real information. Like, you can find you can find a mount, but then, like, where do you get that mount? It says, you know, this expansion, this zone, this vendor, but like, okay, but then how do I get this currency they're asking for? Where do I get that? What dailies do I need to do? Do I need rep? Kind of, it's just, Data for Azeroth gives you a lot more easy access to more information that's beginner friendly. And then you step up to all the things once you're kind of feeling confident and you want to drill down into, right, what next? What am I missing from this zone, etc. Yay, Fire go burr. Yeah, Fire trumps Frost, it does. So Earth. I think maybe Earth. I think Earth. Maybe an Emerald Dram is like Jägermeister themed or something. No, that's Guinness. Follow-up question. If I were a new baby collector, should I stick my focus on one particular group of collectibles, like focus on mounts, or focus on something like achievements? I think it is a good place to start with one. I think because when you open it up, like the world of collecting, the world of collecting craft is vast. You're looking at 19 years worth of content. Hang on a second. I've done this. Oh my god, I wasn't thinking. Jesus fuck. Okay, we're good. It's fine. It's fine. I got all the way back here on a tune that's already done it. I'm an idiot. This is what happens when I'm just like on autopilot. Right, so yeah, I think for someone who is a brand new beginner, I would recommend focusing on one thing just to start with. Doesn't mean you need to focus on it until it's done. It's just to kind of wrap your head around what collecting feels like, and not be like, I want this and 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 this. Like there's so much. Take your time, like pick a category, pick the thing that you're drawn to most. There is no one correct place to start or any of that kind of stuff. It's very much about, like, if you're sitting in the capital city and you're looking around at all these people and you're seeing all of these amazing beasts that they're riding, maybe not in Beldraken, but like if you're seeing all of these mounts and being like, oh my lord, maybe that's where you should start. Maybe you should start with mounts. On the other hand, if you're looking around and seeing all these magnificent shoulder pads, maybe you should start with transmog. If getting an achievement and having the swing come up is just so satisfying to you, maybe achievements are a good place to start. Like, I think picking something and just kind of feeling it out. And if you try it for a couple of weeks and it's just not giving you that sort of feeling you're looking for, try a different category. It might not be that collecting's not for you. It might be that that type of collecting is not for you, and that's okay. You don't, just because you're a collector doesn't mean you have to collect everything. There are people out there who focus on one very specific thing, and they are bloody good at what they do. A dram would be a bit short of a pint though. Done 8,000 awakened earth purchased. Jesus, I didn't know I would. Okay. Far out. I'm not sure you should collect babies at all. Don't tell me how to live my life. Fair enough, then I say start with collecting dead ones so you don't have to worry about keeping them alive. Lordy. This has got dark real quick. Or pets, yeah. Yep, absolutely. If you liked Pokemon, might I recommend Battle Pets? It's like Pokemon, but so much simpler. These lashes are, I'm gonna have to make time tomorrow to do my bloody whatsits. Clean my extensions and reattach them. This one was only 500 and But why? What are you doing, Jack? I'm curious. They probably will both make a profit. I just couldn't pick one to go with. Right, okay. That's alright. I hope that you get a wicked profit. Okay, so 10.2. It's coming on Wednesday. I know we're all excited about the expansion, but this is playable in a couple days, which is great. We like that. If I were a newbie with pets, do you recommend a team to make collecting pets in the world easier? Yes. So I've got a team called Chatty. A pet team called Chatty. And it consists of 2 spiders and a terrible turnip. Sounds like a I don't know, something terrible, but oh, excuse me. Oh goodness. Last night really took it out of me, but so yeah, I have a team called Catchy, and it's 2 spiders and a terrible turnip. The terrible turnip might be a little bit trickier to get your hands on as a complete newbie, but there are other pets that do the same kind of thing. The reason I have the terrible turnip is because it has an ability which cannot kill the other pet. It's like, if you ever played Pokemon, I believe the move was called False Swipe, where it does X amount of damage, but cannot take the opposing pet below 1 health. So you can just kind of mash it, not trying to like getting close and close and close until the trap lights up and then pff, it's dead. So it prevents that from happening. There are a small handful, but a handful of pets nonetheless that have that ability. Now, Terrible Turnip was the first one. You can get it in Mists of Pandaria from, there was like a mini like Farmville style game in the Valley of Four Winds, but I can't remember if there was any like reputation requirements and stuff to level it up to the point that you could actually get the turnip. I'm sure Wowhead will have a guide on it. It was a very long time ago, please forgive me. But that's what I use. There are other pets that have similar moves. So there's the turnip. Weakening Blow. Unleashes a restrained attack, dealing 309 humanoid damage. This attack cannot reduce the opponent's health below 1. So I believe Zufu's pet battle strategies should potentially, or maybe Warcraft Pets is the other website, that may have a list of pets that have a similar ability. I would recommend doing what you can to get your hands on one of those, because they're really, really like indispensable when it comes to catching random battle pets in the wild. The reason I have 2 spiders is because they have a really lovely like flow of abilities that keeps them pretty much topped off whilst doing quite a bit of damage to the opponent, regardless of if you've got like a strong ability against them kind of thing, because there's, you know, the strengths and weaknesses, right? But spiders have a really nice flow in abilities. So what I use is, oh, for goodness sake. So, the first ability that they have is a leech. It's like a little black worm with a green background is I can't remember what the actual ability is called. But it's a leech ability, so you attack them and you heal for the amount that you attacked them, the amount you did damage. But if the opponent is webbed, you heal for twice as much. Doesn't affect the damage, but you heal for twice as much. So I use Spooters. Leech Life. This one here, Leech Life. Deals 148 undead damage. The user restores 148 health, double if the target is webbed. So then you've got 2 options in the second row. You've got either Sticky Web, which will keep them webbed for 2 rounds, or you've got Brittle Webbing, which lasts 3 rounds, but it also does damage. So if you're trying to catch them, doing a dot is not super great. But once you've captured the pet you wanted to capture and you're dealing with the backline pets, Brittle Webbing is absolutely fantastic. So you throw the web on. Your first move would be to throw the web. It's now webbed, so you're going to be healing for twice as much and causing them to take 74 beast damage each time they attack. So every time they try to attack you, they're doing more damage. Then I would Leech Life. Leech Life has a 1-round cooldown, and Brittle Webbing lasts 3 rounds. So you have Brittle Webbing, Leech Life, it's now on cooldown, you don't need to refresh the web, so you can Poison Spit, or you can Strike. I tend to Poison Spit, it just feels nice, all the dots. So then they're taking additional damage every round on top of their attacking damage. Then you come back to Leech Life because it's off cooldown, then you refresh the web. Then you leech, poison, leech, web, leech, poison, leech, web, until they die. And because you're healing for double the amount of leech damage you're doing every second round, it keeps you pretty well alive. If the opponent is strong against your spider, you might lose it, but that's why you have a second one. And then you can just heal up afterwards. Two spiders and a terrible turn. I think my kindergarten teacher read that to it. Yeah, that, like, right? It sounds like a kid's book or something. Hilarious. Hey, Wings, welcome back. Terrible Turnip is a must-have. It is, but it can be a bit tricky to get. There are, like I said, there are a handful of other pets that have a similar, like, Weakening Blow style attack. And I don't remember what they are because that's a lot of information, but the info will be out there and pretty easy to find. Somewhere like Warcraft Pets or Zufu's Pet Battle Strategies, which is, I believe, wow-petguides.com. Yeah, they will help. Grumpy's very easy to acquire. Ah, perfect. There you go. Yeah, I have a very important question. How much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? 7. Dragon Earthfrost should be really in demand when the raid comes out. For raid mats, fair. Understood. Gotcha, gotcha. 2 spiders, yes. Hello! Hello, Omp. Welcome on in. Thank you for joining us. So over on Moonguard server, we just found a funny exploit in Stormwind. If you place the new foam sword toy rack, it will block anyone access for 10 minutes. So there's a ton of people trapped in the mage tower. Jesus Christ. Like, does it block? Hang on. Oh, I don't have that. Oh, is that from, it's on Trading Post, right. I haven't done my Trading Post stuff for this month yet. Jesus. So they clearly they need to make it, so they've made it non-clipping so that people can click it easier, right? But as a result, yeah, okay. Yeah, I see a hot fix in the near future. Oh my goodness. Those poor folk. Anubis Idol is a brilliant starter pet just for how strong it is. It is, and it's used in so many strategies for like pet battles and stuff like that are all over Azeroth. But it's not particularly useful in catching overworld pets, which is what the question was about. But yeah, Anubis Idol is a good pet to have. Zufu's, if you're specifically interested in pet battling as a whole, Zufu's pet battle strategies is incredibly useful. They have a tool where you can log in and connect your character, like connect your Battle.net account, and it will pull from the API all the information about your collection, the pets you have, what level, breed, and quality they are, so that when you go to any strategy page while logged in, it will recommend a strategy that you have the pets for. Or if you don't have the pets for any of the listed strategies, it will pick the one you're closest to having complete, so that it can just tell you, hey, you can do this one, but you have to level this pet. Or you can do this one, but you got to catch this pet. That kind of a deal. It's incredibly helpful. And at the start of every expansion, when you go in there and they've got all the strategies listed, like when people start submitting them during beta and they test them on live, on the page for the X pack, rather than an individual strategy page, like for the page for Dragonflight, for like Family Familiar even, or just you know, battling everyone, you can load up a checklist and it'll show every pet that you have that you'll need. Like, it'll show every pet that you'll need, again, optimized for your current collection. It'll show every pet you need, what breed you have, what level you have, what rarity, and then which battles it'll be used in. And then it'll have the ones in green that are blue 25, you know, correct, or, you know, whatever breed. Then it'll have ones in yellow that you have the pet, but you need to level it up or upgrade it to blue, and then it'll have red pets, ones that you need to go get, in a super easily digestible checklist. Zufu's is perfect. I need to refine that speech before I make it a TikTok, don't I? Okay, so we've had... What have we talked about? Pets for capturing. Pets for capturing. Zufu for what to collect next. What else have we talked about? Icky as well. Yeah, Icky's a great one. The reason I have 2 spiders. Spiders have really nice flow, spoken like a true Australian. Sure, on both accounts. Switch your dots if trying to catch pets. Yes, that's it. That's it. That's why you do all the like, you just use the turnip for the pet you're trying to catch, but you can only catch 1 pet per battle. So to deal with the backups, like to deal with the backline pets, that's what you got the spiders for. Good short content there with the pet tutorial. Yeah, that's that. I've written it down. I'll have to summarize it, but because I did talk for a lot more than 30 seconds, but. Physical item, it'll block doorways. Yeah, I know. But you can make them clippable. Like, you can make it so that you can walk through them, and I think they'll have to. How is this website called? If you're talking about Zufu's pet battle strategies, DJ, I believe it's wow-petguides.com. I believe. The hyphen could be somewhere else, but I think that's where it is. But it's really useful. Oh, pet guide, not guides, plural? Good. Thank you, Zam. You rock. My bad.
I'm sure it will have no problem disposing of you.
Just trying to check off the ones that I've done the thing on. Because I've got a bunch of 70s now. Should we make a command for Zufu? Nah, I don't. It comes up occasionally, but I don't think it comes up enough for it to be. Like, I don't do many pet battle streams or anything, so. Short content comment was about your first pet tutorial with how to use the spiders. Second exposition was also a good short. Ah, gotcha. I could end the first one, you know, what pet team do I recommend for catching outdoor pets? 2 spiders and a terrible turnip. We use the turnip because of this. To find out why we use the spiders, watch my next TikTok. Stay tuned to find out how I use the spiders. Happy Monday, Jello, welcome back. I could assist in the content making TM with that question. Oh, absolutely. I thought that's what you were trying to do, Eli. I thought you were doing that intentionally. That's brilliant. Oh, it was about what starting collecting. That was the other thing you asked. Baby collectors. I was intentionally just wasn't sure how far you were gonna go with it. Yeah. Yep. Brilliant. I won't believe what Fear did with 2 spiders and a oh no. Oh no. Speaking of oh no, I have enabled surprise gifts on Throne. I did it last night, but it's not how it used to be. You know how before, when we had like the birthday stream, how when you bought a gift, I didn't know what you'd bought. I didn't know until it arrived, but it was still from my wish list. Surprise gifts now are a totally different beast. Surprise gifts are gifts that are not on my wish list. Here's how it works. On the wish list page, when you've got up the top, you've got like wish list and previous gifters, there's a new tab called surprise gifts. Surprise gifts can only be purchased from Throne's partner stores, and they've only just released this to Australia. It's been available in America and Canada and stuff for a little while, but they've only just released it to Australia. So I went through on my end, and for example, I've turned off pet-related gifts because I don't have any pets, so you can't buy me pet stuff, I think, unless it's miscategorized. And I've turned off a few other things that I'm not really interested in receiving, and what's left will filter the available gifts. So things like clothing and snacks, and I think there's like a jewelry category and stuff like that. So you can go through all of Throne's partner stores, you can search, you can type in like if you're thinking of, I want to get something to do with bubble tea, you can literally type in bubble tea and it will show all of the gifts available from all of the different partner stores that are within the categories I'm okay with and are related to bubble tea. And then I will get a notification that you have sent me that someone has sent me a surprise gift, and I won't know what it is until it arrives. Funky, hey? American reacts to what Aussie streamer does with 2 spiders and a turnip. Oh, Meaty, I hate how accurate that is. I hate how accurate that is. But yeah, how cool is that? Throne have really been upping their game lately. It's very, very cool. Did you leave golden effigies enabled on your throne categories? That unfortunately was not a category. However, let's have a look. See if there are any golden statues. Because that would be hilarious. I might just type in gold and see what comes up. So let's... My public wish list. Send surprise. So yeah, it's got wish lists, collections, gifters, and send surprise. Is the tab. Search gifts, gold. Those are dice. That's a lot of jewelry. Ooh, some of those are really pretty. There's 100 pages, Jesus Christ. Okay, maybe we type in gold. Statue. That's not gold. None of these are gold. And then we're back into the jewelry again. It may not be possible. Can you tell I've been spending time on YouTube lately? Just a touch, matey. Just a touch. It's not a category. Ridiculous. I'm writing them a letter. Go for it. Enjoy. Gosh, some of these rings and earrings and stuff are very cool. Effigy is like a statue or doll likeness of a person. Yeah. What type's just statue in? A lot of these are not statues. And now we're into clothing. Why is this? I'm confused. Oh well. Yeah. Funky little feature, hey. Did you get it was letter? That's funny. 10.2, so we've got new zone, the Emerald Dream. We have a new raid, Amir Giselle, the Dream's Hope. New legendary weapon, Firelath, the Dream Render. There's a new faction, because we love our reputation. New world boss, class tier sets, class reworks for Rogue and Demon Hunter. Maybe Rogues will be slightly less squishy. Mythic Plus and PvP Season 3. New mount, new dragon riding mount, new glyphs, new races, and new customizations. And character customizations for Blood Elves and Druid forms. There's a massively less squishy. Yay! Yay! Oh my god. Good afternoon, Mariani. Welcome back. She's watching anyone through. I know. Oh my god, I sobbed. I sobbed. It was so good. So good.
There was no escaping Yahoon.
The Mineral Drain weapons look pretty cool. I want a Fiery Pine Cone. Are you sure that's a real thing? I'm excited. Rains of the Snow Fluff Dream Talon. That's cute. So excited for the druid forms, right? Oh my goodness. Rains of the Shadow Dusk Dream Saber. Rains of the Sun Touched Dream Stag. This is very exciting. What do you think of it? You explained the green guy very well, but did we ever get the story on the angsty one? Anduin? He's... I think maybe? We had to do some more research on Thrall because his story was really, really, really big. I think we did give a general overview of Anduin's story. He's the... It was supposed to be his dad died at the hands of the Legion, and he was thrust into the position of king of the Alliance as a very young, like I'm pretty sure he was still in his teens, and then you know through and that was through Legion and then battle for Azeroth. So when Sylvanas is off doing all of her tree burning antics, he's in charge. And Gen hates Sylvanas for what she did to the Worgen, who Gen's one of his advisors and the leader of the Worgen. And then Tyrando's the leader of the the Night Elves, and their fucking tree got burned down. And so they're all like wanting to go for her throat. But Anduin's a priest. He's and through his time with the Pandaren in Mists of Pandaria, he learned about peace and truces and all that kind, and he does not want 128. Nah. And so here he is with these bloodthirsty advisors trying to figure out what the hell he's going to do with all these innocents and stuff. And so all through that he's trying to manage all of that crap through BFA. What are you doing? It's fine. I think it's mostly my fringe getting in the way that's kind of making them annoyed. And so he's trying to lead the Alliance through this whole cluster of a time. And then when Sylvanas disappears to the Shadowlands, shortly after, he's kidnapped by Valkyr. Shortly after that, he's kidnapped by Valkyr and taken to the Maw, to the jailer, where Sylvanas is hanging out. And we don't see a lot of what happens there. We only see snippets. But he's locked in a little circle, like a jail cell. And I don't think he's just left to sit there between conversations. Pretty sure, they're probably torturing him and trying to break him. Because they want him to, or Sylvanas tries to convince him willingly to help them get the sigils to bring about the jailer's kind of endgame. And Anduin doesn't want to. He's like, nah, not happening. And so Sylvanas forces him. And he's dominated. Literally. It's essentially a form of possession, where he's got these voices in his head telling him to do stuff. And if he tries to fight what they're telling him to do, it not only hurts, but drives him mad. And, And then he's forced, his body is forced to do these things that he doesn't want to do. But he's still there, he is in his body, while some other force uses his body to harm and kill and all that. Yeah. So it messes with the guy. So when we all came back, we save him. Not easily, but we save him. And when we come to come back to Azeroth, leave Shadowlands and come to Azeroth, he says, no thank you. I need to stay here for a bit. And so he joined Sylvanas in the Maw, doing her penance for at least a bit, and just kind of takes some time away from everything to himself to try to sort out his fucking trauma, you know? So the sword that he has in the cinematic, this name of the sword is Charlemagne. And you'll notice that like there's the hilt with the curve, and then it comes down, and then it's got like a circular kind of cutout in it, and then there's like one shorter bit and a longer bit, right? I know I flipped that around, it's fine. And that hole in the middle usually has an orb of light, an orb of pure light. So like I use fire magic, and shamans can use earth magic, and paladins and priests use the light. It's like a holy kind of, yeah. So that hole in that sword usually has an orb of light in it. But when he says to Thrall, like he doesn't have the light anymore. It's visibly evident. Spending that time in such darkness has snuffed out his light. And no matter how hard he's been trying to kind of work through it and all that kind of stuff, it's just not coming back. So yeah, he's roughly 25 at this point. He's been through a lot for a kid, for a young adult. He's been through a lot. Who do we talk to about getting all that magnificent in-game music on vinyl? Oh wow, that'd be spectacular, wouldn't it? Not that I can actually play a vinyl, but that would be very cool. That would be very cool. It was late. You may have explained him too. Yeah, fair. I missed Fear Explains Green Jeebus. It was less Fear Explains Green Jeebus and more Fear reads directly from Warcraft Wiki. Like a lot. Thrall will always be my war chief. Evening, all you lovely chat folks. Good evening, Seeker. Welcome back. And a whole law lesson with Fear. Yeah, look, a little bit. Votes from this weekend are pretty epic. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. You explained that green guy very well. Did you talk about the angsty one? Yep. The kidnapping part. Yeah. There's a lot of little parallels we got to witness between Anduin and Arthas. Yeah, yep. The Wrath launch cinematic was the first one I actually saw. Apart from like cinematics in-game when I was playing in BC, the announcement for Wrath was the first. Oh, goosebumps. Maybe after this, I'll play the Wrath cinematic and then the new cinematic, and to show. So, right. I need to explain why there's a connection between Arthas and Anduin. Arthas was the Lich King. He was a human prince, not a king, as Jas so gently corrected me when we were having this conversation off stream. He was never a king. He was Prince Arthas. Prince Arthas Menethil. And I think it's Menethil. Now that I say that aloud, I'm like, self-doubt creeps in. So Arthas. He was the Lich King. He was originally human. To make a very long story short, he found Frostmourne lodged in a block of icy rock, cold, I don't know, thing. It was in a cave. And he heard a voice essentially beckon to him to take the sword, and that it would fix all of his people's problems. Because he was hunting for a solution to an issue. And this voice told him this will solve everything. And so he took it. but the person, the dwarf that was with him,
Stand against these Andalari.
shit. Oh no, this is what happens when I go into details. I lose everything. It is Menethil. Good. It wasn't Uther. Was it? Did he take Uther with him? Was that when Uther died? Really? Am I really that daft? I have royally screwed this up. Good. Was it? Wait. Where? Oh, you. You there. Come here. Yes, plague gripped the Northlands. Arthas and Uther were sent to Stranbrad to defend the town from Orcish raids. Plague of Undeath. Weeks later, a more vile threat rose in the form of the Plague of Undeath. Jaina was there. So Arthas was 24. So when Arthas started dealing with this shit, he was the age Anduin is now. Roughly. Where's the... Muradin. It was Muradin, not Uther. Maybe? No. Shit, hang on. Oh no, they Who did he kill? I know he killed someone. I played this back in Warcraft 3. What the hell did I do? It was Muradin. What am I? Oh, I was in love. Okay. Right. Okay. So, yes. Got it. It was Muradin. Muradin reads a little inscription near the blade and says, dude, this blade is cursed. Don't do it. It's not worth it. We'll find some other way. And Arthas says, no, I must have it. Pulls the blade free and a rogue shard of ice kills Muradin. They were searching for a solution to the Plague of Undeath, which was being used to create undead. The Forsaken, yep. So he gets this blade. It's called Frostmourne. And it's a rune blade. And this rune blade is quite special in that it captures souls. And he uses it, and he uses the helm. The Lich King has the power through a thing to control the Scourge, and he has this army. This slowly is consumed by these voices when he's using this blade, and it turns him slowly but surely into the Lich King. And we go eventually kill him. And the Lich King is who Arthas is who made Sylvanas a Banshee. We talked about her yesterday. Now the thing is, it's a rune blade, right? We didn't really know much about rune blades apart from what they could do, and that the Lich King had one, and that Death Knights have them, and all this kind of stuff, right? But through Shadowlands, we understood. We came to learn that the rune blades were a weapon, were a tool of the jailer. All this time. And so when they've got Anduin, here's the connection, when they've got Anduin in the Moor, and they're trying to convince him to have, like, Sylvanas wants to convince him, doesn't want to dominate him, just wants to get him on their team, but Anduin won't budge, and so the jailer says enough is enough, and dominates Anduin in the same way, but more directly than that he dominated Arthas, and turns Charlemagne, that beautiful sword, into Kingsmourne. We were calling it Shalamorn for a while when we saw the skins, but it's Kings. I believe it's Kingsmourne, right? Fuck, I'm wicked in self-doubt. I need to be much more tired to Charlemagne redirected from Kingsmorn. Yeah, transform into the Mournblade. Sorry, not a Runeblade. Mournblade Kingsmorn. And take control of Anduin. Yep.
This temple is under Gahorn's power.
Yep. Mournblades are a special type of incredibly powerful runeblade associated with the Maw and the Jailer. They are engraved with domination runes and are capable of shattering souls into fragments when wielded with rage. Several Mournblades were created by the Primus. The greatest of these was the dreaded Frostmourne, the weapon of the Lich King. It was capable of consuming souls and presumably essences of a similar nature, of shattering any blade it met in combat, and even displayed some form of intelligence. As the sword of Arthas Menethil, it became the most famous of the runeblades and probably the most unique. In order to dominate Anduin Wrynn, the Jailer reforged Anduin's sword Charlemagne into Kingsmorn, a Mournblade that was even greater than Frostmourne, and infused with Arthas Menethil's soul. Similar to Frostmourne's ability to steal souls, the dominated Anduin used Kingsmorn to steal the sigils of the Eternal Ones. So when we broke him free of that domination in the raid, he was a raid boss, Anduin. When we broke him free of that domination, the blade broke into two and got put back together at some point, which we don't really know when, but it did, clearly. But that's the connection there. He wielded, essentially, Arthas' soul. And he was dominated by the same guy in the same way and was forced to do things similar to what Arthas did. And he was a prince of the Alliance and was beset by terrible tragedy and like there's a whole lot of parallels between the two. Also both blonde white boys. Similar haircut too. But yeah, it's a thing. A lot of parallels, but yeah, the big parallel that, like, the reminder of these parallels, there was a moment in the cutscene, in the trailer, that drew very big parallel, and I'll show you when we're out of this. Saw you on, wanted to pop in and say hi before bed, saw YouTubers turning around for the first time on hardcore. Oh, it was scary! Oh no, Cal! Oh my goodness. An extra 2% physical DR, an extra charge of faint means Rogue just will live through stuff easier than before. Relative to other specs. Brilliant. Interesting, maybe I'll live a few more seconds when I have to run on my Rogue. It feels a bit that way, hey? We must get his light back, and we will. We will. One of the races we're going to encounter in the War Within, one of the factions is the Arathi. And they are essentially fanatics of the light. Guess what? We're having a crack, sound stuff like absolutely. Went straight to gold try. Their chat got them to RP. Oh dear. Oh, yep. Look, to each their own. To each their own. You don't run on Rogue, you just stab until you vanish. Yeah, they look like they were having fun, and fun is what's important, isn't it? Oh goodness, everyone knows not to listen to disembodied voices telling you they can solve everything. I know, right? He might have been a prince, but after he poked his dad rather aggressively with a pointy thing, he kind of technically became de facto king. I know. But he wasn't technically, like, he was the Lich King. That was it, yeah. Was Murden. Good, thank you. Small details check, don't worry about it. He didn't kill him though, he thought he was dead. Yeah, the rogue ice shardy thing. You'll have a good night. Morning, you too, Cal. You too. Got it. Step 1, exhaust fear before going down the rabbit holes. No such questions before 4 hours live minimum. No. It's fine. It's fine. It would be cool if they would bring in Warcraft 1 to 3 in the Battle.net launcher for WoW players. Actually, miss those games too. Can't get them to run on a modern computer. You can't get Warcraft 3 to run. You kidding? I mean, yeah, okay, I guess Warcraft 3 Reforged is not the same thing. But they do have Warcraft 3 there, but it is the Reforged version. They did have, I've got in my Battle.net account, I have my Warcraft 3 keys, I'm pretty sure. Give me a minute. It doesn't, I don't believe it runs on the launcher, but it runs, you can install it separately, I think. Give me, yeah, where's my doodad? Oh, there it is. Yes, I know your battery is dying, it's very, very sad. Oh my god, fucking numlock is on. I'm like, why is this not working? Where's my numpad? It's the, yep. Classic games. I've got Diablo 2, Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction, Diablo 2 Resurrected, Warcraft 3 The Frozen Throne, and Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos. I can't play them through the launcher, but there is a download button right there. If you've got the keys, you can plug them into your Battle.net account, and it'll let you download it. Sounds like the jailer has a type. Warcraft 3 is playable in Battle.net, yeah. Isn't there a number of people who still think Anduin is actually Arthas' son? That's the first time I've heard it, but I believe it. Like, I believe that that's a theory. There are a number of people who think Muradin is Magni's son. Not available here as far as I've noticed. Pretty sure you can get Warcraft 1, 2 on GOG. Yeah, that's also, I believe that too. But yeah, the Warcraft 3 is available if you've got a license key from like your old games, you can add it to your account on Battle.net, and then you can download it. Because I'm looking at the download button right now. Yeah, don't install them from the discs then, Jin. Get the most up-to-date downloadable installer from Blizzard directly. There's a thought. And if that doesn't work, you can open a support ticket saying, hey, I downloaded this thing and it doesn't work. Help, please. Alright, after this run, we'll play some cutscenes so that you can kind of see what we're talking about with those parallels. Check that. Brilliant. Good luck. Hello. Oh, yay! Thank you. Fiamma drink. How was work?
Not too bad.
Good. We're about to watch the Wrath cinematic and then the War Within cinematic to show players who don't know who Arthas is the connection. I will. Oh, bye. You can join us.
And for your kingdoms as well, you must stop him.
Warcraft original Warcraft 2 was 16-bit programs, Warcraft 3 was 32-bit. Got a feeling porting the two first to 64-bit. Yeah, quite possibly. So the GOG ones might run in like some kind of an emulator or something instead, Jin. Potentially. I'm not sure. I haven't tried, but there's potential. Hey, Shy! Welcome back. Welcome back. Alright, so we've got an ad break that's running at the moment. Oh, these fucking lashes. Be the death of me. Alright, so I'm going to open this up. I've got a minute 30, so I'm just going to set these up. It's going to be this one. And then we're also going to have the War Within trailer. Cool, and then I can do that. Yeah, all right. And then I can turn these off just for a minute. 20 seconds till the ads are over, and then we'll do the thing. So we were late last night on the stream. I must have been having too much fun. Oh, so much fun. So much fun, Shy. It was amazing. Right. So this is the Wrath of Lich King cinematic trailer. This was like the equivalent of what we saw for The War Within this weekend. This was like Arthas's story. Arthas's story began in Warcraft 3, the Frozen Throne, because that was his chair, the Frozen Throne. Yep. And then through through Classic and BC, we didn't really get much. And then this launched, and it was that throwback to the nostalgia of playing Warcraft 3 and like the expansion and all that kind of. So it was a big deal, a big deal. So this was, and see if you can pick up on those. See if we can pick up on the parallels, and then we'll play the other one afterwards in case you can't remember exactly. But yeah. I don't know where the volume's gonna need to be. That might be okay.
My son, the day you were born, the very forests of Lordaeron whispered the name Arthas.
Popcorn time. Wrathgate is very cool.
My child, I watched with pride as you grew into a weapon of righteousness. Remember, our line has always ruled with wisdom and strength. And I know you will show restraint when exercising your great power. Truest victory, my son, is stirring the hearts of your people. I tell you this, for when my days have come to an end, you shall be king.
Yeah. Goosebumps. All the goosebumps. So that's Arthas. Can I just switch this? Yes. And I can close that one. And then we saw this one. Mm-hmm. is insane watching them, like, and the quality and just like the advancements in tech, right? Like, my god.
Anduin.
Yep, angsty guy in green man. Yeah.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide. Is that it?
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions. You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately. Something, someone, is calling out from the heart of the world. Like a voice from a dream. Something dark is coming, Anduin. The world needs your light again. My son.
I am not that person anymore! I have no light. Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
You are not your past, Anduin. I trust you.
Hear me.
They're getting worse. Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet. But that sword was aimed at someone.
So you see the parallels, even the little tiny things in like, I mean, obviously there are parallels in their life stories and stuff, but then the tiny things, like the fact that right close to the start of the cinematic, there's the whisper of the name and the eyes open. Granted, Arthas has started glowing rather than opening, but it's still it's an eyes open indication, right? And then that exact camera angle of the sword and the, like, all the kind of, yeah, there are those little bits that have that reflection between the two of them. And yeah. Yeah. It's oh goddamn, the cinematics team are just phenomenal, and they have been for decades. They're so good. So good. We can turn that off. Yeah, so thank you for indulging me in that. Let's switch tunes. How did Anduin end up in Silithus of all the places he could hide? We don't know. At this point, we don't know, but I would imagine that he's been traveling. Like, it's not that he's just been hiding in Silithus for all this time. I think that he's been we knew he was in the Maw. I think that he's made his way back to Azeroth. He's been wandering. He's been just trying to find himself. And then these voices, these visions have started, and these visions have been drawing him and others, like Thrall, to that sword. Because we know, they don't know. And in a couple of the interviews that you saw around the place after BlizzCon, we know that neither of them know it's Azeroth talking to them. They don't know. They just know that they're hearing something. And Thrall has this sense, because Thrall's incredibly connected to the earth, you know, he's a fucking shaman. And so he's got this sense that it's coming from within the world, but he doesn't quite know what. And neither does Anduin. He doesn't quite know what it is. They haven't made the connection that they're hearing Azeroth. And so they both heard the voices, and I would imagine the voice has drawn them, not explicitly, not like, hello, Anduin, please come to Silithus, thank you. I don't think that's what's, you know, but I think that there's just been this sense of like, where do I need to go? Oh, maybe I wander in this direction, and now I wander in this direction, and now I wander in this direction at this fork, and oh, I'm in Silithus. I wonder why. Oh, that's right, that sword. Like, I reckon that's probably how his path has gone, but there's no confirmation of that. I'm just speculating. I hope that's okay. Yeah. Quality of this animation is so damn insane, right? The people were like, is this, like, I didn't know if it was CGI or not. I genuinely couldn't tell whether it was real or CGI for a good handful of seconds there. Like, and in one of the interviews, or maybe it was a tweet, I don't know, I can't remember. One of the developers, one of the cinematic team said, no, we didn't use mocap. That was animated without mocap, without motion capture. Anduin will always be my favorite character. He feels so real because of how vulnerable he feels. The trauma he's been through has shattered him. His... Alright, you know what? Let's read about Anduin today. We read about Thrall yesterday. Let's read about Anduin today. The voices called him. Yeah. The micro expressions they achieve is insane. What sword? That sword! Yeah, that's it, Smart. Welcome on in. Thanks for joining us. Not gonna lie, I thought it was live action till Thrall walked in. Yes, right? That's exactly it. Mocap is one hell of an advancement. It is, and they didn't use it. If anyone wants to see Fia demonstrating how Azeroth, the baby titan, has the world on her back, there's an image in the Discord. And then there's a parallel with the name of the X-Pack and the war going on within Anduin. Correct. That's it. That's it. There is a war within the planet and within Anduin, and I cannot wait to see how it plays out. I find it weird they say that sword was aimed at someone. Like, they surely must know it was aimed at Azeroth, right? Well, where, like, do they though? This is what I was wondering. Because, like, we know But that's because we have a bucket load more information than a lot of the characters do. Like, some of the characters have that information, some of the lore masters and stuff like that do, but like, was Thrall around in BFA? Did Thrall have the chit chat with Magni? Did someone update him? Like, you know, when you say like World Soul or Azeroth needs us, none, like, they've got Magni as a speaker of Azeroth, but does that mean that Azeroth herself doesn't have a voice and now all of a sudden she's got one? So that could be confusing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's I do wonder, and I'm sure we'll get more information as it goes on. I'm sure that there's going to be explanations there, and I'm certain we're going to get a whole bucket load of lore in those handful of intro quests and pre-patch and all that kind of fun stuff. We know in-game that Azeroth is a Titan, yes. Thrall was in Outland for BFA, I believe. Yeah, I think he was. Thrall would know Azeroth is the World Soul with his connection with Magni and Alive, but given how Sylvanas was elected War Chief with a couple whispers, they're understandably cautious. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I know us as people know, but it's known in universe, yes. I believe it is. Yeah, thank you, Jack, yeah. Damn people and their brilliant skills, I know, into your Lurkshire. We don't know it was aimed at Azeroth. Don't we? Like, we as the champions... So we know, so we as players, outside of the universe, we know that, Sargeras stabbed it, right? But... did we as champions learn that? Or did the sword just all of a sudden appear one day and no one can make the connection? Is that, like... I actually don't know the answer to this question. I'm not sure. How have Anduin and Thrall not heard Magni scream about Azeroth every 12 seconds in BFA? Thrall wasn't there for BFA, mate. Thrall was in Outland. Anduin was there, but I don't really remember much of Anduin's story from... I think because it was mostly led by Jaina, wasn't it? Because it was her people in Tyragard. I can't remember what Anduin was doing for BFA. I didn't play much of the Alliance side of that story. I mean, I played it through, but I don't remember much of it. I didn't play it 7 million times. Look at the Titan page for Azeroth. Says that Sargeras wanted to destroy her before she could be corrupted. Ordinary commoner may not know, but faction leaders and such surely has the same knowledge as us. Maybe there was a big bug and the sword was within reach. There's a lot of clues that Azeroth is actually not a Titan. It's something very different. How's Claire doing? Well, thank you, Maj. Very well. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, when they were talking about, you know, everything that we've been told by the Titans, like, is it actually true? We've taken it as gospel, but is it actually? Yeah, I've got a lot of thoughts around that. And all of them are going to be very easily debunked because I have no real idea about much of the intricate lore. I know enough to, like, educate newbies, and I can read up on stuff, and I can critically think and stuff like that, but, I'm definitely not novel, that's for sure. It could technically be aimed at an old god. True. Question, I'll just wait for the movie lol. Lots of thoughts, yes! Oh dear. Yeah, I'm not sure there's going to be another Warcraft movie, unfortunately. The first one bombed financially. We're a lore stress. I mean, stress is right, but I'm not so much sure about the lore. Cthulhu is dead. There aren't any other old gods in Silithus to our knowledge. Yeah, but that sword isn't just touching Silithus. It's like it's through the whole bloody place, you know? Could be anything underground that they were aiming at that we don't know about. I want to know what Azeroth looks like as a Titan. Also kind of like being alive and having a world to play on. Yeah, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Right, so Anduin Lane Wrynn is the King of Stormwind, High King of the Alliance, and commander of all Alliance forces. When Anduin was just a boy, his father, King Varian Wrynn, was kidnapped. In Varian's absence, Anduin was named King of Stormwind, under the regency of Bolvar Fordragon and the advice of Lady Katrana Presta. In truth, however, Katrana Presta was a disguise for the Black Dragon, Onyxia. So this is when he's literally a child king, right? A boy. Child. Yep. Who had used her dark magic to split Varian in two. When one half of Varian returned to the throne of Stormwind, Anduin was the first to sense something amiss with the man claiming to be his father. Before long, the other half of Varian returned to Stormwind and unmasked Lady Presta for what she truly was, but in response, Onyxia kidnapped Anduin and brought him to her lair across the sea. Despite the two Varians' differences, their shared love for Anduin allowed them to work together to slay Onyxia and save their son from the dragon's clutches. In the process, Onyxia inadvertently fused Varian's two halves back into a single man. I don't think this is in the game. They say it's why his sword can split and go back together. Yep. How cool, like, how cool is that, right? How cool is that? It's a funky little mechanic and a nod to the history. I thought it was just a manifestation of the Cthulhu, not a permakill, kind of like Rag and Blackrock versus Rag and the Firelands. Doing that epic Onyxia reveal quest? Yeah. Yep. Outlands isn't even a planet anymore, just some continent drifting in space, yeah. Got retconned, we've killed every old god with face. Good luck on Mount Get, need to catch up on my work today. Of course, Yari, enjoy, good luck. Thank you for the well wishes. Devs also said old gods don't live and die in a traditional sense. They did. They do. Correct. Really wanted his sword as a warrior, like it's a two-hander for arms, and when you switch to Fury, it's two swords. Lord, that'd be cool, wouldn't it? That'd be cool. Years later, in the wake of the Alliance's renewed tensions with the Horde and elemental unrest across Azeroth, Anduin travelled to the dwarven city of Ironforge as a diplomat and formed close ties with the dwarven ruler King Magni Bronzebeard and his assigned bodyguard Aaron Stonehand. After Aaron and many other citizens were killed in one of many earthquakes that began plaguing Khazmadan, Anduin witnessed how Magni was transformed into a diamond statue in an earthen ritual gone awry, and was later forced to remain in Ironforge after Magni's estranged daughter Moira Thorasan took control of the city. Varian infiltrated Ironforge to end Moira's rule, but Anduin convinced him to spare her life and instead install a council of 3 hammers to govern the dwarf clans. Throughout these events, Anduin repeatedly visited his surrogate aunt, Jaina Proudmoore, in her city of Theramore, and through a chance encounter, forged a close friendship with the Tauren leader, Bane Bloodhoof. In contrast to his decisive warrior father, Anduin is contemplative and diplomatic, and around the time of the Cataclysm decided to pursue the path of a priest of the Church of the Holy Light, later beseeching the Draenei leader, Prophet Velen, to accept him as a pupil. Similar in ways to Jaina Proudmoore prior to Theramore's fall, Anduin sought a peaceful way to end the conflict between the Alliance and Horde. Months later, Anduin was shipwrecked on the long-forgotten, mysterious continent of Pandaria. King Varian immediately dispatched agents of the SI-7 to bring his son home, but Anduin refused to be rescued while there were opportunities to help the inhabitants of Pandaria. Anduin ventured through the continent, studying under the August Celestial, Chiji the Red Crane, and helping to combat the ancient threat of the Shah, dark spirits who feed on negative energy. Anduin played a leading role in preventing the Horde's ruthless war chief Garrosh Hellscream from utilizing the Shah as a weapon, though he nearly lost his life in the process. While recovering, Anduin made an acquaintance in the form of the eccentric Black Prince Rathian. Eventually, Garrosh was overthrown and put on trial in Pandaria. Anduin often visited the captive Hellscream in his cell, and later saved his life after Varisa Windrunner revealed that Garrosh's food was poisoned. Years later, Stormwind tragically lost its king in battle against the invading demons of the Burning Legion. Following Varian's death, Anduin permanently assumed the throne of Stormwind. In the face of the Legion's onslaught, Anduin grew certain that lasting peace would not be achieved without bloodshed, and as he worked to save the lives and fend off the demon's advance, Anduin was forced to reconcile his yearning for peace with the necessity for war. In the wake of the Burning Legion's defeat, a global war with the Horde, now led by War Chief Sylvanas Windrunner, threatened everything that Anduin held dear. Though he led the armies of the Alliance across Azeroth, he remained dedicated to putting an end to the bloodshed, even if it meant getting his hands dirty. The war ended with Sylvanas abandoning the Horde, but she subsequently tore open a gateway into the Shadowlands, the realm of death, and her allies brought Anduin and other leaders of Azeroth into captivity in the Maw. Though the other captives were freed, Anduin remained a prisoner of Sylvanas and her ally, Zovaal the Jailer, and was ultimately subjugated by the latter's domination magic and turned into a vessel forced to carry out the Jailer's will. Zovaal used Anduin to devastating effect in order to come closer to achieving his goals, but with the help of Azeroth's heroes, Anduin eventually managed to free himself from the Jailer's control. Afterward, he decided that he would not yet return to Azeroth, as he needed more time to recover from his traumatic experience. And now he's 25. All that in a quarter of a century. Like, dude. There's a little... That's like the summary bit. But, like, yeah. Kid's messed up. I really wanted to sort of, how long did it take to get that title? I presume you're talking about the Insane. A while. I don't really have like a summary amount of time because it was accomplished over many years. Like I did a little bit here and then I did a little bit there and then I did a little bit there. And then finally, one day I told my community, when I was much, much smaller, I told my community that I wanted the Insane, and they're like, why don't you do it on stream then? And I'm like, okay. And so then anytime I wasn't working on it, they were all like, when are we doing more Insane farming? When are we going to get the thing? And I'm like, fuck. So yeah, and I went mad. Yeah, I lost my marbles a little bit doing the pickpocketing because I didn't buy the lockboxes and I didn't get my community to do it. I did it myself. Like I went and did pickpocketing with the Murlocs on the Isle of Keldanas, and it just, dude, it took a while, but it's not as difficult as it used to be. Like I did it after a lot of the changes, but it's not as difficult as it used to be. It does take dedication though. Definitely does take dedication. I would recommend that if you do want to go after the Insane, do some reading up on it. Figure out what parts are going to be the hardest for you personally, because something that was easy for me might be difficult for you, depending on how content you are with grinding and repetitive tasks for hours on end and stuff. And see if you can like maybe even hop between the different objectives a little bit and just make it a bit easier on yourself. And you don't have to do it in one sitting. You can do a couple of hours here, a couple of hours there kind of thing, and just kind of whittle away at it until you have the title. But it is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, and it gosh, it feels good when it's done. It's one hell of a milestone. So question, do you think we're all buddy-buddy now, or do you think Horde versus Alliance will break out again in another war? I think the faction war is over for the foreseeable future. I think it's over for the foreseeable future. We have the World Soul Saga. We've got cross-faction guilds, we've got cross-faction play, we've got all this kind of stuff that, like, all these barriers that are being broken down between the factions. And the lead into this entire 3 expansion saga is a leader of the Horde and the leader of the Alliance working together. So I mean, there are absolutely going to be spats, don't get me wrong. But given that Sylvanas isn't here anymore for the foreseeable future, I think most of the bad blood is settled. So Gen obviously had a big issue with Sylvanas because of the Worgen. Sylvanas is gone. Tyrande had a big issue with the Horde because of the tree. Sylvanas is gone. Jaina had a really big issue with the Horde because of Theramore and all that kind of stuff. But that seems to have been settled a while ago. She when we were in Legion, she was like, I don't know, like, I don't know if she was 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 like, I don't know if she I think it was Legion, she cracked the shits when Khadgar said we need to bring everyone into Dalaran and we need everyone to be able to fight this threat, and she said, nah, screw this, I'm out. That was when the whole Jane is a Dreadlord thing was, yep. She portaled her ass out of there because she didn't want the Horde in her Dalaran because of what they'd done to her home. But since then, there have been conversations, particularly with like her and Bane, and I think she had a chat with Thrall and stuff like that. I think she seems to have settled that grievance for now, I think. But I don't for a second think that they're going to be all happy families. I think there's going to be a lot of sort of wariness and stuff like that, especially from those characters who have those deep-seated hatreds. They might have ongoing issues kind of just sort of settling the fact that, right, this undead in front of me is not Sylvanas. You know, like, I think there'll be some pain points there, but I think for now it's at the very least a truce, if not completely over. Personally, I think. I think the faction war is over now. We're fighting for our home and for Azeroth herself in the new X-Pack. Yeah. Although we are getting a new battleground. So that's interesting as well. I'm interested to learn the story of the new BG. Frankly, I think it'd be a terrible move to have another faction war. Yeah. We'll have another faction war when the Ebon Blade need to go on another recruitment drive. He was in Shadowlands for a while, lol. Yeah. He's had an eventful life, very much so. Went mad whilst going insane. Yes, I truly went insane. If you grind it from start to finish, it is at minimum a week, but that's if you play a lot of hours a day. Yeah. I would genuinely recommend, if you are wanting to go after the insane title, it is a big one. Take your time with it. Take breaks, do other types of content. Like, set yourself a couple of hours a week aside where it's like, this is my insane grinding time kind of thing. And get a group together. Talk to people in the community. We've got amazing folks in the Discord. It's discord.gg/Fiamma, all the links down below. Or you can get it in chat with the chat command. There are some amazing people in this community, and a lot of our community are collectors. And I don't know how many of them have the insane title. So if it is something where people get together in a group and farm together for a couple of hours a week or something like that, that could be an amazing way to not only get it done and meet friends and have fun, excuse me, but also accountability buddies. Yay! Keep you on track. If you're feeling like you're like, oh no, I can't do this, at least, you know, hop in, chat with them and hang out and keep that motivation going, you know? 130! This is a 1 in 200, so I mean, I'm not angry yet, but I'm still lucky. How? Oh, 138. I've got 8 more attempts before it becomes unlucky. Ruh-roh. I think the Horde versus Alliance faction war won't happen again. I do see other conflicts arising across other borders than just faction. Yeah. It'll be interesting. I'm curious. I'm looking forward to it with like curious anticipation. We don't even have enough manpower to have a faction war. Yeah, look, most of us are dead. Her going back home also helped very much so. Very much so. Jaina's brother is an undead that's shacking up with the leader of the Forsaken now, isn't he? Yeah, I think so. Kalia Menethil is the leader of the Forsaken that you're thinking of. She's part of a council. They've got the Desolate Council, which is a group of Forsaken who are going to lead rather than a singular, like, queen of the, or king of the whatever. So there's a council of them. It includes Lillian Voss as well. But yes, there was a very fucked up storyline there somewhere. You are right. Could be like, well, the Horde Alliance need to blow off some steam, so here's some battlegrounds. Yeah, true. Skirmishes, training. Argent Tournament 2, Electric Boogaloo. Oh god, that was so much fun. That PvP boss. I genuinely, like, it was such a new thing, and it worked really, like, it worked surprisingly well, in my opinion, from my granted terrible memories. I don't have a good memory. Why is that not? Oh, I see what's happening. I've got a staff on. That's not right. Let's try that again, shall we? There we go. I still want Forsaken of all races. That would be very cool. But I think there's a, like a morality issue there. Because in order to make an undead of a different race, you've got to have them be dead first. I think that's probably why we haven't got them. Is because we don't, yeah. Hey Johnny, welcome back. Oh, wonderful. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hope work's treating you well. There's always a fucked up storyline with the Forsaken. Yeah, you're not wrong. Because Juna's about the being Horde, I don't think she's super hyped for War with Horde. Yeah, no, agreed. There are so many like cross-faction connections with named, like with main characters now, that it's, yeah. Yeah. But don't they exist? No, probably not. Well, because when you think about it, right, the way that, so most of them would be human and elves, right? Because that's where they kind of waged the wars and stuff like that. You didn't really see... Yay! Amazing Thursday, that's fantastic news. Glad it's working. Most of them would be humans and elves. Because of where, like... Do we have stories about Arthas, or not, because Arthas didn't really create the Forsaken so much, but like the undead plague and stuff ripping through the Dwarven and Gnomish populations. Technically Death Knights are undead. Yeah, technically, yeah. Yeah, you're right. But I am curious now. Plague of Undead. No, that's not... Not Plague of Undeath, this one. This one. Plague of Undeath, Blight, or simply the Plague, is a magical affliction first conjured by Ner'zhul, the Lich King, under the direction of the demon Lord Kil'jaeden, from his icy prison within the Frozen Throne in Northrend in order to create the Scourge. The Scourge was intended to be a vanguard for the Burning Legion, Ner'zhul's captors, during their attack on Azeroth. So it was spread through, like, it was the plagued grain thing to begin with, right? Using his will alone, the Lich King this is the third war, the Lich King spread the mystic disease to human settlements of Northrend, killing them and causing them to rise again as undead. Yet the Nerubians proved immune to the plague. So there could have been Nerubian undead, but they were immune. Transporting it across the sea to Lordaeron, distributed to the populace. I'm imagining that it wasn't distributed to the dwarves and...
First troll king. Wish I could be there to greet you myself. My power has
like, do you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. The plague just didn't get to the other races, so it didn't make them undead. Is kind of what I'm... Scourge mostly affected humans and elves. Yeah, that's it. So that's why they all look that general shape. Because even elves look mostly humanoid. When you take away their ears and eyebrows and stuff, you know. No can of worms. No, don't be sorry. Like, no. This is a good thing. We like talking about this kind of stuff. It's interesting. You can raise any of them that die, and like in BFA, they can do it unwillingly, but between Forsaken and Ebonblade, if Horde and Alliance team up versus something that's not in dead people lands, they just do battle res until they die strat. Yeah. Yeah, it was the storyline of Warcraft 3, plowed from Lordaeron through the Plaguelands to Quel'Thalas. Yeah. Good morning, Mask. Welcome back. Other thing is we know there are other planets out there, but we've only traveled to like 1 or 2. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so I think basically that's the reason. So when the Forsaken were originally formed, they were formed from all these dead humans and elves because that's who had been raised as undead by the plague. If we tried converting people to undead now, that in effect kills them, which is frowned upon. Which is why we can't, like, just go and do it to more of them. Now that we've found the Pandaren, why can't we turn some of them to undead? Well, no, that's illegal. I'd say that's probably why we don't have others. Even elves look mostly human when you take away their ears and eyebrows. When in the world did you do these elves? Got them infected by plague. Turned them into undead. We're talking about why there aren't other non-human undead. Like non-humanoid undead. Like why aren't there Pandaren or goblins or orcs or whatever. And that's why. Because the plague that turned them undead never really got to the other races. Yeah. Even elves would be fine if it weren't for Arthas's march to Quel'Thalas, that's it. I mean, we can only play as undead humans. That's because there only are undead humans. That's what I'm trying to make the point of, Maj, is that there aren't any others because none of them were converted. And to convert them now would be illegal. That was what I was saying. Finally set some goals for now to a new X-Pack, which is 1 new achievement a day and 1 zone quest complete, 1 a character. Ooh. See how far I get before new X-Pack. Jesus, that's a 1 new achievement a day, Musk. Far out. I'm not sure I could do that. Most of the achievements I've got left are high effort. So I don't think I could do maybe 1 a week. You were talking about your elf taxidermy. No! Stop trying to make undead. Smack, smack, smack. Yep, that's it. Hi, Scarlet! I also think there are no more Valks to raise more undead in lore anyways. So unbelievably cold. Oh no! Do you have like a blanket or a jacket or something? Oh! Through the course of his experimentation, Ner'zhul ensured that the affliction would specifically target humans for undeath. Long-term affliction of the plague causes a certain reanimation of activity in the dead, as if the corpse is waiting for further commands. Those who die by the plague are only lying dormant in their graves, awaiting one skillful in necromancy to awaken them. So it doesn't take a Valkyr specifically, it can be someone else skilled in necromancy. Though non-human races and creatures, and even the land itself, were susceptible to the plague, it was humanity in particular that Ner'zhul meant to scour from the world. As a result, infected flora and fauna reacted differently. Symptoms ranged from fatigue, nausea, fever, to minor hallucinations, but rarely resulted in actual death. Diseased and decaying, but not truly undead, these beings were not under the thrall of the Lich King. Hence, while undead representatives certainly do exist among the ranks of the non-human races, these particular agents are examples of undead created through necromancy rather than the plague. An example of the plague turning a non-human creature into undead is that of the skeletal horse. One of the few creatures that thrives in the plague lands is the carrion grub. They can reach huge sizes and are immune to the plague. A prime example of a carrion grub is Borogor. Excuse me, the plague lands also have heavy populations of massive mushrooms, which also seem to thrive in these conditions. There you go. Interesting. What is AMA? Ask me anything. I'm still at 25k achievement points, so for the next few weeks I'm set. Let's see, first till the end of the year, of course. Take it month by month, isn't that right, Musk? Well done. That's a great goal. So I was like, oh my god, that's so difficult, but then I have 37,000 points. So, yes. A little bit trickier. I am not thinking of playing WoW, but I would like to ask you how you're so wonderful it should be illegal. Oh no, but if it was illegal, Barry, then I'd go to jail. And then I couldn't stream. I wonder why it took Velks to bring back so like 6 times. Good question, Matt. I'm certain. Culture vernacular, indeed, indeed. Young people speak. You know, I'm not one of the young people, neither am I. I just spent way too much time on Reddit before the protests. Also feel your Daisy Duke was amazing. I made this. Well, okay, I lie. I don't lie. I altered this. So, this is, it's a, like, yeah, it's a crop top thing, with a doodad and what stuff. I bought this from a hospitality supply store online many moons ago, and then I cut it off and I altered it, and I made the ties and stuff and took the buttons off and things. This was part of my Cruiser Diva cosplay for a PAX many moons ago, because it was my favorite skin of hers, and yeah. Let me find copy link address. What will that do? No, that's not what. Yeah, Cruiser Diva, as in like a vodka cruiser, spelt the same way, and then DVA. Have a look. You search on the what's a bib, and then yep, that was. It's not super accurate, obviously. And I actually tried dyeing my hair brown with a. You know how you can get those hair dyes that wash out in like 8 to 10 washes. I tried it and it didn't take. The red dye, it still looked super red. My roots went brown, and then the rest of it was still like a dark red. It was kind of funny. We tried twice. Is that the kind of top Daisy Duke, or is it? How about that? If only there were pics of it on Instagram. If only Fear could get her stream narrated by Waylon Jennings, but he's dead, so that's unlikely. Slightly unlikely. Maybe we can find some Valkyrie. Still learning how to Warlock? Oh god, me too, Mad. I play everything that isn't a mage with Gnome Sequencer Enhanced on button macros, because I suck. You go to Wholesome Jail, they have Wi-Fi. Oh nice, do they have like a stream room? And I have like a, yeah. So like, finish jail. It's all good Fear in jail, they feed you and cover your rent, you don't need to make money anymore. No, but that's not about, it's not the thing. I don't want to make money off it. I want to, well, I mean, at the moment I do, but if I was in jail, I want to stream. How to solo Warlock? Ah, okay. If I remember correctly, Sylvanas was only raised again in Silverfang Forest because 3 of the Valkyries sacrificed themselves for her. Jesus. Got a cosplay that you can reuse for everyday wear. Legit, every cosplay I have ever done has items that I can wear, that I just have in my wardrobe now. I had to think through that because I haven't done much cosplay. This is I did have blue jeans that went. I'm wearing black jeans at the moment. I had blue jeans that went with this top for the Cruiser Diva thing, and then and I've got. Do I still have the shoes and stuff? I think so. I've still got the 3D printed gun that I carried around bloody everywhere. But there's black jeans, so it's not quite super accurate. But then I've also got I bought a white singlet, like a chunky singlet from JJ's. Cut that off and turned it into a crop top and did the hem on it, and then dyed it yellow. And then wore it with blue Daisy Duke jean, the shorts, and red suspenders. And I have a red backpack and carried, can you see Togepi from here? No, Togepi's in the corner. For Misty, and did the side pony and stuff, and so that was a Misty cosplay. And I wear that crop top and the shorts and the shoes and all that kind of stuff all the time. And then for Shadowlands launch, I did Sylvanas. I have a Sylvanas dress from which was the one that shut down that did the leggings and everything. But I have a Sylvanas dress from them that's literally her armor but in like a skater dress form. And then I made a cloak. The cloak is not in my regular rotation in the wardrobe, but I absolutely use it when I'm cold. It's Mount Day. It is Mount Day, Mash. One's just got to drop now. I tried to play Diva once. She felt very weird, but I like her gimmick. At one point, I got really, really good at building up the ulti and then charging the mech and then ejecting myself and having it explode at the end. I got really good at it. And that was in Overwatch, not in Overwatch 2. So, and I don't know if I've not played Overwatch 2 at all. I want to though. Seeing all the stuff at BlizzCon is making me want to play fucking everything. Some jails you can stream from. I'm not really willing to experiment, honestly. Might be wrong, it's been a while since 11 on Silverpine. Yeah, almost same. Some of my recent cosplays, not so much. Yep. I forget, I thought it was 6 times Still has died officially. Yeah, I also forget. That's a good question. Chatty leads me to believe you haven't been playing WoW. No, I have been, Rejuve. It's more aimed at the fact that after BlizzCon, and the announcements at BlizzCon, I've had so many friends and creators and stuff like that reaching out in my DMs being like, hey, so seeing that stuff from BlizzCon has really made me want to try playing WoW. Can I ask you questions? And I'm like, yes, of course. So I thought I'd open it up to you know, the general public as well. Yeah, the question is not I'm thinking of playing WoW. It's are you thinking of playing WoW? Ask me anything. Ask me the things that you need to know before you make your decision, kind of thing. I'm sorry that you misunderstood. I'm sorry that it was not clear. It seemed to make sense to most people though, so I think I'm alright with the phrasing. Hey Cam, welcome back. Speaking of Sylvanas cosplay, it always amuses me when my world collide. I saw an amazing Sylvanas cosplay from BlizzCon in my LinkedIn feed this weekend. Oh yeah, cosplayers are phenomenal. I think most of your tunes are Horde. Well, 35 to 25. Only just most. Wait, you may Overwatch 2 content? Oh my god. Oh my god. That could be bananas. I've started keeping track of things like patch launches, like season launches, patches, drops on Twitch, all that kind of stuff. I've got a calendar that I'm trying to build with all of those kind of Blizzard events to help plan streams of different games and stuff like that. It's gonna be a mess, but it'll be fine. I misread it. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Some person thought it was funny you put foam sword rack in the entrance of Mage Tower Storm where no one can get out or in of tower. Yeah, I've been told. I've been told, Cam. No doubt that will be hotfixed to be passed throughable at some point soon. They were lesser Valkyries apparently. We're not that powerful to raise Sylvanas solo. Mine would be 30-30. I don't know why, but I'm watching all WWE matches. Yeah, I would have done half and half. Except that when we got the extra 10 character slots, there were a handful of, like, for example, the class, the race-specific paladin mounts and stuff like that, that I had flagged as incomplete. And I had some Horde ones. So I didn't just make 10 Alliance to balance it to 30, because it was 30-20. So I couldn't just make 10 Alliance because I actually needed to make some specific Horde tunes to get some stuff happening, so... Yeah, I know. But look, I got there. I got there. Onward. So I've got this one and then 1, 2, 3, 4 more after this one, and then I'm out of 70s. I do have a 69 tune that will probably be able to do it.
My life resisting your master, only for you to bind me to his will and death.
And then I've got some 67, 66, 66, 65. Like, I reckon, I don't know. Should I stop at the 70s? Or should I try and see how I go? They, like, even a 61 can clear this place. It just takes fucking forever. That's the problem. Spicy wings, but oh, Yam Seeker. Hey, it's Weird, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Squish. 131 attempts for the Tombstalker. No. Oh dear. Oh, thank you for the ads commands, Em. Yeah, I've been getting really bad at that lately. We've been having too many, like, in-depth conversations and I'm just completely missing the timer, hey? Oh, excuse me. Free-for-all's officially dead. Huh? What? Oh! Didn't even see that. Oh. There we go. Add warnings for unreliable which is in, so that's two. Yeah. Ah, well done, Seeker. Good job. This is still messed up today. I can see mine. Although I'm not sure it was telling me when the ad was coming. I think it just told me that the ad was in progress. Just remember, incoming warning is not, yeah. Yeah. And you guys don't get to see the ad manager pop up on the dashboard, do you? Like, mod view doesn't have that. It's upsetting.
Help! These little ones have taken our scrolls and turned themselves into beasts. We had dispelling scrolls.
He doesn't know about no.
Close enough to use them. Watch out!
I feel like that would be a really useful addition, personally. I set the flyer only on stream manager. Yeah. None of you get access to that. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Be a really useful addition. I think so, yeah. Just so the the whole idea of mod view is that, like, the streamer should be able to focus on, like, creating the content, and the moderators can kind of help manage the rest of the stuff. I think it'd be really, really helpful to have that kind of a thing. Stream manager should allow you to see chat and list members in chat at the same time, but it doesn't, whereas mod view does. Yeah. Although, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't really check the users in chat. The only time I really jump in there to check it is when I've drawn someone for a giveaway and they're not speaking up and I'm wanting to see if maybe they're lurking or if they've just gone completely. But maybe that's just me. Don't make it either. Twitch doesn't really differentiate between editors and mods, which I find weird, to be honest. No, there are some very specific differences. A mod can't change my stream title, I don't believe. Mods can't. There are certain stuff with clips that mods can't do. Mods can't upload videos, but editors can. Like, yeah. If you think of editor as actually being video editor, it makes a lot more sense what editors can and can't do. God damn it. I was about to say, is your ads off, but I see you've picked it up already. Yeah. I do occasionally glance over to see if I'm rambling on to someone who has left though, so that's why I like having it up personally. Oh, okay. Interesting. Editors have more VOD access as I recall. Yeah. Yeah, if you just imagine that the word video is silent, like, it makes a lot more sense.
This temple is under Gahun's power.
Editors can access the channel's dashboard and help creators manage their channel by performing the following actions: editing stream info, running commercial breaks, editing video info, uploading videos, starting reruns, downloading past broadcasts, reviewing, searching, sorting, and deleting, including mass deleting clips, setting channel clipping permissions. Whereas moderators can time out or ban users, enable slow, subscriber-only, or follower-only chat modes, start, manage, and end polls, start, manage, and end predictions. VIPs can chat without being affected by slow, sub-only, or followers-only modes, chat without being affected by rate limits, and post links in chat even when links are disabled. And then artists don't get any special privileges, they just get a badge. I think editors make more sense if they didn't have mod features and only focused on video stream. Heart of the thing. But Zam, you have both roles. All of my editors have mod as well. You can take mod away from an editor, and they're just an editor. I believe. Except this artist, this but yeah, that's because you're an artist and a mod, Eli. My god. Cheeky. Cheeky. Did you figure out an issue artists get bragging rights? Artists do get bragging rights. Did I figure out an issue? What issue, Barry? Which one? There are several. We always have issues going on here. More rights for artists. The ads thing. Oh, no, it's just that, like, you know the ads notification down the bottom of chat? Like the purple box that comes up and how you can turn that off. We turned it back on again so that the mods, because the moderators and editors can't see the ads manager timer. So that at least it's supposed to tell you when an ad is incoming and when an ad is running, but it doesn't tell you when an ad is incoming. It only tells you when it's running. So yeah, that's what we're talking about, and I think that might just be that Twitch have decided to make it like that, unfortunately. More rights for me. Yeah, modern editor can be separate roles so that it can be given to people, like, they don't need to be mutually exclusive. No, they don't. They don't. But what tends to happen with me, Zam, is that when I'm figuring, I'm in need of more mods, I tend to go to people who are like already essentially behaving as a paragon of the community and are helping out in kind of like, you know, they're a moderator without the actual hammer kind of thing. And then from there, it's usually like my only editors, like you're an editor, Jas is an editor, and Rump is an editor. I believe Jas is an editor. And the only reason you guys have it is because you were helping me with stuff and you couldn't help me effectively unless you had you were helping me in your capacity as a moderator, but then couldn't help with a certain thing unless I gave that role. So that's how that kind of, for me, obviously for other channels it's going to be quite different, but for me that's how the editors kind of came to be, which yeah. That's useless. So just start with little doc with manager for me because oh yeah, that's what I've got as well, Barry, but the mods can't see that is the issue. Only I can see that, and the moderators want to be able to post the ads command to let people know that ads are coming and stuff, so yeah. I also would change my username, it's too much effort to change my brand at this point, so I'm stuck with it. Yeah, I feel that. I am a check notes paragon of the community. Yeah. Never said that was a good thing. The community is a bunch of little cheeky rat bags. And you were the cheekiest of all of the rat bags, and so, no. So the Paragons community, what does it say about our community? A lot. Yeah. A lot. But no, like, and look, there's no, like, I don't think we've ever said, I don't want this person as a mod. It's more been, okay, we need more mods. Why do we need more mods? Maybe it's a time zone thing, like all the mods at the moment have things going on in the evening, so we need someone for whom that is a different time of day so that they can be there. Or maybe it's an activity thing. Maybe we need someone who doesn't play a lot of WoW or doesn't do much community content, so that when we're doing the community content, there's someone free to do stuff. Like, it's always, there's always a specific reason. It's not just, we need more mods. It's, we need more mods because of this. And so when we look for someone, we like, who first comes to mind, and then out of those people, who most appropriately covers what we need covered, and then we ask. We ask them if they would be willing. And I have had people say no before, and that's totally okay. Moderating on Twitch is interesting. It's a different job in different channels. Mod a music stream, and that's kind of a lot more work than modding a game stream. Yeah, cheeky rat bags. That must be why I'm so at home here. Absolutely now. Aren't we all? I love that. It's the cheeky rat bag collecting stream. But cheeky in like a wholesome way. You know? Wholesome cheeky. Cheeky rat bag collecting stream, that's it. You have to be wholesome. You are wholesome.
This temple is under Gahul.
You were already wholesome. You don't have to be, you already are. Zam, winding back the conversation a little bit when you were talking about how, you know, you don't have to be a mod to be an editor. If you don't want your sword anymore, but you want to still help with the video stuff, then I'm more than happy to accommodate that. Like, that's... Y'all know that if you're ever, like, in a spot where you just can't for a bit or permanently or whatever, it's okay. All you need to do is ask. Someone now I'm excluded. No, you're all wholesome. So you exude mum energy, you're nothing less than wholesome. Correct! Exactly. It's hilarious, Seiko. Well, I mean, I find it hilarious. I don't know if anyone else does. But, like, I absolutely subconsciously see you as like my stream mum. But like, we are like the same age. So I don't know what the hell happened to my development somewhere along the line there, but yeah, I think it's funny. I like the sound of the Cheeky Rat Bag Collective. Yep. This is literally the first time in my life anyone has called me wholesome. I will treasure this moment forever. Look, there are different kinds of wholesome. Just because you don't see, like, just because it's not, like, a simple cartoon in pastel colors doesn't make it not wholesome, you know? Different kinds of wholesome. No, I'm cool, just think it'd be better for the platform. Okay, cool. I wanted to, like, give you the out if you were trying to, you know, but no. But I think they are. That's the whole thing. I think they are separate things. It's just that I personally don't use them as such. But, like, if I hired somebody to make clip compilations and edit down VODs for YouTube and stuff like that, if I had someone that I was paying to do that, I would likely give them an editor role, not a mod role. I don't need them moderating, but I'd likely give them an editor role so that they could just easily download the VODs and the clips and stuff themselves and handle that whole side of the production. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Presumably after a fight to the death using said sword. Oh my goodness. I'm proud of myself for my cold dead hands. A few of my old staff, they're young, very, very young, call me mum affectionately at work. People think it's weird. And for some people it would be weird. For some people they wouldn't be comfortable with it. But I would assume that if you weren't comfortable with it, then you'd say something about it. And that's what makes you badass. It was hilarious. I'm a cool mum. Oh, very much so. I witnessed firsthand you being a mother. And immediately and ever since. I mean, prior to that as well, but witnessing it firsthand, like, if I ever have children and I am a quarter of the respectful, calm, but authoritative mother that you are, I'd be happy. Because you are just bloody incredible. I do not ever want to see you get upset with me. Like, oh boy, I would be terrified. Yet they would still have more to, would they? Really? Oh, is that the, right. Right, okay, because I'm here thinking, but I can assign them separately. I didn't realize assigning editor gives you mod tools. Right, okay. That's a bit silly, yeah. That's very silly. Yeah, honestly, I think everyone needs someone like that in their life. The mum friend is such a healing thing. Agreed. Agreed. As long as you recognize that your mum friend is also a human with their own kind of. It is really, really easy with somebody as caring and loving and nurturing as a mum friend to like slip into. Whenever you're talking to them, it's advice seeking and comfort seeking and all that kind of stuff. It's so important to recognize that they're not your mum and that they too have stuff going on and thoughts and feelings and all that kind of stuff. And so remember, if you have a mum friend and you're just thinking to yourself like, oh boy, yeah, I offload onto them a fair bit sometimes, go check in with them. Ask how they are. And just make sure that, you know, yeah, because it can be really, really easy to slip into those roles. Really easy. I've done it before, as Seeker can probably attest, and then I kind of go, oh shit, how are you? Fuck. Yeah, it's... Mm. 132. This little love has made me feel very loved. Of course, Seeker, of course. Seeker, yeah, you're pretty okay, Seeker. Nope, cancel that. There were separate things in my memory. Oh, no. I don't think it was a long and baseless. I mean, it might have been a long discussion, but I don't think it was baseless, Sam. I think it was really interesting that we've all learned about the different roles. Because I don't think editors get a badge. I think it's just kind of a back-end thing that no one really gets to see. Oh, it's just me. So sometimes it's good to, because I mean, you know, most people here enjoy me talking about the behind the scenes crap, so maybe it's a good thing. I thought there was something too, Sam. I was just googling to figure out whether it was a superset. Looks like it's not though, yeah. Right, how do I get to King's Rest on an Alliance tune? Is it a really long trip? Oh, no, it wouldn't be. I'd take the boat to Zuldazar, yeah? Go Borealis, take the boat to Zuldazar, and then fly north, yeah? I think your cow was on blue fire. Is it the Tauren with the blue pokey shoulder pads? Yeah, they're pretty funky, hey? I think they're Night Fae. I want to say they're Night Fae, but I could be wrong. No, they wouldn't be Night Fae. They'd be Primalist, right? I don't even know. Bloody hell. It's Dormitory. Maybe I'll check the armory and see what she's wearing. Yeah, Shoulder Guards of Raging Tempests. It's the Primal Infused set. So that would have been... That's... Forbidden Reach? Is that a Forbidden Reach set? It is quite cool. And so that's the male set from there. Get your transmogs. Tomb Stalker. Right. Oh, I'm a mage. I can port. Good. Looks fine. It is very cool. This is... Let me drop this in chat. This is what it looks like. For anyone who's curious because they didn't quite see it because they were lurky or whatever, there is a link to it in chat now. That's my hunter. I should probably replace that necklace with the, heirloom one. Officially a car chicken, like a turducken, but human and alive. Oh my goodness.
Hello. Safe travels.
Enjoy your food, Zam. I think it's probably close to dinner time here too. I'm gonna turn that heater off. It's getting a bit warm in here. Be proud of me, Zam. I made a whole handful of VOD thumbnails today. And transferred a few more VODs to YouTube in preparation for edit and publish. When I say edit, I mean like the description, not the video itself. I actually got some stuff done. Shockingly. Zoom. Right, so we're at 132 attempts. We are still lucky. Just. It is a 1 in 200 chance mount. We're cutting it fine. Can't wait for these to all just be exalted. It'll be really nice. Ooh, dungeon, mythic, good. This is weird being able to go in here on Alliance tunes. It's been a long while since I've had a max level Alliance tune.
Welcome to the tomb of the first Troll King. Wish I could be
I
there.
have 1170s.
My power has already taken taken root.
That's insanity. I'm so happy with how much we got done yesterday. And we've got another one at 69, like ready to go. Kind of almost there. Banging out a couple of them quickly was a good call, I think. And leveling in the Dream Surge zone was also a good idea. I think we might do some more leveling. Work on that army. Work on the warband. So exciting. Oh, I didn't turn everything back on. Oh my god. I was wondering why things hadn't been happening. I didn't turn anything on. God damn it. That's embarrassing. Oh, the overlays. Yeah, was it working earlier? No, totally fine. Not a worry, Wings. I hope work went well. Blah. Thank you very much. Hope work treated you kindly. Or kinder than this dungeon is treating my army of toons, anyway. It's being very nasty. Thinking about where we need to go next, and I think it's Najata. Good day, actually. I was thinking this morning I was feeling so bad. Well, oh good! Yeah, my day's been alright. Bit productive, which is nice. Not super duper productive, but, you know, getting there. Getting there. Are you able to solo Eternal Palace yet? No. I don't think so. No, I kept getting stuck on it on Fear. On LFR. I think you might be able to, depending on your class. I don't know about mechanics-wise. But I think I just wasn't powerful enough on Fear. So a better player might be able to. Yeah. Wow, I actually did even more dev content having seen BlizzCon, right, Cookie? That's it. Everyone is high on that adrenaline, all the new announcements and stuff. Can't get enough. That's good. I'm really excited. Can't wait to have even more folks to play with. It's gonna be wonderful. Really wonderful. Which bosses are hard to solo? I feel about that raid actually when it comes to my soloing stuff. I don't remember. It's been a while. I just remember not getting very far even in LFR, just in like trash and stuff like that. I can't remember. It was a while ago. Haven't tried it recently, so maybe in more recent patches it's become a little easier. But yeah, usually with that kind of stuff, the easiest way to find out whether or not you can. I know that if there are any bosses that have mechanics that require more than one person, then you won't be able to do it, because I don't believe it's made, I don't believe it has been made soloable yet. But, like, in terms of mechanically speaking, but the only real way to know whether you personally can solo it is to go and give it a crack. Unfortunately. It just hasn't really, like, a couple of times it came up, like, pets and stuff that were in there that ATT wanted me to go get. But, nothing in Eternal Palace has come up for a while, so I haven't tried it in a while. I always forget how much of a difference gear makes. Because this is like a brand new, fresh 70. 284 item level. And I just ran through here earlier on my main mage, who's at like 420 something. And good lord, it makes such a difference. I just don't like often do stuff that's at this kind of level. I'm so used to doing like super old school stuff that I forget. It's mad to me that normal heroic and a few of the mythic zero key dungeons from current content soloable, but not old raids. Well, I mean 5-person versus 20-person. Like 10 to 30-person. Yeah. It makes sense. Raid encounters are designed just differently to dungeons. Like, the raid bosses are vastly different. They're designed to have that many more healers and tanks that can swap and blah blah blah. Like there's, yeah. Just because the levels are the same doesn't make the encounters similar, unfortunately. Behind, like, under the hood, there's a lot more going on.
You are not prepared.
Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. How was your stream today? Welcome in, raiders, if you haven't been here before. I'm Fia. It is lovely to meet you. We are doing some Mount Farm Monday today. And just chatting about WoW in general. And Twitch, apparently, as well. It's been a good stream so far. Really going well. Good afternoon, Draz. Welcome back. No dungeon has a mech that requires more than one person to complete. Yeah. Yeah. It's a very succinct way to put it, Jazz. Ahoy, raiders, indeed. Hope you're well there. I am indeed. Hope you can say the same, Ryu. If you need to take care of yourself, please do. Go and do all those, you know, the food things and the leg stretchy things and all the fun stuff. Such a massive difference, my lord. That's fine. Blame you instead of playing retail again. Oh my god, yes! Blame me, please do, and tag Blizzard ANZ when you blame me. You've been #influenced. Back to farming all the transbox amounts. Yas. Amazing. I hope you're having fun. Like, you know, blame all you want, but as long as you're enjoying yourself and having some fun. Not much point if it's not fun, right? Yeah, I'm well behind on my mount collecting. This one has been taking just so long to drop. Sure, I'm good. I am very good at influencing people. Yes, correct. Loving it. Good. I'm so pleased to hear that. Season 3 is exciting as it's literally this week and 3 expansions. Damn, Chris saved the day. You say that like it was Chris's entire plan to make it 3 expansions. You don't think it was like, you know, a team effort. Behind in all of it, but I'm getting back into it. Yas! Amazing. There was a good period there where I was like steadily increasing my mount count and then it just, nah. And then just nothing for far too long. Raids and dungeons, yes, incredible. So good. Welcome in on new raid events, yes! Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's always just Chris. I'm very sure Chris did little other than present it, but still. I loved, there was an interview with one of the oh shit, hang on. I don't want to butcher this. Let me get this right. There was an interview. It was on the Saturday. No? Marie Hamilton? Maybe that's who it was talking about. But basically there was like a lead designer person. Like a fairly high ranking story person. And she was apparently all, you know, third-hand knowledge kind of thing. Apparently she was pretty damn nervous for Chris to come in for the first time because she was essentially doing kind of what he did back in the day, and she was just really nervous and kind of anxious about having this powerhouse of stuff in the office and not in her role, but like kind of but then when he came in, he was just so lovely and was really and the moment that he said, "I loved playing through Dragonflight," everyone just kind of went, "Oh, okay," like, okay, thank God, like. And then when she started actually, you know, when they started throwing ideas back and forth and really brainstorming this shit, he had so many great ideas and was incredibly passionate about stuff. But then when someone would say what they thought, he'd kind of be like, "Oh yeah," and then he'd start kind of riffing on their idea with them and stuff. Like, it was just so amazingly collaborative, and that he was really involved, but also let others have their kind of, you know, like, you know, almost like he's good at his job or something. But yeah, it's something special to have someone like that back in the ring with everyone. Back at it tomorrow, yes. We've all had a great day, absolutely. All the great days. She knows. Finally done with Sandstorms in Azure Span. Also finally finished petting Bakaji. Yay, Musk, well done. Holy shit. The killing the killing 200 mobs in each of the type of storms. I've done a handful of them, but good lord, there's just, dude. Yep. It's really rough when, and this is very much a first world problem, I'm aware of this, but when you're a content creator who has a set schedule for streams, and you want to achieve things, you want to get a mount, for example, and the mount that's on your list is, you know, the mount that's at the top of the list, and you kind of go and you go, oh, That's from a Maw Assault from the Night Fae. Night Fae's not up. Shit. So, like, and you have to kind of wing it with that kind of, so like with, if I was going achievement hunting, for example, trying to do the storms, the elemental storms achieves for killing 200 in each of the different types of things. If I log in one day and I'm like, yeah, let's do elemental storms, and then I check and I'm like, actually, I have all the achievements for the storms that are currently up. Crap. Like, it does make things a little tricky. It does make things a little tricky. But again, like I said, first world problem. Baby, gotta feed my fat face. Go for it, Ryu. Enjoy your food. Food is delicious. Food is love. Food is literally life. Also, BFA no longer being the starting leveling set will probably retain new players. There'll be dragon riding and all sorts of fun stuff from day one. Yeah, for sure. For sure. We will see how we go. I honestly still, like, people complaining about BFA being the intro expansion, I think it's a bullshit argument. It was a great starting point for people to learn the lore behind, like, what is the Horde and Alliance. But now that we're moving into, and the war between the Horde and Alliance and why we're in Shadowlands and all this kind of, it made sense. It still makes sense, but once we move into the war within, it doesn't make sense anymore because they're not at war anymore. So we need a new intro story. So I agree with the change that they've made there. But I also agreed with the original choice. Every now and then, I go kill Breezebiter for Mount China. Yeah, that's gonna be one, like, I did some camping. Is that, no. Azure Span. Liberator Slavin. There you go, I've got 20 attempts from way back when. I would just sit attuned there and camp it while I was doing, like, stream stuff or housework or whatever. It worked well. That's probably not something I'll do on stream though, because I think the spawn for Breezebiter was a bit long. 20 minutes is kind of my cap for farming a respawn on stream. Because longer than that and it's just boring as sin. If you also, I'm actually looking for it just to finish as much as possible, of course, absolutely. I'm actually not complaining about BFA intro, merely the quality of life that comes with early dragon riding will make the game more interesting for the first time people. Yeah, very true. That is true. Sorry, I've had so many people complain about that I guess it's kind of a reflex these days, hey? Kind of like, you know, if you get a haircut and it doesn't quite look great and you have a whole bunch of people kind of go, did you get your haircut? And then you're like, yes, and they go,
By the sun.
oh, okay. And then you, Sari, thank you so much for the Prime resub. Much appreciated. So you have all these people being like, okay, you did get a haircut. Lovely. And then someone finally says, you know, did you get a haircut? And you go, yes, I know it looks terrible. I need to get it fixed. I know. And they go, oh, no, I was actually going to say it really suits your face. You know, and it, yeah. Same vibes. Same vibes. I probably should have killed more of the totems, but oh well. Done. Alrighty, up we go.
Silence, prophet of lies! I spent my life resisting your master, only for you to bind me to his will and death. These accusers will die, but I need not listen to your prattling while I make it so. Complain all you like, my king, but you should have realized there was no escaping Gahun.
To be honest, there was a lot of good in BFA, just that Azurite armor overshadowed a lot of the positives for many people. Yeah. Yeah, I think there was a lot of good in BFA as well. There was a lot of experiments that they tried. Like a lot of experimental stuff. And some of it didn't work so well. But if you don't experiment, it can be like, if you never take a risk with an experiment, you're never going to discover something great. So unfortunately, sometimes they're going to fall flat, hey. But when you make a mistake like that, the important thing is that you learn from it. You learn from the flub and move forward. And they seem to be doing that more consistently these days. We'll just have to wait and see how it keeps going. Oysters. People complain about the grind in BFA, they love the similar grind in Legion. It might be because they did the similar grind in Legion and then they had to do it again, and so they're like, wait a second. And so what Blizzard's learned from that is don't do the same grind 2 expansions in a row. There's not been many truly bad yet. No, I agree. There have absolutely been some issues and not fun things, of course. But overall, 133 attempts! I saw this and kind of went, and then I saw the Azurite bits around it. I was like, God damn it. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. Right, so I have 2 more attempts on 70s. 2 more 70s to go. Did feel a little bad for the person presenting Classic Kata. It was a huge amount of work they did with some quality of life, and the response was not ideal. Now, while Kata wasn't the most popular, the person presented a great job and deserved a better reply. Yeah, it's... I kind of felt the same way for Hearthstone. Like, the Hearthstone presenter. Because, like, the first thing you get is, like, World of Warcraft! Like you get, like, well, not World of Warcraft, but you get, like, Warcraft, the Warcraft universe! And we're all like, yes! Tell us Classic Plus! Tell us the expansion! And then it's like, Hearthstone! Yeah, I felt for her so, and she did a phenomenal job. Like, she brought the energy. Even if the energy wasn't quite there for her, she fucking brought it. It was good. But, yeah, no, that was... yeah. You said World of Warcraft. You said it, Mortal Kombat, yep. Yeah. It's, look. Where are we? Tomb Stalker. This one. Dragon Scale Base Camp. Okay. To be honest, they should have saved the retail reveal until later, I feel. It was a showstopper? Yeah. Yeah, look, it was, wasn't the retail reveal, like, the last thing, though? Coming after me, someone was like, how can I top? Yeah. Wasn't it the last one? I thought it was the final, like, the Warcraft universe was the last thing. I don't remember. God, it was 5 in the morning. It was 5 in the morning. Oh, right, portal to Nazmir and then fly to King's Rest. Okay, I get it, I get it. Yes it was. It was last thing on day 1, first panel on day 2. Ah, yeah. Well, that's the thing though, like, I think having it as the first panel was a good thing because it got all that stuff out of the way so that folks could go and, like, explore everything on the show floor and stuff like it's... Where am I going? This way. I think having it first meant that people could go to it and then go and explore stuff and then come back for the closing bits and bobs and the community doodads and whatsits and things. I don't think it was necessarily a bad choice. With those, like, the opening ceremony is for everyone, and that order is highly orchestrated, but all of the other panels and what order they come in, I don't think they really are. I think it's just kind of, how do we put this so that all of our developers and stuff can go to the different places and do their signings and hangouts and all that kind of stuff around this panel that they have to produce. I don't think the order of panels is that important. I think the order of the opening ceremony is the only really big thing. It was Kata, then Sod, then Retail, yeah. And it was Hearthstone, and then Rumble, and then Kata, and then Sod, and then Retail as the Warcraft thing, wasn't it? So I do think Kata deserved more feedback from the crowd. Didn't watch the Rumble stuff as mobile games don't interest me much. I'm sure they're much better than they used to be. Sitting hunched over a small screen for several hours is not comfortable. Why are you hunched? That's the beauty of a phone or a thingamajig, is that you can literally have it at any angle you want. But the thing with Rumble is it's not a several hours thing. It can be. I've played Rumble a fair bit. I've had access. I'm pretty sure I had alpha, but I know I had beta access. And the thing with Rumble is that you can literally pick it up and play a 7-minute game, or 5-minute, or 2-minute, really. Some of the maps go really quick. You can play a couple-minute game while you're waiting in line at the bank, or the DMV, as someone said in one of the interviews, or you can sit down and play it for hours on end. Like, it's so unbelievably flexible, and they wanted it to be that way because it's mobile. You know, you're waiting in your car in line for the car wash, and the car is off, and so you play a game of Rumble until it's your turn to move up in the queue and go and get your car washed, kind of thing. That's what it's designed for. And it works. It suits it so, so well. It's very, very well done, and it's so much fun. My god, it's a lot of fun. Irony is, if they made a PC version, I would play it. I mean, it's a new WoW RTS. No. Not really. It's, they called it tower defense meets real-time strategy, but it's not what you're expecting when you say RTS. I think you might want to actually give it a play before you formulate too many opinions about it. It's a very particular type of game, and Blizzard have never made anything like it before. You're driving to work, stuck in traffic, have some time to play a quick couple rounds. Not while the car is running. In some places that's illegal. Don't break laws. Playing Rumble while I wait for BGQs. Yes, Din. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I love that. Welcome on in. I hope you're enjoying playing your BGQ Rumble. I hope you're doing well. You're on the job site working the crane. The guys can't decide whether they want you to lower the 80 tons of iron, so you pop in a few rounds on your phone while you wait. No. To be honest, even if it's not illegal in your state, it's not safe. Imagine accidentally touching the pedals while the engine is going. Yeah. It's not, yeah. That's why I specifically said turn the car off. Like, I was very careful with my choice of words there, for a bloody good reason. like, you know, all well and good talking about putting your life at risk or your car or whatever, but it's also talking about the lives of the other people on the road. Don't be a dickhead. I'm not gonna lie, I drive cranes at work, and on truck delays I'd play Rumble. Yep, amazing. As long as everything is turned off. As long as there's no way, nothing you're needing to concentrate on, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, waiting for queues in game is the perfect time to knock out a couple rounds of Rumble. And it's non-punishing as well. So like if you are halfway through a Rumble match and your queue pops, you can just drop the game, put it down, do your thing, and you're not gonna lose anything. Unless it's PvP, but you know, PvP maybe don't play it while you're waiting for queues to pop. You're in surgery and the anesthesiologist is fiddling with his machines. You get a couple of battles in while you wait to sew the patient back. I'm way to play Rumble on a big screen from a comfy chair. I'll give it a go. Perhaps I'll airplay it to the TV. Interesting. You know it's designed to be played on a small screen, right, Cookie? Like, all of the text and stuff like that is sizable because it's designed for a small mobile phone. I don't know why you want to blow it up to massive proportions. It may just render it a little unreadable. You know, pixelated and stuff. Don't like staring at small screens, lol. Well, I guess then don't play Rumble. Like, but what I'm saying is don't form judgments about the game until you play it. But also, yeah, it might just not be the game for you, and that's fine, but you don't need to make up excuses for it. You can just say, I don't like mobile gaming, and that's it, rather than all the other shit. No, oh no, I've gotten to the resigned sigh level of exasperation from fear. Feels like the danger zone. Try to be normal. Normal? What is normal? To be honest, iPhones don't pixelate over AirPlay. The screen on iPhone is almost 4K as it is. I agree, I should play a few rounds to decide what I think of it. Yeah. That's fine. I think it'd be very interesting playing a game that is intended to be used with touch controls when you're not looking at the screen to figure out where you're supposed to be dragging the stuff to, and then constantly like trying to figure, like, yeah, that doesn't, so like, yeah, Just personally, that sounds not great. Let me watch some 80s sitcoms real quick to try to find out what normal people do. I'll try to emulate that. Oh, Jesus. Look, that's, God. It's also designed for portrait view, which works well on mobile iPad rather than landscape monitors, TVs. Insert in the background, Danger Zone by Kenny Loggins, yes. Kenny Loggins, maybe? Maybe? I don't remember. So it plays the background in my head, T5 went to King's Rest, Rumble. Watching a stream of Clear Trash while talking about Rumble? Rumble, yeah, literally. Literally. It's Kenny Loggins, yes. I was like, Loggings, that sounds too formal. I was just, my brain was slightly confused for just a moment. It's very funny. Oh dear. Nah. No need to apologize, Neke. Don't stress. It wasn't supposed to be like a call out or anything. It was just my brain kind of short-circuited for a second. that's why he went with Loggins, more casual. No, I think his actual name, his relative cousin maybe is Dave Loggins. Also an accomplished singer-songwriter. Awesome. Oh, interesting. Interesting, to be honest, after pressing enter, I started to doubt myself if I typed it right. Brilliant. We're all on the same page. Brains. Why do they? Brains.
Thousands of years ago, a blood contagion almost
Zoom zoom.
As the dead choked their temples, golems were constructed to dispose of the diseased bodies. I'm sure it will have no problem disposing of you.
Yeah. This will be our 134th attempt. Nice. It's pretty much a leap of highway to the danger zone. Kenny Rogers the gambler, and You're So Vain by Kelly signed in my head all day long. Oh, and Fallen by Sarah Malone. Oh dear. What has my brain been stuck on lately? Is it called? Oh, Wasabi by Little Mix. I know, totally out of left field, but it's a banger. And the lyrics are amazing as well. Like, I mean, okay, not amazing by the, you know, same standards as the best songwriters that ever have lived, but I like the story, so it's cool. Once I actually get to move and set up my pole at home, I want to choreograph. Rap God, Jesus. You know, I'm actually quite impressed by Little Mix. I'm not sure that I know if I know that song specifically. I find them to be very good vocalists, which can be rare in that sort of fabricated teen pop. But yeah, they were the result of winning one of those music contest show things, I think. X Factor. British X Factor. Some of their songs are a little bit interesting, like it's like, what? But, Wasabi in particular, the lyrics essentially is, you know, like, love me, hate me, but you're still talking about me, and look what I got because of it. Thank you. So yeah, and I vibe with that. So and the beat, oh man. I just, anything with a strong beat will just get me moving. And I can't, yeah. There's some content involving for them, don't recall this. Yeah, it was, yeah, X Factor thingy. Yeah. Yeah, it's on Spotify and stuff. So yeah, jump on, take a listen. Let me know what you think. Love Me or Hate Me by Lady Sovereign. It's also British, it's more grime. Anyway, it's pretty epic. I don't know that I do. Love Me or Hate Me by Lady Sovereign. I don't know it off the top of my head, but I'm also very bad at knowing songs, like who sings them and what they're called and all that kind of stuff. Like if I get, sometimes I'll be like, what? No, I've never heard that song. And then I hear literally the opening bar, not bars, bar, the first 4 beats. And I'm like, oh yeah, I know this song. So yeah, yeah. So I may well know it, but it doesn't ring a bell. Definitely did not chart in America. I don't know about Australia. It's pretty British. Fair. Very fair. I'll have to take a listen later. Oopsie. I'm surprised that hit. Is Wasabi a song or a person? Wasabi is the name of the song. the group that performs it is called Little Mix. Not Minx, Mix, as in like mixing bowl. Yeah. So, wasabi is also a derivative of a plant, yes. But no, wasabi is the song, Little Mix is the... I don't want to say band, because they're not a band, they're a group of vocalists. The girl band. The girl group, whatever you want to call it. Can we just talk about Jade Thurl's amazing Geordie accent? Epic! Oh my goodness. I am not entirely sure that I've heard it, to be honest. As you know, I was going to do for Olympics. Did you know? No. I get a little, like, my music tastes in particular are so bloody diverse and varied. I feel like sometimes when I mention that I'm, you know, hooked on an Ed Sheeran song or hooked on something from Ariana Grande or whatever, that I'm gonna be put in a box. She's that kind of girl, you know, but I'm not. And not that there's anything wrong with being that kind of girl, but then it affects future interactions and future like song recommendations and stuff. But in honesty, like in reality, I listen to so much random ass shit. Like so much shit. My liked songs list on Spotify at the moment is large. How many's? Let's have a look. $516 songs. Is there some kind of way that I can genre my playlist? No, it doesn't look like it. That's right. But yeah, it's varied and diverse. It's not all just pop. I'm flying to see my parents next December and it's a long flight. Is there any WoW books you'd recommend for someone who doesn't know much of the lore? Ooh. Yes, very strong Pussycat Dolls vibes. Absolutely. That particular song. Some of their other stuff, not so much. But Wasabi in particular, yeah. Very much so. Ooh, good books. There's one that's been released just recently, I think. I haven't read it, but, since you're from there though, Castle, yeah. You can share a Spotify playlist on your soon to launch Patreon. Variety music as well. I don't know what else to put in the Patreon. It feels bad asking people for money and then not knowing what to post there. That's weird, you know. Also, all of my Spotify playlists are linked to my birth certificate name, which is not ideal. Black Magic Remix is the biggest hit. Right, so I believe, Neke, that there's been a novel that's relatively recently released. Let me just see if I can find something mid-boss fight. Talk to me so everyone to share Spotify. Yeah, that's literally hey. I would love if they gave us a way to like anonymously share playlists, but as yet, not a thing. Thank you, Dem. Yes, War of the Scaleborn. That's the most recent one. I knew it. Yes, thank you. Otherwise, if you don't know much about it at all, Chronicle might be a really good starting point. I think there's 3 of them. I think there's 3 Chronicle books, and it's literally a history of the World of Warcraft kind of thing. I have to go free, cannot fear, and duplicate the players over there. Too much work. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think Spotify is a genre sort option because there's no consensus on genre naming. True, very subjective. very wide-ranging names, and some people don't know thousands of genres. Songs per genre. Yeah, very true. Very, very true, Womble. I know that on my phone, like on the app, I can, like, get a vibe. So the PC version of Spotify, no. But in my liked songs here, I've got Pump Up, Angst, Dance, Sad, Acapella, Spooky, Chill, Nostalgia, Electro, Emo, Happy, CCM, and K-pop as the suggested theme music. And I have other things come up as well, like every day it kind of, those tags seem to shift. I can tap that and it'll filter my liked songs by that kind of vibe. And I have seen things in that list like pop and R&B and rock and stuff like that. So it does have the capability, just not in the desktop app, unfortunately. I'll check those out, of course. Let me drop this here for you. So that's the official website, and that's a list of the books. I don't think that's all of them. No, it's not, because Sylvanas isn't there. But yeah. So it'll give you, like, you can click into them and see, like, a summary of what the book's about and stuff, in case you want to hunt for one in particular that takes your fancy. The song so does sound like Pussycat Dolls. Remember when I heard Troy Almaz's recording of Don't Show, I was like, this will be a hit. A year later, the Pussycat Dolls came out with their recording. I was right about the song, wrong about the artist. Never did find the backstory of what happened there. Let's find out. Don'tcha is a song written by Busta Rhymes and CeeLo Green and produced by the latter. The chorus is a slightly modified interpolation of the chorus line sung by Sir Mix-a-Lot in a song he wrote called Swas. The song was originally recorded and published in 2004 by Tori Almaz, former backing vocalist for the hip-hop duo Outkast, and was released as her debut single. After minor success and dissatisfaction with Universal Records, Almaz gave up her rights to the song. Pussycat Dolls, an American burlesque dance troupe who were poised to reinvent themselves as a pop music girl group, were offered the song from Universal. The group recorded a new version of Don'tcha with raps from Busta Rhymes and released it in 2005 as the lead single from their debut studio album PCD. The Pussycat Dolls version received positive reviews from music critics, many of whom highlighted it as a standout track from the album. However, some of them criticized Busta Rhymes' appearance. The song was a commercial success, peaking at number 2 on the US Billboard Hot 100 and atop the Dance Club Songs and Pop 100 charts. Outside the US, Don'tcha topped the charts in 15 countries. An accompanying music video for the song was directed by Paul Hunter and featured the group doing various activities, including jumping on a trampoline and drag racing in Jeeps. There you go. Yeah, no, we're not talking about how long ago it was. We're not talking about that. Basically, I've heard you talking a lot about the lore. I'd like to understand a bit more on it. And with 16 hours on a tin can, it's a good time to catch up. You're not wrong, Neke. That's perfect. 134 attempts. No bloody dinosaur. And lurking, how are you doing? Very well, Riz. How are you? Welcome back. Hope you've been enjoying your lurk. It's not, yeah, let's not ever talk about that yet. When does it... Not happening. Not happening. Oh, goodness me. How dare time continue moving? How dare. It is time for a lack fit. No, I'm mount farming. It's Mount Farm Monday, not Lax for Seeker Monday. I've still got a 70 to go. I've got 11 70s now. Oh, yeah. Oh, goodness. I think last night's Uber stream is starting to hit me. It's fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. Is there not a dungeon mount you need? Yes, from Mythic Dungeons. Unfortunately, the earliest dungeon mounts that I need are from BFA. On Mythic difficulty. Which aren't lackable because you can only do them once a week. Today from 7-year-old. How long ago did you get that tattoo? Well, this one was 13 years, so that one must be 15 years. Wow, you're old. Ew! How dare. How dare, matey, how dare. Okay, what I'm hearing is time to start asking really involved lore questions. I'll put my thinking cap on. Boo. Oh, I'm hurt, Seeker. You excited for Wednesday? New patch, Seeker. These little info dumps need a little caption at the end. Would you like to know more than a link to the article being read from? Yep. Yep. I can give you that article though. Here's Don'tcha. No, child, see, you are stupid and young and stupid, so there. Yeah. Literally. Okay, not Ruins of Anchorage. We want Tomb Stalker. Portal to Ashran. We click it. Your birth year has 19 in the front. Wow, no, shut your face. I don't want to hear about people being born in the year 2000 being 23 years of age. That's illegal. Click it real good. Yep, that's it. Except was working with... was about to skip a grade, so young, yes, stupid, eh. Stupid compared to you, matey. Except the mage tower. Why? Where am I going? Oh, okay. Wait, to the waking ship. This character must not have the boat to Zuldazar unlocked. I reckon I can unlock it. I work with a 23-year-old, it's traumatizing. Yeah, I don't. But I'm also self-employed, so there's that. I may have mentioned it here before. I was at a pool party at a friend's house over the summer and someone's preteen kid asked me if I was the hostess's husband. My friend who was hosting the party is 70 years old. I asked him, how old exactly do you think I am? He was like 68. Oh, dude. Dude, how about this David Tennant interview where he mentioned that it's been 15 years since he first played the Doctor? I like those generations TikToks. Last one I saw had both millennials and Gen Alphas freaking out over the Furby being re-released for very different reasons. For context, presumably you aren't 68. We don't know you. You might be 43. There you go. Ouch. Ouch.
Hero, your timing couldn't be better. Mechatork is fading.
Champion, Azeroth cries out for your aid. Come to Silithus.
Oh, I have to do this whole opening. Ugh. Alright, we're gonna do it because I no doubt I'm gonna have to come back here. It shouldn't take too long. Wait, just Stormwind. And then I've got to get to... Yeah, we're not doing this. I can't half the Dal? Jesus fuck. Okay. This tune is a baby. You're not wrong, Kenzie. How old do you need to be a teacher? Kid 2, like 50 or something? How old do you think I am? Your kids are very stupid. They might be book smart. They might be, you know, skipping grades and all that kind of shit. But then they're not smart. They're intelligent. They're not smart. You know, how this works. Yeah, but you can't use it unless you've actually earned it. No doubt I'll have to come through here again in Before the Mount Drops first try. Oh my god. No, well, I'm again, this is going to be my 135th try. But first try on this tune, yes, that would be lovely. I would enjoy that very much. Is this the right boat? No. It's Prabor Admiralty. That's right back to where I was.
What brings you here? In unity, we find strength.
No superfear. Hearth, yep. That's it. Oh wait, I think it might be 44 now. I guess I had a birthday at some point. I don't know. I always thought people were being affected when they said they didn't remember how old they were. I actually started forgetting these past few years. Luckily, I'm 11 at heart. Yeah, I have, every so often, I'm kind of like, yep. It does help that I'm a 1990 baby. So if it's 2020, and my birthday is so early in the year, so if it's 2023, chances are I'm 33, you know? It's helpful. Many times I got my age? Yep. Yep, I had to like think it through. I forget how old my parents are, my sister and usually me. They go, yeah, that's it. That's it. So it's fine. Even like from January 1st, even though I wasn't 33 this year, I was about to turn 33. So I could just, you know, yep. Same with 1980, how old am I? Is always followed by what year is it? Yep. My SO corrected me once as I overaged myself by a year. Oh, lovely. On the SO, I wasn't even rounding up. I was just wrong. Yeah. Yeah, it happens. Gone are the days of being 12 3/4. Birthday is Feb 11, right? It is. It is. It's close enough to the start of the year. It's actually available on Throne. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I can see it because I put it in on there because Throne, the page for Throne does like a special thing on your birthday, apparently. But like you can put special events in. And the birthday thing, it tells you how long until. So there's an events tab. So you add a special event like a milestone, birthday, etc. for your profile. We notify your followers about the event in the following ways. 7 days before, a countdown banner starts showing up the top of your wish list. Your followers receive a notification and an email about the upcoming event. And then 24 hours before, the banner changes to celebration mode. Confetti everywhere. So, yeah, if you're following me on Throne, you'll actually be notified when there's special events coming up. And I've put in, it's 11th of Feb. Next year it's on a Sunday, which is convenient. And it says Fiamma 29, because on there I'm Fiamma 29. Fiamma 29's birthday is in 97 days. So I'm literally 33 3/4. Mail envelope dances now. Yeah, it is funky, isn't it, Seeker? Makes it easy. Yeah, it's also how I aged the tattoos in previous instance. I got the second one. We got married in 2010. Ah, lovely. So you're saying become a streamer, never forget how old you are again. Yeah. I don't know. Let me see. Head up my birthday calendar. I make a note of everyone's birthday when they happen to mention it so I can remember. It's important to me to remember people's birthdays. Yeah, that's lovely. That's really cool. But yeah, you can follow Fia on Throne and you'll get notifications for stuff. Well, at the moment it's just birthday. There's birthday, milestone, anniversary, and custom. I can add my stream anniversary and my partner anniversary on there. I don't know what other special times. I don't think there really are many other special times, are there? Riding amount on a boat, how things have changed. I remember when there was every chance you'd fall out of the boat in a fatigue zone and get demount on the other side if you're mounted on transition. Far out. Gosh, they've fixed so many lovely things, haven't they? Yeah, well, I need to actually change mounts anyway, because... Oh shit, I haven't... Oh no. Alright. Just clutch adding of glyphs. We're all good, we're all good. Still dismount out of habit on transport. I mean, I don't know if you're married, your wedding anniversary doesn't seem like the sort of thing to put on Throne, so yeah, probably just those dates. I'm not married. Can confirm. I'm not married. So the video of the race had you in hardcore? Yeah, I know. I know. Definitely shouldn't put you on anniversary. No, because I'd be lying. Lying in exchange for presents. problem is my stream anniversary is quite, like, it's only a couple of weeks after my birthday. We pinned it somewhere, didn't we? Or did I put it in my phone? I think I might have put it in my calendar. I did not. Go me. No, it's the 20-somethings. We had it we had it noted somewhere, and it might be in mod chat in like the pins or something. No. No. Where the fuck did we pin it? I need to find this. Otherwise I'm gonna forget again. My Twitch shows partner anniversary on the dash, but it doesn't show stream anniversary. Usually I think Jas is the one that tells me what it is. I can't find it. We did have it pinned somewhere and now I can't find it. So that's unfortunate. Speaking of Jas, are we having dinner at some point? Married to streamer. Yeah, no, that's we don't want to put that out there. Really good with future predicting. Oh dear, I've got to call my friends list of chicks who lie in exchange for presents. Why does that make me laugh so much? Oh dear. Strange. Tickets for Bruce Springsteen in Dublin next year start on sale on the 8th. Just check him straight to select tickets. Expensive though. €320 for 2 decent tickets. Yeah, that's about right for like shows and stuff these days, especially for a really big name like that. Your housemate, I wish to marry my stream. Please perform the yeah, nope. 100% believe there's a part of Twitch subculture where it is a thing for the housemates of streamers to officiate their wedding ceremonies to their streams. I wish I do not go on, however.
Look at me. You just like Jas with food already.
Were you actually cooking when I asked you when?
Yep.
Oh my god. Timing. Because my stomach is like angry now,
yeah,
and I was like,
it's
oh.
8:30.
Yeah. You hear it?
I need some food.
Okay. Thank
I
you.
brought you the solution.
What is my stream anniversary date?
Sometime in February, yeah. You think I remembered off the top of my head? Like,
Baby,
my name in chat.
Oh, your name in chat.
Click my name in chat.
User Jaspereth. February 24th, the day you created your account.
Yes.
No, shush, I'm giving you food. Holy shit, it's up for 75. Look at all the badges you have. Hang on, I need to show you guys this because this is it's a snipping tool. So this is what you see in mod mode. Put this in Discord in general. So many badgers. But yes, Feb 24. I knew it was the 20-something. Sorry, that was me. Hello, Di. Welcome back. Doing well, thank you. Hungry. Oh, fancy voice thing again. Bit of humor with greetings. Never heard anyone at the end of a long day for some. That's it. Absolutely. Last to a big venue, expensive tickets were being expected. Absolutely, Jen. Bruce Springsteen won't be alive much longer. Is Jazz. He's still the boss. Yas. 2 or 4. The 2 consoles than before. Insane. Oh, that would have been amazing. Hello, Beck. Welcome back. A bit late to the AMA. No, it's fine. Totally fine. Do you have any questions you would like to ask? Look, a lot of what, I mean, we have been talking a bit about lore and stuff like that, but other stuff as well, so it's all good. It's all good. Right there, right there. Mm-hmm. Phobe. Alright, so I can put in on the 24th, look, it's on 24th of February, 2024. Thank you, 2024. Is the stream anniversary. God, the formatting is terrible. That should, yeah, repeat yearly, brilliant. Then we have anniversary of it's the 23rd of June 2024. Their partner anniversary. There you go. Mythic Inward. Like your mount, thank you. It's the Solar Spirehawk. One question I have is I wonder if I should start from the beginning again or if I should continue from Warlords. Okay, so there's a thing called the Welcome Back pack. If you log into your account and you have characters that haven't been logged into for over 60 days, which I have a feeling is accurate for you, there's an option you can click there. I can't show you because my characters get used too often, but the option basically it gives you a kit of gear that is like level up. It's not a character boost. It doesn't level you up. It keeps you at the same level, but it replaces your gear with like a set that's now, because over the years there've been squishes and squishes and squishes and everything's a little bit wonky. So it gives you a set of gear that's appropriate to your level and then mails you the gear that you were wearing. And then after it's done that, it gives you the option to clear out your quest log so that you're not being like, wait, shit, wait, what? You just, it's empty. Starts empty, you log in, and then it gives you the breadcrumb. It drops your character at Chromie so that you can choose an expansion and just start leveling. So it's not quite starting completely from scratch, but it's starting from close enough to scratch. The other option that you've got is that you start a fresh tune from level 1 and it'll drop you on Exile's Reach, which is a fantastic learning to level zone. Like learning how to play and all that kind of stuff. So that'll give you like a reintroduction. So what you could do is start a new tune, play through Exile's Reach. If you're enjoying it, keep going. And then the tune that you haven't touched, do that Welcome Back pack later and then keep leveling it once you've kind of gotten a grip on the newer mechanics and stuff. But yeah, the mount is the Solar Spirehawk. It drops from Rookmar in Warlords of Draenor, from one of the world bosses. That was a good one to farm. It was good fun. But I hope that helps, Beck. I'm so excited for how many people are like chomping at the bit to get back into it. It's amazing. So good. This is my 135th attempt and my final level 70. So it'll be my last attempt for the day, and then I will jump on to the next mount on the list, which I believe is in Nazjatar. Which is good because it's World Quest bonus week. Sign of the Emissary. Bonus wrap. Looking backpack sounds ideal. Definitely look at that. Yeah, the quest log would overwhelm me, but yes, I love that idea. The new tune option sounds good too. Thank you, of course. Eases my mind. The bird is so pretty. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It does suit me. Firebird. Yeah, no, like over the last handful of years, Blizzard have gotten really, really good at like the new player experience and welcoming back returning players as well. It's a pretty smooth experience, which is really good. Hello, silly shards. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Started playing yesterday. I have no idea what's going on. I had a character at level 50 from when I tried WoW before. Hitting things is fun. Good. I'm so glad you're enjoying hitting things. Is there anything in particular that's kind of spiraling your mind? Like tripping you up and you'd like to know what on earth is going on? When did you last play? The other good thing is there's some pretty good guides available online now to get you to endgame really quickly. Yeah, I think the world record 10 to 70 right now is just over 4 hours. It's bananas. It does take us, like, it does take some pretty particular stuff that a new or returning player probably won't have access to. Like, that's very much for, like, an army of alts kind of leveling. A lot of those kind of super, super quick guides, but even just doing it casually without heirlooms is still pretty quick, which is nice. This guy Thrall, there is a guy Thrall. That's a thing. Oh my. Uh, 2017-16, it was in Legion. One of my friends had no one to play with, so he dragged me along. I just kind of followed what he did rather than actually be invested in it. Gotcha. Yeah, one of the pitfalls to jumping in with friends can be that, like, if you kind of get quote-unquote carried, like if they just kind of drag you around, it can get quite overwhelming quite quickly, especially depending on how fast they move through content. But look, give it a go at your own pace. You said hitting things is fun, so it's a great place to start. Just move your way through from quest to quest and from zone to zone and just see how you feel. If you run into anything that's a bit confusing, feel free to let us know. If you're feeling super overwhelmed by everything, it might be a good idea to start a fresh character, because that way it's starting it as like a completely fresh start, so it'll be teaching you how to play as though you've never played before kind of thing. And it might, potentially, depending on your brain, everyone works a little bit differently, it might help things stick a little better. Lucky said he had no idea what was going on. I was going to share my newfound information. No, it was not. That 4-hour time does require a lot of prep with potions and zone buffs and particular timing in the year. That room fair, yeah, even without all that, 6 to 7 hours maybe, yeah. Or like 12 if you're fair and play when you're streaming and talking to people. Being distracted by lore conversations. And that's 12 just 60 to 70. Never mind 1 to 60. Yeah, it's... You can do it very efficiently, but I wouldn't recommend that for a new player or a returning player. I'd genuinely recommend that they just take their time with it. Don't bother about the speed leveling strats and all that kind of stuff. Fuck that. Just focus on what's in front of you and explore the game and learn. Because the problem is, if you do those whole like rush kind of strategies, there's a chance that by the time you get to max level and you start trying to do endgame, that you just don't understand how to play. And so it's not a fun experience because you're just struggling with all these buttons and everything. It's, yeah, better for your first tune to just take your time, learn what you're doing, and take it from there. Good morning, Phoenix. Welcome back. I'm doing pretty well, thanks. Hope you can say the same. What characters are your fave, mage? You mean if you mean like classes to play, if you mean like NPCs, like which characters that are part of the story and stuff, Sylvanas. I'm not a loyalist. I just love that she's like, I love her story and how just overwhelmingly sad it all is and all that kind of stuff. Thrall is a badass because everyone loves Thrall. Khadgar is, I want to smack him in the face, but he's great. And Rathian is just such a snarky little what's-it. They're great. They've always got great interactions and stuff. I was hard carried through everything to that point. I've been doing the Wrath of the Lich King, but I'm nearing 60. Should I continue with Wrath, or do I need to move to the Dragonflight stuff? When you hit 60, it is recommended that you start Dragonflight, yes. But it's up to you though.
No.
So you absolutely can continue the Wrath story if you want to see how it all pans out and you want to keep going with that story. You definitely can. It will just slow down a lot. Like the experience that you get and things like that won't be worth a whole lot. And so your speed at which you're progressing through the levels will pretty much grind to a halt. But that's okay. There's no rush for you to get to 70. You're very welcome to stick there for a second and just experience the story. On the other hand, if you do want to get to 70, what you can do is at 60, switch to Dragonflight, get up to 70 and do your gearing and whatever you want to do there, and then as a level 70, come back and do the rest of the Wrath quests to learn the rest of the story. Either of which is totally fine. Or you can just drop Wrath. If you don't care, it's fine. We moved to Dragonflight to 60. Well, you'll be taken back to Chromie, but you can then go back and return to Northrend to keep going if you want to. Person zone, if I'm getting experience way too quickly. Doing good things. Love the game top. Thank you. Beautiful with your hair. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Oh, I missed it. You can carry on then. I thought you got booted out. Oh, you do. You get ported back to Chromie, but you can then take your butt yourself, like, back to Northrend to keep going. Yeah, you're not like banned from the continent or anything. I'm missing Rathan, Anduin, and BFA. Where Anduin went, I'm over your. It was the best. Love Sylvanas and Thrall too. I'm keen to delve more into their stories, hoping there's plenty ahead of me. I'm assuming there will be. Absolutely back. Sylvanas has her own book now. It's a whole novel that's just about Sylvanas' story. Right the way through, from Ranger General, I think was her title, right the way through to her story in Shadowlands. I think Thrall has a book as well, but I'm not sure. I haven't read any of that. I haven't finished Sylvanas' book, but I'm getting there. Yes, it's great. From the parts of it that I've managed to get through, it's not a difficult read or anything. I just am entirely too busy. But it's a beautiful book. Oh, I need to read that. Yeah, it's one of my favorite books, the Sylvanas novel. It's beautifully done. Beautifully done. You can buy it on the Blizz store. Probably. But the shipping from the Blizz store to Australia is prohibitive. I wanted to get the What Sword t-shirt. The t-shirt itself is $35 USD, and shipping to Australia was $40.11 USD. So all up, $75.11, and then converted to Australian dollars, that was $115. I'm not paying $115 for a t-shirt. No. But I believe you can also buy it on Amazon. Thrall's in a couple, I think. Definitely the pre-cater book. Oh yeah, Thrall's in a couple. I was more talking about something that was focused on just the specific character's story. I think there is literally a Thrall book about his whole journey, but I'm not sure.
This temple is under
I'm not sure. Liz doesn't do Australian conventions. They also don't do Australian stockists. I think the only chance for me to not pay exorbitant shipping would be to get a really like big group of us to order something and hope it arrives before PAX or something like that, so that we can split the shipping. Or have a chat to my Blizzard ANZ contacts, but I think I've exhausted the goodwill there for a little bit. Give them bored with the swag. What are your 5 classes to play? From memory, I only have an elf hunter or warrior, I think. Gosh, I need to check. Kind of tempted to download WoW now. I mean, you can log in without a subscription. It just locks you to like a trial account, so any characters that are over level 20 you can't log in. Well, you can log into them, but they can't gain XP and stuff like that. But you can absolutely log in with an account with no subscription on it. Yeah, you can play to level 20. It's like the free trial experience. But I mean, they do swag, artists. They very much like, oh, the amount of swag I've gotten in the last couple of years has been really, really lovely. Like stuff that you can't buy as well, which is very cool. But yeah, no, I don't know. We'll see. I think about starting a new character level 20 to see if it grabs me before I consider reactivating the subscription for existing high level characters. Yeah, it's a really good plan. It's a very good way to do it. Just kind of not excited about doing that Exile Island thing again. I wonder if you've got higher level toons on the account, even if it's not an active sub, because once you've done one toon through Exile's Reach, you can go and do the old starter zones. But I don't know what the flag is for that. I don't know if it is like character at 60 or 70 or, do you know, I'm not quite sure. Only one way to find out. When you create the character, when you click like accept, it'll come up like Exile's Reach or other place. If you can't pick, then it means you're in Exile's Reach. I mean, God knows I probably need a tutorial. Look, Exile's Reach is actually, it flows pretty well. Especially as a new player experience thing. I've done it a handful of times. Try to lead. Ah, brilliant. That would be lovely. Better I just done it a few times. You and me both. Did I mention I have 60 characters? Been years though, maybe I wouldn't find it too tedious to do again. Possibly. Only one way to find out. You did mention that. Shocking. I feel like I never mentioned that. So when that warband comes around, will your screen be crowded? No. No, because it's a maximum of 4 on the screen at a time. Then you'll have like the standard bar down the side with all your other toons, but no having to switch servers anymore. All your characters from every server will be listed in there altogether. But then the 4 that it actually shows you choose like your favorite 4 toons. You know, most frequently played kind of deal. Deep channel lore. I think I was just lucky enough to be here the one time you mentioned you have a lot of holes. The servers. I know, right? I mean, there still are servers, but yeah, they're all listed together. You don't have to switch them around and stuff anymore. Yeah, could you imagine 60 of them crowded around a bloody... It'd have to be a bonfire. Big chunky thing. Also, don't forget to tune in on Wednesday, guys. Drops are happening. We have drops enabled here. Watch 4 hours and earn your Dotty pet. And of course, see all of the fancy new 10.2 stuff. Did they explain the joint bank on Warband? Talking about crowded. They haven't really given us too much information yet. Like, it's still very limited, very early kind of things. What kind of information are you interested in, Captain? Like, explain in what way in particular? Maybe I've read something that you haven't seen yet, and I can help out. Maybe, who knows? Potentially not. Nothing in particular? Ah, fair enough, fair enough. Ah, Phoenix, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. 18 months, my god. Such a long time, holy cow. Yeah, so from what I've seen with the bank, I mean, they have explained that the Warband reagent bank will be able to be used to craft on any toon. So that's really funky. Like just dropping, like, you know, drop your cloth in there and then switch to your tailor and just open up and craft no matter where you are, which is very cool. No having to check the mail and crap. It did have up on the top of the right hand side, it had a little plus symbol like it does in guild banks that can have more tabs. So I would imagine that you'll get more space there. I don't know if it will be any bigger than a guild bank, but it doesn't necessarily need to be, I don't think. But look, we'll see. We'll see. I'm sure we'll get more information eventually. I hope the joint bank comes before my bank is packed with crests I need on other characters. I don't think it will, Jin, because it's a feature from the expansion. I think the earliest you'll expect to see it is the pre-patch. They don't, like when they announce features like this, they don't release them in other patches, they release them with the expansion. And so when you get expansion goodies, the earliest you'll see that is a pre-patch. Just that my toons banks are really crowded if they're going to be 15 toons on the same bank. Oh, no, I think it works kind of like a guild bank, Captain. It's not that all of a sudden none of your characters have their own bank. It's that they have a character bank and there's the warband bank. And then maybe even also a guild bank. I don't think it, yeah, because soulbound items, like if you've got something that's soulbound, that's not warband bound, that's soul bound. That's still tied to your character. And like they showed with the warband until equipped, that then becomes soulbound and you can't trade it between your characters anymore. So I would imagine that you'll have a warband bank and a character bank. Thank you for the biddies, Welsh, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. That sounds right. Yeah, like that, to me that makes sense. Like I don't, like, can you imagine if you've got your bloody artifacts from Legion, that's soulbound, you can't put it in a warband bank because your warband alts can't use that. It's soulbound, so it shouldn't be able to go in there, so where the hell do you put it in your own character bank, you know? Yeah, makes sense to me. Quality of life is gonna be so good. Oh, Beck, it's gonna be amazing. I can't wait. It's gonna be great. I'm thinking, how's you this morning? Yeah, I'm doing alright, but it is 9 PM for me, so definitely not the morning anymore. Ziggy Voice 2 player, welcome to Sim. Wow, fantastic. Yeah, it's, they're not gonna reduce the space you get to have stuff. That's just silly. I'm curious to see if it's going to be like the guild thing where you can buy a couple of tabs, but then to like unlock the final ones you need to do certain achievements or things. Like I think that'd be cool. That'd be really funky. Wait, you can play a little dragon guy now. That's cool, as you may have guessed. I'm looking at the character creation screen. Yeah, that's a Drakthir. So Drakthir is the race and Evoker is the class. Drakthir can only be Evokers, and Evokers can only be Drakthir. But yeah, they're funky hair. Have we drawn Artis back in? Artis did say that he was going to be doing, you know, jumping on the non-subscription account and just giving it a crack to 20 to see if, excuse me, see if it's worth it. Unfortunately, the Evokers do start at a higher level, so you wouldn't be able to play that on a free trial account. Look at what the streamers do. I know, right? I'm influencing. Little dragon guy. So good, right? Just seeing them limited to one class. Since I'm just trying to test out, maybe I'll do the Dragon Man. Yeah, no, you can't. The Drakthir will, even if you did pay a subscription and you had access all the way up to Shadowlands, you still couldn't play Drakthir. You have to have Dragonflight to be able to do that. But if you do enjoy up to level 20 and you're like, you can pre-order the War Within and you get Dragonflight as part of the pre-order for free. So that's nice. Alright, we're at 135 attempts. We do not have the mount today, but we're gonna jump onto a different one. Oh! Okay. Well then, yeah, if you, as soon as you reactivate your sub then you should have access to the Evoker. If you're on the same account. Now I suggest a Paladin. No! Well, sure. Just not for me. Otte. Is it grid? I think it's grids. Reputations. Okay, so we're looking at a BFA rep. Waveblade and Cohen. So that's Paragon. So Liliane is the one I have to do that stuff on. And then on Saurfang, it's Fear. Oh my god, she's so close. We could get it. Alright. So what that was, in case you didn't catch that, when you, old school non-renowned reputations, when you were back in the old school reps and you had like normal, like neutral, friendly, honored, revered, exalted, once you hit max exalted, you started earning, for some reps, you started earning Paragon. So if you kept earning rep, when it hit 10k, they'd give you a box of goodies to say thank you, and then you'd start filling it up to 10k again. Every time you got to 10k, you got another box of goodies. Most of these boxes of goodies had mounts in them. And there's one from the Nazjatar rep that I don't have yet, and I just noticed that Fear is 98% of the way to a shiny box. So we're gonna go get that because that's the next mount on my list. Maybe I'll be one of these cowmen. Torin! Fear loves them, Kappa. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, let's get it. Yes! And then hopefully it will drop. It's a 1 in 19 chance. And I've had 6 boxes so far. And none of them had the mountain, obviously. Shiny box incoming. Hopefully. Let's do it.
Something has spooked one of the Brutusos, sending it into
this one.
panic.
Watery portally. Getting mad. Thank you, Phoenix. I was talking about you loving the paladins. I do have too many paladins. But it's because they all have those racial mount things. How dare they? Okay. I can't do the world bosses still, I don't think. Abyssal Fried Risol is just like the best thing. 129 gold. A. Good vibes for the day. Send some your way. Thank you, Phoenix.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries
I'd buy 10 of these for 14 gold and get 129 gold in return.
If you find anything exotic, bring it.
You waiting for a welcome mat? Try not to be too reckless.
Shackled. Right, so I need 32 more rep. I thought that might tip me over, but it didn't. That's okay. Cave of Murlocs. Actually, what's this one? Yeah, no. Cave of Murlocs will be fine. Let's go. Installing now. 92 gig. Oof, yeah, it's a big one. My installation folder is fucking massive these days. In a week, give me the option to do Exile's Reach or Cloud. Ah, amazing! There you go. So you got the choice. You don't have to do Exile's Reach. Hello, the Queen. Is it Queenu? Please let me know if I've pronounced that incorrectly. But welcome on in. I hope you're well today. Getting back into the game, playing DK for the first time. Ooh, exciting. Would it be alright to ask about Raid Mythic Plus etiquette if there's any at all, aside of using consumables? Yeah, sure. Of course it is. Etiquette, right, okay. Knowing roughly what you're doing before you go in there is usually a good idea. So for raids, like, even just as simple as reading your adventure guide in here, like you'll have like a list of the bosses and what their mechanics and stuff are, just having a general idea. You don't need to go so far as like studying it and watching videos and all that kind of stuff. Like, you can if you want to, if it makes you feel more comfortable. But having a general idea of what the mechanics might be tends to be a good idea. LFR, if you're doing raiding in like an LFR group, so you just queue for it through the raid finder and go from there. LFR is incredibly forgiving, meaning that you'll stand in something and it'll kind of hurt and you'll go, oh, all right, don't stand in that next time. It's not like, and then when you get up to like mythic raiding, if you stand in it, you instantly die and wipe your raid, kind of, do you know? A lot more forgiving in LFR. It's designed for folks who don't, oh crap, there's an ad break. Good. Oh, I just saw the ad break. I feel terrible. Hopefully we can find out when Queenu gets out of the ad break and I can continue. I'll pause that and keep going once we get out of it. If I do the Mesa one, is it still a tutorial or am I supposed to get good already before I do that? It is still a slow introduction to stuff, but it's not quite so much as this button does this button does that. Wave to Gorgrok. Like, it's not as newbie friendly, but it still kind of introduces you to things a little slower. Adventure Guide is a good start. Yes, absolutely. What she said, yes, found when I did 1 to 20 the other month. You can do the racial faction studies on or Exile's Reach. Was good to mix things up. Think I'm bowing out when I did 8 characters in a week. Yeah, absolutely. I think you do still, like, your account has to do one thing through Exile's Reach before it lets you go elsewhere. But maybe the flag is, has this account completed Exile's Reach? Yes? Let them go wherever, which is good. Hey Vikings, doing well, thanks. How are you? Welcome back. Should I just ask you questions? Go for it. Go for it. I'm gonna get this box and then I'm not gonna open it until the ad break's over, just in case there's hype inside. Ooh, exciting. God, the mount would be really nice. Really, really nice. Well, we've got like a minute till the ad break's over, so maybe I'll eat some food. That's amazing, artist. Good job. Good job. We will need a mount drummer. We will. We will. I'm mostly worried about performance and dragging the groups down with me, even if I practice on dummies and read on both my rotations, tooltips, dungeon guides. Right, you've got to learn somehow. When you start playing, sometimes the pace is too quick. Yeah, so when you start playing, chances are most of the players in the group with you will have been playing for longer than you. That doesn't mean you're bad. It just means they're better. It's like when you watch grand finals of different sports and stuff like that. It's not necessarily that either team played badly. It's just that one team played better than the other, you know? And so it's the same kind of thing in dungeons and raids and stuff like that. There will be players who are better than you. No matter how good you get, there are going to be players better than you. And if you're open about stuff, there are some. So if you're open about stuff and say, hey, I'm new, I've read this and I've read that, but any group specific information would be great. There is a chance that some groups will kick you because some people are assholes. Like they'll kick you and they know that you're new. But it's better to be kicked at the start than it is to be yelled at later in the dungeon because they're assholes. They're still dickheads. That shouldn't be a thing, but sometimes it is. There are also some groups around the place, like some communities, not groups as in dungeon groups, but communities who run learning raids and learning dungeons and things like that. I've got plans to run more keys next season because I enjoyed it quite a bit doing our blitz through for KSM in 2 streams this time around. So I'm going to be doing a few Mythic Plus keys, and they're probably going to be a bit lower level to start. But there's a particular community called Perky Pugs, and they run like really regular learning raids and all that kind of stuff. So the idea is people come to that expecting that every single boss is going to come with an explanation, and if they want to rush, it's not the group for them. There's also when you're going into pre-made groups and looking for dungeons, you've got this playstyle drop down here as well. So you have standard, learning progression, and quick clear. So you can look for groups that are flagged learning progression. And that can be pretty helpful. Because that way at least everyone in the group is under the same expectation that it's not going to be a zip. Because players who want to rush through it and do it real quick, that's valid. And players who want to, take it a bit slower and learn what they're doing and smell the roses, that's also valid. It's different playstyles. Doesn't mean either of them is wrong, but it is great that we have a tool in-game, inbuilt, that allows us to kind of find a group that more suits what we need. Bloody beautiful. I try to find a guild that are friendly and casual to do content with too to start out. Yeah, absolutely. That can help too. I'm open about things, just that so far all the guilds I've joined initially were nice and then turned very hostile or passive-aggressive regarding... Yeah. I ended up making this new character in a different realm group altogether to get away from the Spanish servers. Very fair. What's for tea? Curry. It's delicious. Homemade. Yeah, so, Perky Pugs, they are US. I'm just trying to find... Where's the... Do they not have... What is the invite link? I can't find the... Hang on. Alright, this will expire in 7 days, and that's fine. So there's the Discord server for Perky Pugs. But they are incredibly strict around, like, if you are looking for people for your raid group, you cannot ask for an item level any higher than this. Like they're not, you know, you can't go and do a normal raid and ask only for people who have an item level at mythic drops. Like you can't do it. They delete your message, and if you keep doing it, then they ban you from the server. So like it's super chill, really great for new players, and they run regular actually like learning raids so that you can go along, have everything explained in depth so that you then feel comfortable joining more public raids and stuff like that. They're a fantastic server. I used to use them a lot. And I always recommend that players head there if they're trying to dip their toes into social content and stuff. Continue searching because regardless, maybe trying out plugging some very low Mythic Plus. You can list your own key Mythic Plus plugs in normal raids, or need practice to improve. That's it. That's it. You can even do LFR as well. Like LFR's it's an interesting place, but it's good to start like learning the mechanics, because the mechanics are roughly the same from LFR to normal, roughly. It's just that they do a bit more damage often. So it's a good thing to, if you know, you can kind of ignore chat and just learn what your character needs to do, kind of, yeah. You're doing a raid, amazing. Right. Mount? No. 7 attempts. That was so anticlimactic. Oh well. Maybe Pwn.
How can I help? You can count on me.
And there's a daily down there.
Can I do anything for you? Be careful out there.
Alright, so I'm just gonna pick everything up and get as much rep as I can to start working on the next box. Orange Channel LFR is in general a good idea, to be honest. Indeed, XO. Hello, hello. It's just me. Mount next time for sure. Possibly. We'll see. We'll hope. Fingers crossed. Should I wait 10 days to resubscribe? Why 10 days, Danny? What happens in 10 days?
I hope I have what you need. Everything has its purpose.
I have no trouble publishing my own keys. I agree it's the best way for people to be patient, as they're not using their own keys, so whatever. But I'm still worried I won't be able to learn anything beyond the basics of Frost DK, which is what I play. I don't know how reasonable that fear is. I think that's fairly unreasonable. At max level, you have everything your character is going to get. Like, you've got all your abilities, you've got all that kind of stuff. And from then, it's just practice. And practice against increasingly more difficult situations. So you're starting with your low key that you've got, and then when that times, then you level it up, and then that times, and it levels up, and so you're progressively getting against more and more difficult, and then when it comes to a point, then when it comes to a point where you've hit kind of a wall where it's like, oh, I don't quite have the skill to do this, it won't time, so it'll drop. And then you can run the lower one, and then it'll go up. And then you can try again at that higher difficulty level, and then maybe you fail again and it drops. So you try that one again and it goes up. And then, you know, like, the Mythic Plus system is designed to do that for you, kind of thing. It's all in the practice. It's all it is. Nothing much else that you can really do. Yeah. A message telling people to wait till the 17th. Oh! I thought you meant resubscribe as in World of Warcraft. Good. Because we're talking about people coming back to the game and stuff, and I'm like, why would you wait 10 days? 10-2 is in 2 days. Yes. Yes, you should. You should wait. Absolutely. Subfest will be absolutely bananas and amazing and incredible. And if you wait 10 days, you may get you'll get ads, but you'll also get to contribute to a greater goal when you do hit the button. Thank you so much, guys, for like helping my brain there. That was hilarious. Good evening, Frozen. Welcome back. I hope you're doing well. So there's everything. I know, it's fine. Think about WoW subscriptions. I was. That's exactly it. It's usually me who's just having to say this to you. Yes, look, we've traded places and it's totally fine. Because last night was a long one. It was. We accidentally 9 hours. It was great. I know what you meant. See, and you, yeah, exactly. There you go. Because that's all like we've been talking about for the last couple of hours is, you know, resubbing to WoW and coming back and new and returning players. And I was like, why 10 days? Like, is that payday or is that like, you know, I was very confused. But I'm no longer. No, don't need to apologize, Danny. It was hilarious. You've provided me entertaining content. Thank you, I appreciate. I'm crying. Good. Good. In Shadowlands, I'd often get my keys bricked because of people leaving keys without any word. Yeah, that's shit people. That unfortunately is a thing that happens. But when you post those, instead of posting them in the general group finder, you can post them in Perky Bugs. And that's, you know, it's a smaller subset of the community, but it's also a subset of the community that has some bloody patience. Or you can do things like running them with the community here. Having a time each week that a bunch of you get together and run a handful of keys and improve together is a good way to do it. You've got to also remember that people just leaving without a word is not necessarily on you. Especially if you're playing a Frost DK, you're a DPS. Like, often you can have one person who's not a great DPS, and it doesn't matter. They the rest of the group just kind of goes along anyway, and you get there successfully. Usually, people dropping with not another word is because like the tank or the healer are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. You know, like yeah. I get the sense, and I mean, I don't know you, so like this may be completely off base, but I get the sense from your questions and the way you're talking about it that you're quite in your head about this and that you might potentially be overthinking it and ascribing blame to yourself where there is no blame. It's just people being people and things like that. And you basically listed all of the, you know, the etiquette. The fact that you're asking about etiquette tends to mean you already know all the etiquette. So I think you're fine. I think it's just that you've happened to have some fairly dodgy people in your groups, and that's not really escapable. Everyone's had those experiences, not just in games, but in life. You know, how many of you have had not had a single job where there was a dodgy colleague? You know, like yeah. I think you're doing just fine. I think it's just a matter of practicing. Oh wait, oh fuck, I'm crying. There's an instance I'd get a 14 key lowered to 6 solely by pugs dropping. Yep, that happens. People are impatient. That's why servers like Perky Pugs are really, really handy. FDK pretty much relies on the basics of its rotation, so focusing on getting that down while adding in the more advanced bits is never a good idea. Never not a good idea. I was about to say, that doesn't make sense. Got a full day without kids tomorrow to finish up a lot of stuff before 10 too. Almost done with Dream Searches and Frack Assaults. Jesus, Musk, well done you. Yeah, I have this issue where I do the new stuff and then I'm like, right, what was I working on before? I need to keep doing the old stuff. So this patch, I really want to take some time to focus on newer stuff a bit more as well. But we'll see. I don't want to, you know, stream nothing but open world 10-2. Do you know? Yeah, I gotta be careful. But then again, content creation is different to just playing a game. Playing the game, you can do whatever you want, whatever you need to do. Content creation, it's got to be entertaining. So we'll see how we go. See how we go. Hi, Ori, welcome back. Great, thanks, hope you're doing amazing. Indeed, I am. Thank you so much for hoping. Listen to Frosty Boy here. He knows much about the WoW. Jas is a phenomenal Death Knight. Like, top tier. Not like race to world first top tier, but in terms of like more casual players, he is a very, very good player. At pretty much anything he decides to give it a try. I still had to catch myself a few times saying, whoops, okay, Pillar, I need to do Howling first instead of pressing Obliteration. Well then, yeah, just practice that kind of stuff until it becomes second nature, Kui. That's, like, step one, hey. You've also got to remember that there's this mindset among, especially when you're looking at, like, 14s and 15s and up to, like, 17s and 18s, there's this mindset that every single person in my group must be doing the damage they sim for, otherwise they are shit. But that's not the case. That's never going to be the case. In lower level keys, people tend to be more chill because most people are more, like, more new to it all, and they're, you know, they're all learning together kind of thing. And then in the much higher keys, as long as you just pull your weight, you're fine. No one actually, like, you know, as long as you're not flubbing about and you're pushing the buttons, you're good. But in that middle area of keys where a lot of people tend to hang out for a while, people get really precious about how dare you not do exactly what the top DK in the world is doing. Well, it's because you're not the top DK and that's a different human who plays differently. You know, it's, yeah. People are interesting. Especially when you've got things like Wowhead releasing tier lists of you know, top, like, what all the different classes are simming for. So you should be taking a Frost DK because they're at the top of the list. And then when you don't perform at the top of the list, they get all crappy, like, you know, get all upset and stuff. But that's not how it functions in the real world. Yeah. Can you tell I have lots of experience with people? There's already here. Hopefully they'll do something about frequent Mythic Plus levers. I've mentioned they're trying to figure something out. Ooh. There it is. Another suggestion too, find a casual guild or community that run Mythic Plus. They're so much more enjoyable than pugs for me. Did you make friends along the way? Hopefully, absolutely. You're not wrong, but it's happened so often in every situation I have to wonder if I really just don't have the hands. I still think you're overthinking it. That's just, like, the player base. This is why everyone keeps recommending finding a community to play with. I'm a little hesitant to recommend guilds. I know everyone's like, oh, if you find a great guild. Yeah, but you can think a guild is great, and then you get into it, and then after a couple of months, they reveal their true selves, and turns out they're not actually great. They just thought that you were better than you were letting on, kind of thing. And then they become crappy with you. But a community like Perky Pugs is literally for people learning to play. Like, literally. For people learning to play and practicing and learning the mechanics so that they can become top tier players. Like, that's what they are there for. They're there to educate. It's called Perky Pugs because there's the achievement, if I can spell it correctly. Looking for multitudes, use the Dungeon Finder tool to finish random heroic dungeons until you have grouped with 100 random players total. Reward, Perky Pug. That is their whole philosophy, is queuing up with randoms and having fun doing it. Their whole philosophy is don't be a dick. Which is why they have things like, you know, if you're doing a normal raid, and that normal raid drops item level 430 loot, you cannot ask for a higher item level than 430. You may not require people to have mythic gear to join your normal raid, because that's not how that works. They're all about reasonable expectations and stuff like that. This is why I never recommend guilds. Always Perky Pugs. Yeah, they're trustworthy. Very trustworthy. I wish Mythic Plus had no timer, but was still hard, but Delve's next X pack could be that. Absolutely. We will find out. Yeah, this is key, I think. Might take a bit of time to find the right fit, but it'll make the game much more enjoyable once you do. You can cast Pillar and Offense ability at the same time. Macroing Howling or Frost Strike to your Pillar can get the ball rolling without requiring you to actively think about sending it right after. Doing the blame game, guilds benching me for doing mechanics instead of DPS when it's not possible to do both for me at the same time, etc. Well, look, there are types of content that are not for everyone as well. Like, if you're genuinely having severe difficulty balancing DPS and mechanics at a heroic level, then maybe heroic raiding isn't for you. Maybe you're looking at normal raiding, or maybe you're looking at lower level keys and stuff like that. Like, everyone has a different level of ability, and that's okay. Some people can learn to increase that level of ability, and some people can't. Some people just mechanically, their brain doesn't work that way, and that's okay. It just means it's not the kind of content for you. Also saves roughly GCD or 2 while your brain catches up. We'll wait for resub till the 17th. Thank you, Ori. That's amazing of you. Much appreciated. God, Subfest is gonna be bananas. I was reading through all my documentation today for all the bits and pieces I need to do and you know, scheduling in my to-do list time to do like graphics and all that kind of stuff for it. Oh, it's gonna be wonderful. I am excited. I do that, playing on console port, maybe look into what CDs I can play, pair with what GCDs to reduce button bloat, Abomination, Limb, having Rune Weapon and Raise Dead, Rune Weapon paired with Pillar, console port. Is that maybe an issue? Okay, alright. I wonder... if it's an issue with playing with a controller. Not saying, like, because I know controllers are massive for accessibility, and I'm not saying that the game shouldn't be accessible. I'm all for accessibility. But I am wondering if playing with a controller makes higher level, like higher difficulty content more janky, you know? Like, running and pushing buttons all at the same time. Like, because at the way I play, right? I have my hands on the key. I have one hand on the keyboard and one hand on my mouse. So if I'm holding down the right mouse, like the right mouse button to swing my camera around while I'm pushing a button to strafe, then I can shift number button to do other things, and I can cast a spell that is off the GCD on a button on the side of my mouse. Like, I'm literally doing, I'm looking around where I'm going, I'm moving, and I'm casting like all at the same time sort of thing. And it's, you know, it's very, very, very much multitasking. I wonder if playing with consoles, playing with a controller, I've never done it before. So is that something that makes it, like, can you not do that with a console, with a controller? Genuine question, because I just don't know. I've never done it before. Because the higher level content absolutely requires epic multitasking levels. Like, epic multitasking. What am I? Oh my god. Oh, I was on autopilot. I'm fine as long as you help out with interrupts if you can and don't constantly die to avoidable mechanics generally. I've been so hard on myself doing higher keys. I always try to remind myself as long as I'm trying my best and having fun too, that's it. The tier list are just opinions. Well, Rexy, it's simulations. It's not just opinions. I'm not talking about tier lists as in like S, A, B, C. That's not the tier list thing. What I'm talking about is when Wowhead releases a list of this spec simulates to this much damage, this spec simulates to this much damage, and then they order them from highest to lowest. That's they call it a tier list, and that's not an opinion, that's data, but it's not data that applies to the general player base. It's data that tends to apply to higher level players. Okay, level 3, is it too low to get on that tier list thing you're talking about? Oh, you're not God Comp, you're not coming to my +5. That's it. Frozen, they're always, like, there's a lot of people who are like that, hey. Last good assistant go to Mythic rating while I couldn't do Mythic Plus regularly due to holding a job. And they barely did mechanics, so I decided I could try to help them with that, but it wasn't enough for them, I guess. If they're not doing mechanics in Mythic rating, then they're not a good guild. That's not a good raid team. That is not you, that's a them issue. I'm surprised you don't see that. Like, they barely did mechanics. How are they, and you tried to help them because they weren't able to kill bosses and then they got upset at you. How is that a you problem?
What brings you here?
Flip your thinking around. That's not a you problem. Hey, Aizen, welcome on in. Thank you for joining us. I agree with what you say, but also that's why I'm scared to participate in Mythic Dungeons as a tank. Yeah, no, I feel that. I feel that. That's why I suggest Perky Pugs. I'll drop the link in chat again. It's a Discord server full of people who are chill, relaxed. If people join you from Perky Pugs and rage, you can report them and they can be booted from the server. It's a calm learning environment. So you can get there, you can build your confidence doing stuff with them, and then you can start branching out into general pugs if you want to, or you can just stick with doing Perky Pug stuff all the time. You can list your own key there, or you can join into somebody else's key. There's a whole variety of content that they do, but I definitely recommend them for like all the stuff at the beginning. Let's get a Dungeons on EU too. Yeah, unfortunately, Perky Pugs is US, not EU. I'm not sure if there is an EU comparison, but I guess you could always ask them in their general chat. I know they used to try to organize some EU stuff, but it just got really bloody messy. I think? I don't remember. Gosh, it's been a while. I reckon you need to be in with yourself. Oh, kind maybe with yourself, and remember it is a game. Should be fun. Try not to let it get you down or feel worried. Yeah, that's it. If a video game is causing you genuine anxiety and that kind of stuff, it's not a healthy choice to keep playing it, unfortunately. But there are plenty of opportunities out there to do things differently, be it with different people or finding groups in a different way, etc, etc. Does this pug group allow cows to join though? What if you aren't a pug? Oh dear, I felt the same way till I get it though. Thanks for the recommendation, by the way. I had never heard of them before. Honestly, I haven't played a dungeon since BFA, and that was just to get allied races. Amazing. Perky bovines accepted. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Perky pugs for the win. I'm adding them on my list. Yes, Beck. Amazing. My anxiety has stopped me doing so much Mythic Plus. Been working on it. Have 2 time 15s on my belt. Well done, you, Ori. Good job. Good job. I think it's important to remember that everyone in every group you join is another human behind the keyboard. And obviously be kind to them. That's like obviously the big one, but most people here I would assume would know that. But the other thing to think about is that like they need to be kind to you, sure, but think about what if there's a person who is going through just the absolute worst of times. There's issues with their family, with their job, with their friendships, maybe a relationship. There's just all this stuff going on, and so they log on to WoW to relax, to de-stress, to just have some fun. And they join a group where there is a player not playing very well. Regardless of whether they are or not, in their opinion, this player is not playing very well. It may well be the straw that has broken the camel's back, and they unload on you. Let's say you're the player that they believe isn't playing appropriately, and they unload on you. What I'm trying to get to, like, they shouldn't have. Some people in the world have poor coping mechanisms. They don't have the tools to cope well with stress and stuff going on, right? We've all been there. So when I'm talking about the fact that there's other humans behind the other keyboards, just because they're unloading on you still doesn't mean it's about you. You have just triggered something within them, but it's them unloading all of this other potential stress that they have in their lives into this little chat box with your username in it. Just because they're going off at you doesn't mean it's actually about you at all anyway. they still shouldn't be, and you should block them and report them for harassment or bad language or whatever the most appropriate category is if someone does do that to you. But it can help to kind of disconnect, like, being yelled at in a video game and kind of going, oh my god, I'm a terrible player, I'm horrible, I should never do Mythic Plus, this is really bad, I should never do this ever again, I'm so bad, I'm so bad. No. Separate yourself from that. I have been abused in a game. Maybe there are things I can improve upon as a player, but there's absolutely something that they can improve upon. And it's either their language skills, their communication skills, or their coping tools, or whatever it happens to be, but it is not about me. You absolutely should aim to better yourself. Every time you do a dungeon, anytime you learn a new thing, or you know, figure out that you were doing something wrong, take that on board for sure. But the delivery method isn't always about you. Yeah. I hope that makes sense. And sometimes people are just in this key and they're like, this isn't gonna time. I don't have time for this. I'm already so exhausted. I cannot sit here and get through this and not get anything out of it. It's not worth my time. I can't do this. I have no spoons. I'm out. It's not about any particular person's performance. It's just that they can't. You know, like there's so many potential reasons for something like that. And it's not always you as a player, you know? It's, yeah. Disconnect yourself from the game a little. And that's general advice to everyone, and that's not directed at anybody specifically. Castle dogs tend to get along, to be right. Aww. Give them a go after the next round of work travel happens. Yes, die. Renewed my sub with that in mind. Trying DK because it seems I tend to lean towards Juggernaut playstyles, but my monkey brain keeps going to, damn, I missed that part of the rotation. I got hit by that stun. I'm behind the tank. I suck. Yeah, I think that's, probably, look, again, I don't know you, but when I have felt like that, it's because there's other shit going on. And it just so happens that the game then acts as like a, and again, I don't know you, I don't know that this is what's happening with you, I could never say that, no idea, but when I get all up in my head and let all that kind of stuff, like, you know, you stood in the thing, you missed the cast, you missed the timer, you didn't time that correctly, you're a really bad player. That's not actually what's going on. It's, again, the straw breaking camel's back. There's all this other shit going on in my life, and my brain has decided to latch onto this as the reason why everything's going wrong, and maybe I need to talk to someone. But yeah. Sounds, yeah. That's just for me, though. I don't know however anyone else kind of brains tend to do that. I've been receiving therapy for 8 years now, ish. So that's, helps you get out of your head, for sure. Cats have the same personalities, this dog's just big. Did you get them out? No, I didn't get the Tombstalker, and but I ran out of 70s, and I haven't got the next one on the list, which is the Royal Snapdragon, either. So that's what I'm working on, is Rep in Najata. I did get a box on Fia today, I got a Paragon box, but it did not contain the mount. How rude. How rude. Thanks about you. Whether Melbourne's gonna rain the next few days. Yes, of course. Of course. Magic. Amazing. Wonderful. Probably had to tell people I know that I wouldn't join the next Mythic rating because at that point I wasn't confident I could manage that with the controller, but controller actually makes it easy to move around. Interesting. Okay, there you go. IMO controller has to play a lot with macros, interact button to make things work. Yeah, I can imagine. I'm 10 minutes behind on chat, just as an FYI to anyone who's like, why is she not answering my thing? That's why. It doesn't take into account player skill. No, it doesn't. Correct. That's exactly what I was saying. A lot of higher keys are asking for Orgavoka as their meta at the moment. Correct. Players do get stuck on meta a lot. Pecky-Pugs is a really good resource. Agreed. I'm always running keys. Yay! All the Incarnates had this egg boss, which I researched a way to reliably interact with the eggs with the controller button, so at least on a heroic level, I think it's possible. It might also vary from boss to boss to boss as well. Mythic rating, potentially a little bit different. It's always worth maybe finding a community of controller players and seeing, you know, comparing experiences and sharing tips and tricks and stuff like that. The game is an MMO, massively multiplayer online, so like finding a community, it's a damn good way to do things. Pug life, sometimes guildmates as well. Yes, happy to help out others out in keys. Beautiful. Just hit me up. Amazing. Dang, Melbourne. Canberra's been threatening to for a few days. It's Melbourne. It's always cold and wet. I was healing for this season, got too stressed, so I'm going to play my Hunter again and have my Evoker healer as an... Oh, perfect. Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay, time for sleep. No worries, Seeker. We'll see you next time. Rest well. See you for 10-2 on Wednesday with drops. Drops. Anyway. Sounds like poor leadership from the guild perspective. Agreed. Therapy is a wonderful thing. Agreed. It's wonderful if you're open to accepting it. Agreed. Oh my god. Look at you guys. Right on that same page. Loving this. This one. 100% rip. You'll get it next time. Yeah, I know, right? Hopefully my cowman can turn to a cat now. That's pretty good. Jeez. Oh, the kitty cat. Yes, your feral druid. We should make it as a command when you're behind chat. Mods can use it. Yeah. Wait, saw you at PAX waiting for Tram on the Saturday night. I should have said hi, but I was saying, no, that's okay, Val. Not a worry. Look, I've actually had a couple of people tell me that they were like, oh, I think I saw you, but I was too, like, it's okay. I get it. I get it. I am the worst networker you have ever met. There are, like, I went to the partner mixer on the Thursday night, right? And the Twitch after party on the Saturday night. And I'm standing in this room surrounded by people. And I'm like, that's that person, and that's that person, and that's that person, and that's that person. And did I talk to any of them? No. I sat there with my drink until someone went up to me and went, Fia! And I said, oh my god, hi, a person I know. Like I didn't know fucking everyone else there. Yeah. I mean, I knew who they were. I don't know if they know me. They probably don't know me. And so there's that kind of like a... But then as soon as I actually have like a, you know, yeah, no, I'm bad. I get it. I get it. Folks are always, if you see me at an event or whatever, you are always welcome to come up and say hi. The only thing I ask is please, for the love of all that is any of the elements in the universe, please introduce yourself. I'm on camera. You know what I look like. I don't know what any of you look like. Please tell me who you are. Don't make me ask. Oh, God. And if you tell me that you're Zam, I will need to see you logged into your Twitch account to prove it. But yeah, it's my only request. Please, just please tell me who you are.
It seems as if this Murloc perhaps he could be of assistance.
Ah, dear, oh my god, I can't wait for the Twitch drop. Right, Dottie, it's so good. What was I have no network? Yeah, I have a small network now, and they have no shame. So they're like, yo, person, this is Fia. And I'm like, hi, hello. Yep. I knew something was off when playing a game I loved was causing so much anxiety. Spoke to someone about it. Turns out getting a diagnosis can really affect you. So took a wee break from the game. Feel so much better now. I'm so glad to hear that, Ori. I'm glad you were able to like work through it, you know? Because it's not, you don't move through it. You fucking work through it, don't you? Like, dude. Feral Druid, I was playing a video game for escapism. Why must I still be feral here? So I got stuck on emails. Oh dear. Stuck on emails. In other news, I found out I have bats living in my trees outside. Amazing, Shy. Amazing. It's a pity you're in Australia. I could help you learn how to practice networking at events. Took me a long time to get good at that. Yeah, I basically, I feel like I just have to kind of shed the shame is what is the thing, but that's hard. But also it's the weirdest thing going up to someone and saying like, hi, such and such, I'm Fia. And they just kind of, they go, I know. I'm like, oh, okay. I met Drongo at the partner party on Thursday, and bloody Drongo, and this is at PAX, and I got there at like, you know, introducing people around, and he held his hand and he's like, Fia, right? And I was like, yes. And he's like, and he was what, oh, is everything okay? And I'm like, yes, I'm just surprised that you know who I am. And he was like, yeah. He's like, I thought I'd wronged you or something. I'm like, oh, maybe. I was like, please forgive me. What is your name? And he's gone, I'm Drongo. And I'm like, oh my God, I didn't recognize you. He's like, yeah, I just shaved my hair off. I'm like, well, no, bloody shit, I don't recognize you. It was a whole thing. I felt so horrible, like so utterly embarrassed. But yeah, look, it's fine. It's fine. I really do need me as your +1. I do, and I can't take you to half the bloody events. It's unfair. Zero shame, we're supposed to fear. Who is that? Yeah. And I'd be like, and that person, and this one, and this one, and that one, and no, it's mostly you stand there with the glass of wine or whatever. Yes, just shush, and you go right. So if we start from the leftmost of the pack, the person that you can see wearing the purple jacket is such and such, and then Zika goes, oh, okay, and we both have a sip of wine. I'm like, right, and then next to them, in with the brown hair is such and such, and then the person who has the ponytail next to them is the other person. You just subtly, you're totally just having a conversation, not labeling people and describing them by an identifiable feature. Yeah. A random stranger comes up yelling fear, seeing that in my head at the moment. Oh, it happens. They go, fear! And I go, hi! They're like, it's so good to see you. And I'm like, it's lovely to see you too. How is your PAX going? Yeah, no, it's been great. We've played a couple of these, we've done that. And I'm like, oh, brilliant. Cool. I need to go and meet with some people, so I'm gonna shove off, but I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And then I walk away and I'm like, who the fuck was that? Like, ugh. Because, like, see, the thing is, I could ask, what's your username? I could ask, what's your username? But no, my brain doesn't give me that sentence. My brain gives me the sentence, who are you? And then in the panic, can't figure out how to reword that. And that's embarrassing, so we don't say it. Yes. Sika was over. Hi, X, I'm Sika. This is Fia, let's chat. Yep. Fia knows my name and knows what I look like. I confirm walking up to Fia to say hi is always a good time. Yeah, well look, some people I know. Some people I actually know and recognize, but some people I've also streamed with, Beckera. God, it's been such a long time. Oh, dangerous. Oh, I haven't slain a rare. Whoops. There are clips on my channel still with Beck in them, just FYI. I literally just said that. Yep. How I Met Your Mother, the hi, have you met Ted thing that Barney did? Yes. Gosh, that show was funny. Can't wait to meet Fia one day, and a Jas. Yep, there is also a Jas. Love that show. Out of the country when Drops Mount is on. That's okay, you can still tune in, like, if you're able to get a connection on Wi-Fi in a different country, like if you're able to connect even to like a public Wi-Fi or something, you can still jump in and watch. It does take 4 hours though. Or, if there's someone at home, somewhere around the place that could potentially use your PC to watch Twitch for you. Yeah. All sorts of possibilities. The thing to remember with those events is that everyone is there to do the same thing. It's not like you have some agenda they don't know about or that is different than their own agenda. It's all meant to be mutually beneficial. 99% of those conversations go nowhere, but sometimes they come back to be useful years later. Yeah, yeah. So here is a script for how literally every cold introduction of myself I have ever done at a Twitch event has gone. Ever. Every time I have cold introduced myself. Hi, I'm Fia. Oh, hi, I'm such and such. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. What do you stream? Oh, you know, a bit of this, a bit of that. I'm focused on this game at the moment and blah, blah, blah. What do you stream? World of Warcraft, mostly. Oh my goodness! I haven't played WoW in like 15 years. How come you're still playing? What do you even do in WoW these days? Or World of Warcraft, wow, I haven't played that in a really long time. What are your thoughts on the lawsuit? Error time. Every time. Every time. Yeah. So it kind of makes you a little shy. Kind of makes you a little bit shy. And I love WoW. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love WoW. I would not still be playing it and streaming it and all that stuff if I didn't absolutely love it. But anytime anyone who I've just met asks me, hey, what do you stream? My whole body just kind of prepares for the onslaught of, oh my god, from after I say mostly World of Warcraft. A couple of times I have said mostly WoW, and they kind of go, what's WoW? And then I have to write World of Warcraft, and then they go, oh my, and then they do the spiel. So I don't even call it WoW anymore, unless I'm speaking to somebody who I know for a fact has had experience with the game, then I spell it out. World of Warcraft. Yeah, it's a really interesting experience, honestly, because and this is all in Australia. I have no doubt that the American experience is probably a little bit different, but in Australia, there's not many of us. There's like, not many, so, okay, to clarify, not many of us at the partner level. There's more, slowly but surely, but there are not many at the partner level, and so there's not many at those kind of events. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Name badges with usernames help. Yeah, they should really do that, but they don't. I did that at the tabletop area this year. When I meet you, I will say it's Shy, the healer evoker, the one who with the headphones. Yeah! I love how our brains work against us in social situations. I know, right, Lilia? My god. My god. Man, I've had a few times where people have run up to me at conferences and be like, hey, insert my real name here, and got into a whole thing like we clearly know each other. I'm like, who is this person? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Yeah. Just gotta hopefully the conference badges facing out with their name. Remember one time I had no idea. It was combing through my LinkedIn connections later. Oh my god. Jesus. I need to get better at just being like, hi, so nice to meet you. What's your username? Like, I need to train myself into weaving it into my nice to meet you sentences, you know? But yeah. What you doing the nice quest for? Rep special, I need a mount. It's Mount Farm Monday. And I've done everything, and now I need to switch. Oh no, I don't. Look at the time. No, let's, oh, I'm in a rested area. Brilliant. Yes, rep for Paragon Cash for mount that can be in the box. That you still play WoW Reaction. Yeah, like legitimately though, that's the problem. Yes, of course I still play WoW. WoW is fucking banging. What are you talking about? Grinding. OMFG BlizzCon. Oh my god, wasn't it amazing, Pulse? I mean, at least they aren't saying, oh, World of Warships. Oh my god, could you imagine? When I was sick in the hospital at the start of this year, and a nurse I had, she used to play WoW, can't remember word for word, but she hasn't played it for years either. Yeah. I have thoughts, probably too many thoughts to type. TLDR, go into those conversations with a back pocket idea of what you want to get out of it, e.g. when they say that, maybe something about co-streaming with the person who hasn't played it to get them back into it. Their chat might like to see a nostalgic game.
Hi,
or perhaps, yeah, but when they now play Fortnite, it doesn't really work. Dan, thank you so much for the resub. Much appreciated. 19 months, my goodness. Holy cow. Perhaps ask for recommendations on new games they like or whatever. Yeah, no, I know. It's, yeah, it's when you get that same kind of shocked reaction and then feeling like you have to justify your existence, like there's a WoW player in a partner place, like what? yeah, when you have to justify your existence over and over again, it gets tiring. Next time I just need to find fucking Dark Mech and hang out. I can't believe we went the whole PAX and we didn't run into each other once. I don't know how we managed that. Nick Beckwith though, oh god, he's great. He's phenomenal. Amazing human. He also tends to be one of the cool kids that's hanging out beyond the kick out time. It's always really, really busy, and then everyone kind of kicks on early. Like they leave before the party's over. And we stick around because free drinks, y'all. And then by the end of it, you'll have a group of like 7 or 8 people who are sticking around, and yeah, it's always good. Good fun. Good times. Wait, Borealis is in there. Crap! It's fine. I always do this. Oh my god, bloody normies, I hate explaining stuff they should know by now. Nah, it's like, I don't blame them. There are so many incredible games out there. It just... yeah. So many people have that, you know, that whole, wait, isn't that a dead game sort of thing? It's so old, how is it still going? So it's, yeah. And then I have to become, like, and I can't just be a streamer who plays WoW. I am a WoW streamer, and therefore I am a billboard for Blizzard, and you know what I mean? Like, it's a, yeah. It's an interesting experience. When I met a streamer at an event, I had stall, breathe, rehearse what to say. Oh my goodness, Taz. Spiel, delivery speech, that's it. That's it. Hello, Kiwi, welcome on in. Thanks for joining us. Not one WoW expansion, but the next 3. I know! How awesome, Pulse. I'm so excited. Dude, I'm so glad I walked up to you for chats at that Twitch event. Yes, how many dang years ago? And look at you now. Face on the BattleNet. What the hell, Beck? Like, goddamn. Oh, that was... I'm so glad you did too. And standing around talking about how, oh my god, I can't play horror games. It's too spoopy. I can't do it. It's like, neither can I. Oh my god, you know, maybe we should play them together. Freaky Fridays were born. It was so much fun. Oh, when they now play Fortnite, what you've realized is there's not a particularly relevant connection and you move on. Yeah, I know. Oh dear. That's really funny.
The depths are a dangerous place. With monsters the likes of has been terrorizing the air.
Networking is an art. It is an art form. Oh, excuse me. I'm glad you stick to what you enjoy. Me too. Me too.
These pools boils in rage. Quell its torment.
Me too. I need the little babbies. Alright, here we go. I applied for like 3,000 jobs this year without success. I'm sympathetic to having to justify your existence. Yeah. Absolutely. I love Dark Mike. He's fantastic. I've only ever spent like one afternoon actually in his presence with him, but we've like, you know, raiding and back and forth and all that kind of stuff. Like he's so lovely. I think we're gonna go grab a coffee later in the year. Because stuff's a little busy at the moment. I mean, I'll probably have a chai, but that's fine. I remember there was a while ago, I think, we were talking, because we were talking pastries and stuff like that, after he'd had some stuff in Europe. And I was talking about Loon, so I think I need to find a Loon somewhere that's accessible for the both of us and take him for a bangin' pastry. I took a break from WoW shortly before Dragonflight, but after BlizzCon they pulled me back in. That's it, Dan. BlizzCon has a habit of doing that, doesn't it? BlizzCon is fantastic for, like, reigniting the fire. Reigniting the fire. Dark Mech, I know who you guys are talking about. Yes, he's lovely. Absolutely hilarious. WoW's the biggest MMO in the world. People in the industry who don't know that it's kind of a reflection of the lack of market awareness, even if they play MMOs. I don't play FPS. I know people play COD or PUBG or whatever. Yeah. Well, MMOs are also, like, until fairly recently, they didn't really advertise very much. It was mostly, like, word of mouth type stuff, you know? Until more recently when things kind of started getting going again. Particularly, like, Blizzard with their marketing campaigns lately. Oh boy. They have... I don't know what they did with their marketing team, but it's working, and they should keep doing it. Especially because of all of the events. And for you on Battle.net as well, there you go. There you go. Out of all three, I'm probably pumped most for Midnight. It seems to be elf-centric. And, like, Midnight? Midnight. Like, that is just... Even just the name alone is badass, right? With our powers combined, Freaky Fridays for the win. I know, they were really fun. We got to play games we never otherwise would have even looked at. Do you remember Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion? Do you remember Spooky's? I want to play WoW now. 70 Dwarf Paladin, I get so overwhelmed with WoW, I can't stick to it even though I love the game. Very fair, original, very fair. There are a lot of ways that you, like a lot of things you can do to sort of narrow your... Like putting blinkers on for specific kinds of content, but there is a lot to do. Only the second time I've heard Drongo reference tonight. Last streamer had said I hang out on Drongo's channel is an experience. Oh, excuse me. Hence no one quits from WoW. If I can make a recommendation, now you're back in Melbourne, Uncle Testo's Japanese cheesecake is delicious. Ooh, very conveniently located in the city. Lovely. That sounds really tasty. Yeah, the last MMO I recall being heavily advertised was New World. There were a lot of reasons for that, yeah. Not least of which was that it was Amazon. Dana Arrow keeps getting in the way of WoW cravings. Yes, Kiwi, I know the feeling. I play this game for a job. Like, this is my job. This is a living for me. And yet somehow I still can't get all the things done that I want to get done because, I can't play during the day. I've got content to schedule and plot and record and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's a time. No, which means dark and pretty mounts. Hell yes. Dude, Spookies with the lit. I'm so proud we did it. Those jump scares were legit. Spookies had a remaster. Spookies has been remastered. There are 2 DLCs for like other areas that aren't the mansion. And they have crowd control integration. So chat can like affect the game. They can like spawn things and they can invert your controls and they can like all sorts of bloody messing with your game in Spookies. Could you I'd be too confused by why my keys aren't working to get scared. Like I play a lot solo, so go for collections and stuff really. Yeah, me too. Really late to the game. My friend introduced me to Classic like 2 years ago, drifted more towards retail. Any tips on narrowing stuff down? Yeah, absolutely. So I use a couple of tools, one of which is called Data for Azeroth. That's probably where I'd maybe start, potentially. So Data for Azeroth is a website. You can log in with your Battle.net and it'll like import all your characters and it'll show you your account collection and it'll give you like a percentage, it'll give you a score, a percentage completion, and it will rank you on your server, your connected server, your region, and the world. You're speaking with a world top 1500 collector. And I know that's not great, but it's still like, I feel like that's bragging rights. And then from there, you can kind of, they've got tabs where you can jump into like, look at just mounts, or just pets, or just toys. And it also gives you a figure, like a percentage figure of how many people have that, like what percentage of the player base has that item. So like, if you're looking at something that 70% of the player base has, and you don't, it's probably an easier thing to get, right? So go get it. That's what I use DFA for a lot. It's super simple and really easy to use. And then you have an add-on called All the Things. As the name implies, it's literally every item in the game that is collectible. That doesn't just mean in your collections, it means any item. Oops. I just pinged. What did I do? Oh, look. And it contextually, so you can like look here, but then that's a threat. Oh, too many pings. Okay. Whoops. Game's yelling at me. That's... Jesus, I didn't know that was bound. Right, so all the things is not everything collectible in your collections tab, but every single thing in the game that can be marked as completed. Flight paths, quests, transmog, mounts, da-da-da-da-da, but like, everything. It can be a bit overwhelming, but you've got your sections, so you can like go through there, and then there's click to create dynamic categories, and what that does is it gives you things like mounts, followers, flight paths, battle pets, and so those are more traditional categories rather than where they're filed. So you're more, and then you've got future unobtainable, so things that are actually going to go away at some point, so maybe you want to go get those kind of thing. If you're at that. So a lot of those are skill level capped though, like, you know, mythic rating and things like that. So ATT can be really, really handy. ATT is what we abbreviate for all the things. I know it's the same number of syllables, but still. Yes. In addition to that, if you're like, I know I want to go mount farming, but I don't know what I want to farm, ATT has an ATT random thing. So you can select mount, and then you can roll for random mounts that you don't have. You can roll for pets, quests, toys, entire zones, dungeons, raids, or instants, which is both combined, or everything. We call this COAS mode. Chaos, yes, but I typoed it once and they've never let it go. So it's COAS mode. And if you use that, so there's an item. So there, it's given me one specific transmog to go get, or another specific transmog. Come on, RNGesus, give us something scary. Transmog, 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 transmog. Tinker. Oh, that's a first craft. It's telling me to go on my engineer toon and make that to cross off the first craft because I haven't done that yet. That's an achievement, and it's a specific line in the achievement, pages 25 and 26, that it wants me to go collect. That's a recipe, more transmog, transmog, transmog. Fucking... Usually it's much meaner than this. There you go, Court of Night. So it wants me to go and speak to this specific vendor and get all... It wants me to complete the Court of Night, kind of, you know? So it can be very... The very first time I used COAS mode, the very first time I used it, it rolled Argus. As in... all of this, all 3 zones. Argus. So we spent an entire stream just collecting, trying to do as much as we could from those 3 zones. It was a bit bananas, but good fun. Well, it was an Amazon Game Studios has had sort of a failure to launch a bunch of wannabe AAA titles, etc., hence a lot of reasons. Yeah, it was the first thing they had been announcing was going to launch rather than announcing a game was being cancelled in a while. Oof. Where have you played it? I haven't played it, but I've seen the options and I was like, uh-oh. Subfest, that starts on November 17th, in case you hadn't noticed. One of the milestone rewards, if we unlock one of the levels, you guys will unlock a horror game stream. So we may replay Spookies with chat messing with my game. Potentially. You've got to get there though, and it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. With the reason for his feelings to be a lack of advertising anyway. Maybe I think there's a pent-up demand for new MMOs, so I think if someone launched a really good one, there would be a sufficient word of mouth without a lot of paid media from the publisher, but making a good MMO is one of the hardest things to do in the game software industry generally. Ashes of Creation has been in development for like 5 or 6, maybe 7 years now. I don't know. Is it Ashes of Creation? I was in their server for a while, but it just... ugh. Because there was a whole lot of hype, and then... it just kept going. Like, you know, it's still in development, There's early access, there's beta testing, and it's just, this is the issue when developers announce their stuff too early. It's just not fun. The hype dies out significantly. Which is one of the reasons why I'm really interested to see how Blizzard proceeds with the World Soul Saga. Like, is it just right now they're like, right, so these are the expansions you're gonna get, and now from now on, you're on a traditional announcement schedule, and they're not gonna give us any information until they have the trailer in it. Do you know what I mean? Like, are they gonna treat them like traditional expansions, or are they going to drip feed information? Like, do you know, I really hope that they don't. I hope that they just focus on what's right in front of us until it's ready, and until it's time for the next, do you know? Yeah. I love how data for Azeroth, you can turn off stuff which aren't collectible. Yes. Yes, it is lovely. You can filter by all sorts of different things, and it's great. I wonder if you should add a section to that add-ons page with websites used that are not add-ons. Maybe you don't wish to do that because they aren't add-ons. There is a, if you type exclamation DFA, it'll take you to my DFA profile. So I feel like that's, I don't have one for Zufu, but we don't use Zufu super frequently. Like, we don't mention it super frequently. It's a pet battle website. Yeah, it's... Can you do quests after you hit max? Yes. Would I have to do a certain expansion on another category? No. Never seem to find them pop up on my map after I hit the level cap. Right-click your minimap, and then click the checkbox where it says Trivial Quests. You're welcome. It will have them show up on the map like this. See how they're a little bit darker? They're almost grayed out. It's because it's a quest that isn't going to do anything for me. But they're there. You're welcome. I like helping. I like when I can help straight away and I know it's gonna make a difference. That's so good. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to help. Randomizer is amazing. It is banging. It's so good. And so many people don't know it exists. Like, I talk about it and people are like, wait, what is that part of ATD? I've never seen that before. And it's like, well, guess what? It's, yeah, I love it. I love it. Hi, hello, did somebody order a passionate World of Warcraft streamer? Don't hit the everything mode, it's consumed me already. Oh, yeah, it's fun though. It makes for some really interesting, chases because you're like, wow, I didn't even know this whole area existed. So no, well, there's not really anywhere to direct you, artist. All the information that you need is up the top of the screen there, at the moment. There's, my Saturday evening, I have set aside for, creating some graphics. Those graphics will go in Discord. And then from there, yeah, and all over socials, of course, but yeah. But there's not really like a website or anything to direct you to. And it'd be too many, like, Horror and chat, good achievement to unlock, bring on November 17th, hell yes. So if any of you don't know what Subfest is, Subfest is an event that happens roughly every 6 months. And basically we get, it's run by Twitch ANZ, so it's not a global thing, although they have started spreading it, they've started taking it to different regions and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure ANZ was like the testing ground for it, which is pretty cool. But basically, Twitch runs it, we get an experience bar on screen. And as you level up, each level requires more and more experience. And as we level up, I get prizes. So like when level 1 is complete, I get a thing. When level 2 is complete, I get an additional thing. If we finish all 12 levels, I get all 12 prizes. Some of them are just like cute little Twitch merch type things that I can use to rep whatever and expand my wardrobe. Some of them are content creation tools, like microphones and cameras and things like that. Some of them are gift cards, which we can kind of, to an extent, choose where the gift card is from, so like Amazon or JB Hi-Fi, so we can use it to purchase things for our streams and a little more broadly. Some things are things that we can use for giveaways and stuff. And the last few times it's been, the very top levels have been TwitchCon tickets, which have been in a different country. So, which is you know, and money to help you get there, which is bananas. But this year, the top prize is a Asus ROG Ally, I think.
God.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to find the prizes partner. Yes, an Asus ROG ally. The second last prize is a MetaQuest 3. There's a personalized Twitch hoodie, so it'll have my name on it, like my username. There's 2 hours on the Twitch front page for no reason at all. There's a Twitch onesie. There's an Instax camera, which is like the Polaroid kind of thing with film as well. Like there's a whole bunch of really funky little bits and pieces. But that's everything that Twitch organizes. Each streamer will interact with Subfest in a different way. So for us, for you guys, this community, we have incentives and milestones. So incentives are things that happen every time, well, almost every time somebody contributes to the experience bar. So like if it's a tier 1 sub, this happens. If it's a tier 2 sub, this happens. If it's tier 3, or it's a sub bomb, or numbers of bits and stuff like that, something different will happen. From drawing on my face to doing stuff in MS Paint to like all sorts of different things, right? But that's the thing that happens every time there's a contribution of the amount of XP. Milestones are what happens when we ding. So level 1 complete, we do a thing. Level 2 complete, we got another milestone. Some of the milestones will happen immediately. Some of the milestones will be like a future stream. Like I said, the horror stream. So if we get to the horror stream level and we finish it, then I will schedule a horror stream in the future at some point. I'm hoping that I'll be able to do all, like if we unlock everything, I'm hoping that we'll be able to do it all by the end of the year. There is one on there that's a little bit tricky, but we'll just have to deal with that when we get there. If we get there. If everything is an if. So that, and the way that we add experience to the bar, most important thing, subs and bits. 1 bit is 1 EXP. A tier 1 or a prime sub is 500 EXP. Tier 2 is 1,000 EXP, and tier 3 is 2,500 EXP. Therefore, if you do like a 5 bomb of 5 tier 1 subs, that's 5 times 500, so it's a 2,500 EXP in the bomb kind of thing. So that's how that works. Yeah, so it's obviously for Twitch, it's a fundraising exercise. But for us as content creators, it's a really great opportunity to get a bit of an injection of cash to, you know, live for some of us, or upgrade things on our streams, or whatever it happens to be. Maybe get to BlizzCon. For me, it's going to be money to live off because I'm now a full-time creator and I have no savings left. But all in all, it's an opportunity to really kind of connect with the community and just have some really ridiculous shenanigans go off. So I hope that what I've got planned is fun and exciting, and that when you see the list of incentives and milestones, that you're like, oh, I hope we do this one and that one and the other one. Like, I hope it's exciting. I have been asking for feedback for a while and asking like what people want to see and stuff like that, and I've tried to incorporate a few of those into stuff. I have got a few things on there that were directly mentioned by people, but we'll see. I'm excited. I'm excited to see how it all goes, and I hope that you'll all have fun. Right. Okay. Ashes of Creation is a thing. Ashes of Creation is long awaited. It was so hype, but I just don't want to think about it until we have a release date. Yep, basically. Ither-san, hello. Welcome on in. Thanks for joining us. Hate these world. I am 9 minutes behind on chat. Hate these world quests at the time. They were so finicky. They were, weren't they? So finicky. They're not a whole heap better at the moment, but hey, at least when you've got a whole bunch of levels on it, you can just kind of smash through everything. A lot easier these days. The right MMO they've been working on seemingly forever. Yeah. Yep. ASE is not for me. I hate the whole community run land housing laws and stuff. Interesting. Yeah, it'll like I do love that there are new and different options that like it's not just, you know, it's an MMO that people aren't just gonna say, oh, it's WoW on a different planet. Or do you know, like I don't want those kind of comparisons. I love that there are things coming out that really have reinterpreted some of the things we've come to know and expect. So that's cool, but of course, by that same token, it's not going to be for everyone, and that's all right too. Lifesaver, thank you so much. You're so welcome, Zamba, and now you're never allowed to leave. I am, of course, joking, but I feel like I have to say that shit as an influencer sometimes. How do you feel about open world puzzle games? I was playing a demo of a new one that was multiplayer. Ooh, that sounds interesting. I don't know how to define open world puzzle games. I played The Witness, and that was amazing. That's probably one of my favorite games of all time. Like, up on there with WoW. Not even kidding. The Witness was incredible, but it wasn't like it had a start and an end kind of thing. I don't know if that counts as open world. I'm not too sure. But yes, no, I love puzzle games. I really, really, really love puzzle games. So, I am absolutely happy to check any of that kind of stuff out. Hello, Django. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining us. It is going well. I hope you can say the same. I was scaring the internet. That answer has saved me. Look, all it took, Zamba, was dropping into a stream and saying, I hate this. And the streamer provided. I love that. That's amazing. I'm so happy I could help. Are you in Nashata? I am! I have nightmares of this place after getting the crab mount. I'm jealous. I don't have the crab. I'm currently just doing like reppy things, trying to get the Royal Snapdragon from the Paragon cache. I've got 1 toon on Horde and 1 toon on Alliance who are exalted, and I am not getting any more of them up there to try to get more Paragons. It's not happening. I will just do the 2, but it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while. I was thinking the Surface command might explain what Surface is. I know what it is. I figured not everyone might. Yes, of course. Yeah, unfortunately, it is a bit of a mouthful. I'm sure I could probably summarize that. Maybe I'll give it a crack. Pika is a what? Mythic tanking. Teehee. Those Switch ones, these are sublime. I have one I don't get to wear it much since I already have a custom made Kigurumi. Amazing! 9 minutes behind on chat, 20 minutes over on stream. I know. Consider me influenced. Beautiful. Put it on my, what do I call the resume now? Pitch deck. Media kit. One of, all of the above. It's like, it's a resume, but it's not quite. It's different. Islands of Insight, kind of like Witness, but open world multiplayer. I played the demo, they didn't have much variety in puzzles. It slowly raised puzzle difficulty and complexity as you floating up. What kind of puzzle? That's my next question. What kind of puzzle? Islands of Insight. Oh, that looks beautiful. Just like the pictures, shared world puzzle game. That's the next step, right? What type? Because puzzle is a very broad term.
What can I do for you?
Oh. I was like, what just dinged? Oh, did I miss it? I did. I'm very bad at this.
Browse at your leisure.
And this one.
I offer what I
Oh, I missed so much. I missed all the dailies. How did I? Oh dear. Oh dear. It's alright. I have to go down here anyway, so that's good at least. Oh, excuse me. Free demo's up on Steam now. Games is coming soon. Do I buy Epic Edition? I haven't, but that's because I will pre-order the collector's edition, the physical box, because that's what I do. They are not available on EB Games yet. My brother works for EB Games, and he is under instruction that when he finds information out that he will not get fired for sharing with me, he is to tell me. So yeah, that's that'll be a thing. So starting dailies now then. Yeah. It's in there yesterday. They didn't know yet. Yeah, no, they don't. I will know as soon as they know. I will know. I'm no doubt he'll get to work and see it and send me a text. And he works full-time hours, so it's, yep. I'm really glad. This is going to be the first time that I'm able to place a CE order through him to help him with his, like, KPIs and stuff, which is awesome. Because I've been living in Brisbane all this time. So, yep. Of course, need to keep building the collection, that's it. EB Games, so much secret squirrel stuff there are. Indeed. Well, I mean, there's all, you know, announcement embargoes and all that kind of stuff, which is why I was very specific with him. Like, I don't want you to get fired, don't tell me secret stuff. But when you can, please tell me. Revenue targets and stuff. Yeah, that's it. Exactly it. Share the knowledge if you can. I will. Absolutely will. This is when I plug my Twitter, yeah? And then all the other socials because it's interrelated. Chances are I won't get a text from him while I'm on stream. It'll be during the day at some point. So jump on them socials, folks. This is a really good time for me to say it, actually. If you've been watching a little while and you are enjoying the content, and I'm not too annoying, and you know, you could see yourself coming back here maybe one day in the future, drop me a follow. Follows are important for content creators. Gosh. Sorry. Follow numbers are actually important. It's the first thing that potential sponsors look at when they're deciding who to work with. They'll see, you know, if you meet their follower number requirement, then they look at what you've been playing, what your content looks like, and then they'll ask you for things like CCV, which is your concurrent viewership, to see if you meet all of the requirements. But the very first thing they'll look at is your follower numbers. So it's really helpful. Also, I have an animated emote to release when we get to 12,250 followers. That's what the follower goal is under the thing. There's an animated emote in it for us when we get there. On top of that, following on social media obviously means that you can keep up to date with stuff while I'm not live. But it also really helps with the thingamajig. Your sponsorships and stuff, it's never a stream in isolation. Ever. Never, ever, ever. It's always a stream with a tweet a couple of days beforehand and a go live Instagram story and then a reel afterwards where you've kind of meshed clips together to make a highlight thing. So it's always a combination of things, and they're not going to bother paying you for the social media posts unless you have a following there as well. So if you have followed on Twitch and you use other social media like Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Threads and Blue Sky are both there as well. Is there another one? Twitter, Insta, TikTok, YouTube, Threads, Blue Sky. I think that's all of them. Any of them. I'm never going to ask somebody to make an account just to follow me. That's silly. But if you already have one of those and you like my content and would like to support, then that would be great as well. I would love that. That would be amazing. But if not, no harm done. I understand that a lot of people have like highly curated social media feeds these days, and I totally understand. I do not hold that against you. Seeker might though. Seeker's in bed though, so it's alright. She won't know. We won't tell her. Have they said what the physical CE is going to have, or will that be later on? No, there's been zero information about it. I'm just assuming there'll be one. Like, I don't even know that there will be. I'm just assuming at this point. But I would be very surprised if there wasn't. Oh, okay. Oops. Not yet. No. Discord. Yes, there's Discord. No, there is. Yeah, there's a Facebook page, but look, I mean, if you want to. Join the Discord. So many. I know, Beck. It's a nightmare. Oh, streamers, how hard is streaming? You just sit down and play video games. I don't know, I think Raid Shadow Legends might have a stream-only promo for you. No, they No, last time they emailed me, I said, that's not my rate. That's not my rate. And told them what my rates were and that I was negotiable. Like, I was open to negotiation, and they just never got back to me. I'm kind of hoping they've blacklisted me because I've had so many goddamn emails from them, and it just, oof. Oof. Actually, I received an email a couple weeks back from a company who wanted to sponsor. It was weird. It was like one of those kind of not OnlyFans, but one of those kind of fan-based platforms where you post and you can make people pay to see the posts and stuff. It's like OnlyFans style platform, but not OnlyFans, and not any of the it was one that I hadn't heard of until I got this email, and I was looking into it. And I'm like, this looks like another one of those type of things. And I emailed back and asked, like, hang on, I can't quite tell, like, your email gave me no information about what type of website this is. But from this, I'm seeing that it kind of looks like that. Am I right in that assumption? Or am I missing, is there some information that I've missed? And they emailed me back, and I was still, no, oopsie, this is gonna hurt. So they emailed me back with information, and I kind of went back and I'm like, right, so I am correct. I'm not sure that, like, I don't know whether this is kind of, but while, like, in the 2 days that it took me to get that email and then write back to them, they sent me another email that was a copy paste of the original first email. That was from a different employee of the company. And I was like, so I'm like, you are super keen, aren't you? Good job, but Oh, I have a Mastodon as well. Yeah, I know. It's a nightmare. No, I'm not active on there at all. I'm also, like, I'm trying to get good at Threads and Blue Sky, but it's been really, really difficult because you can't schedule anything for there. And, like, if I write a tweet and put it out, like, so when I think of something to say, right, you don't want to have like 7 or 8 tweets really quickly and then nothing for 24 hours before your next batch of tweets. So I have scheduling software, right? So when I think of something, I can pop it in there and then just put it in the next slot so that my tweets are kind of spaced out by a few hours each, to give it more coverage, all that kind of thing. And so when I do that, I can't schedule for Blue Sky or Threads because they don't work like that. They don't have scheduling capability. The API isn't open like that yet, or ever. So it's really, really difficult as someone who's trying to maintain constant presence to be constantly, a tweet's gone out, let me grab my phone, go into Twitter and copy that and then put it on this platform and then put it on this platform. And it's so manual and I do not have time for it. I do not have time for it. It sucks. Surely there'll be a C. Surely, like, I'm expecting that there will be, but I have to just, asterisk, this is speculation, Do you have war mode on? No. I just flew over the Horde encampment a little too close. I think Racial Legends is going for quantity over quality, and their rates probably reflect that. Oh, they absolutely do. They absolutely do. So what I'm hearing is that this fan site would be a good partner for paying for your hot tub. Oh my lord. I just... See, okay, so here's my thing, right? Here's my thing. I don't think... I don't... Okay, firstly, OnlyFans, sexual content, totally fine. I'm not... I have nothing against it. Totally fine. Go get that coin. Do it on your terms, and I'm so glad that there are platforms there to support you in doing so, right? Amazing. Not for me. I'm not interested in doing it personally. And so if I were to create a pay-per-view post type thing, like pay-per-view account thing, on a platform that is 85% sex workers, I don't think there's going to be any benefit to me actually doing that because people are going to assume that I'm posting sexual content, and when they realize that I'm not, they're going to get a refund because they're assuming that because that's what most of the platform is. And none of these websites seem to understand that. Like, I understand that you're trying to diversify, but it's not going to work because it's not like the creators who are on there that don't do sex stuff are going to not earn nearly enough to justify making all the separate content. Because remember, if you've got a pay-per-view, why the hell would somebody pay to see that video when it's on Instagram for free as a reel? Then they're not going to. So you have to create a totally separate thing in the hopes that people will pay for access to it, on top of the subscription that they already pay to even have the privilege to see that there's a post to buy from you. You know, like it...
The waters have much
Oh god, dangerous creatures. I forgot to kill a rare again. So I don't think that there's any point in me even exploring that kind of a business model. Because people are gonna see... redhead woman. Like my brain said, you know, they're gonna see pretty girl, but I'm like, yeah, no, that sounds like you got your head up your ass there. You know, they're gonna see a woman in the profile picture, and they're gonna go, oh, I like the way she looks. I want to see her content, and then they're gonna go, oh, that's not what I was expecting, and then they're gonna get a refund and unsub. Like, what's the, you know, like, right? Or am I misinterpreting that? I don't know. Red flag. Only fears new site trademark pending. Oh my god. I hope you're having a good day. You too, Jazz. You too. Welcome back. Is there an app that tells all the social medias to post when you tell them to in one go? Yes, but it doesn't connect to all of them because some of them don't have connections available. So I use a website called Buffer, like as in this video is buffering. Yeah, Buffer. And it does Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Oh, hang on. You know what? I'm gonna butcher this, so let me find the actual website and tell you specifically. Oh, do I have to kill this too? Maybe I can. New channel. Alright, it works with Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, TikTok, YouTube, Google Business Profile, Pinterest, Mastodon, Shopify. So I could link Mastodon. The only problem is that they charge you per channel, which is good. Like, it's good that they charge you per channel because it means that if you've only got like 2 channels that you're trying to use, then you don't have to pay as much as somebody who's managing the whole suite. But I have on there at the moment, I've got Twitter, Facebook, Insta, and TikTok. Because I just schedule direct on YouTube. And so, you know, it's, to add Mastodon is an extra $48 a year. Even if I'm going to be just copying the same... Oh, for God's sake, what are you... Fia? I thought that was a rare. It wasn't. It was like an event thing. I like Mastodon in principle, but I can see it does come with some issues, i.e. discoverability and being decentralized. The discoverability is the biggest problem for someone like me, which is one of the reasons I'm terrified of X collapsing in a heap. Because all of these other decentralized things, they're fantastic and great in a lot of respects, but in terms of getting reach and discoverability and stuff, it's trash, which means that people are not going to be anywhere close to as willing to pay for a tweet as they are to pay for a Mastodon post, you know? Because outside of the games server, how many people are actually going to see my stuff? But we'll see. It's totally out of my control, so I'm just not thinking about it too much. I'm just going to keep plugging along until something changes. Yeah, Blue Sky at least does have an open API, so a third party could do it. Threads does not have an API yet, which is ponderous. They have talked about, this is the thing, Threads and Blue Sky were both talking about becoming a part of so you'd be able to connect, you'd be able to follow someone on Mastodon with your Threads or Blue Sky account kind of thing, or follow someone on Threads with your Blue Sky account as an example. But none of them said anything about when that might happen or how far along the plans are or anything. Right, yeah, don't be on an OF style site. When OFs first started, I think their idea was originally it wouldn't be what it became. The market wants what it wants. I guess it's not a good fit for you though, clearly. I don't think it is. Yeah, like, I mean, yeah, that's the way my business brain has kind of thought it through. I don't know whether that's actually like what the behavior of people will be, but yeah, I don't know. There's legit cooking streams there, allegedly. Yeah, so funny when OnlyFans tried to go away from sex stuff and failed. They don't understand. It's hard to lose their image they have. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know that, yeah. There are absolutely OnlyFans profiles that don't do sex stuff. There are people on OnlyFans who do fitness things and they release a daily workout, or they do cooking things and release daily recipes and things like that. Like, I get that. They absolutely do. And that's fine. But I don't think... I don't think they're getting much native discovery. I think that these are people who already, like, they're celebrity. Like, it's someone who already has a sense of celebrity who can then direct their already followers to go and pay them more money over there, kind of thing. Because that was one thing that OnlyFans did not have, was any cross-discoverability. I know, like, there was a few sex workers I was talking to who that was what they were, that was the big issue, was that there was just no real discoverability. You had to go out onto all the other socials and then point them all back to your OF. I think Patreon is the best place for value-add paid content, but even then you have to come up with a whole content strategy for that. People want more than just repackaged stream content. Correct. Correct. You're not misinterpreting it. That is what would happen if you went on a site like that. Yeah, pretty looking later on the internet. Wait, why does she have her clothes on? Correct. Yeah, that's like, you know, literally. Oh dear, I don't think it's that. I think it's Pretty Lady on a site full of pretty ladies who take their clothes off for money. Why is she not doing that? Which, you know, fair enough. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, yeah, I played with Buffer when you mentioned it. I like the site, paying per channel is not in my budget right now. I didn't like that they don't have Blue Sky yet. Yeah, I don't think many people have Blue Sky yet. I know it's on there. Like, I'm in Buffer's Discord and I've had conversations one-on-one with a handful of the developers about different bits and pieces. Because I'm an outlier. I'm an outlier in terms of their normal clientele. I'm not a social media business. I'm not a marketing department. I'm a sole trader. I'm marketing. The product I am marketing is myself. And so they were really, when they saw that I said that, they were like, "Oh, you're on Twitch? Okay. How do you use Buffer? Like, what do you do?" So they got really, really interested, and I ended up in all of, you know how we have threads in Discord, I ended up in all of these little threads on different topics about like how I use it and what issues I've come across and how it would work better for my business plan and all this kind of, it was really cool to see. They were so engaged and involved and curious, which was lovely. But I know that they're working on Threads and Blue Sky. I know they're working on it, but one of the things that they're working on is an agnostic content feed. So it wouldn't have auto post functionality, but what you could do is put in all of your plans and you could put like a color code or a logo or whatever you wanted to do on them and say like, you know, this is for Twitter, this is for Threads, this is for Blue Sky, this is for Insta. And then when the time came, instead of it auto posting, it would ping your phone. I just added a thing to my calendar. It would ping your phone and say, "Hey Fia, it's time to post." And then I'd tap that, it would take me to the post that I wanted to do, and there'd be my color coding there to tell me where to post it, and I could just copy it, then jump to the app, paste it, and send. That I have time for. But fiddling around, like going here and figuring out here and there and da-da-da-da, if I just got a notification and then could straight away just go and do it, I would absolutely use that. And so that's one of the things they're working on, because that way they can do it for blogs. They can do it for news articles on websites, and, you know, like Blizzard could use Buffer to schedule out all of their news articles or something. Do you know? Like it has so many more applications outside of what Buffer already does, and so it could attract more customers. And so I was talking to them a lot about how I would use a function like that and how I step by step would expect it to do things for me and stuff like that. And they were, as I said, very attentive. They were super interested in how I saw it working, which was cool. I liked that. You know, influencers, we like attention. It is a bit of moolah, which is good, like you said, to pay for a service. But yeah, so $48 a year, that's only like $4 a month per channel. So $4 per month to not have to be tied to my phone to tweet every 3 hours or 2 hours or whatever. Yes, that's good. I like that. But it does add up. It certainly does. So I've got 4 channels at the moment, and that's enough for now. It's paying to open, like I can sit here and schedule a whole week's worth of tweets in an hour or 2 and then just not touch Twitter for a whole week. You know, like that's what paying that money gets me in return. And that not having to fiddle with it means that I don't have to stop recording a video to go and send a tweet and then clip those two together. I can just edit I can record a whole big chunk and then just have that as the content, you know, it works. Honestly, even outside of OnlyFans, it seems to be what people think about women making content on the internet for some reason. You're very insightful, Zamnist. I was trying to think of a new inventive way of saying you're not wrong. I could talk about my OF page sometime if you wanted. It's literally just pics of my cat. Incredible. Incredible. I'm sure some people think that, but I don't know. I know plenty of YouTube channels and Twitch channels run by attractive women who are not doing the whole e-girl sexualized content and have built a nice following. Oh, for sure. But that doesn't mean, just because they have a nice following does not mean they don't regularly have people coming in saying things like, show us your boobs. Like, I have auto mod. You guys don't see that stuff. Oh, fair bubble tea tomorrow. Yes, there will be bubble tea tomorrow. I'm so excited. And it'll be a later bubble tea because I've finished my first term of pole. I've graduated from beginner 1. I mean, it's not my very first term, it's, you know, but I finished, last week was my last beginner 1 class. This week I'm starting beginner 2. I'm so excited. So excited. I have heard Threads and Blue Sky say that about integration with Mastodon with Threads. I'll take that at face value. With Blue Sky, I'm not sure how they imagine that will work. Excuse me, because Blue Sky is developing the AT protocol, whereas Mastodon uses ActivityPub. Oh, okay, interesting. I don't know what that means, but I assume it means that they can't really, it's like getting Mega Blocks and Lego, they don't really fit together. If anyone wants a Blue Sky code, let me know on Discord. Yeah, ditto, I've got a handful as well. Right, yeah, sites like Buffer are targeted to corporate marketing groups. Correct, they are. I am a corporate marketing group. I'm not really. I've used those sites in that context, not Buffer specifically. I can't remember what tools I've used other, but one. Yeah, there are so many of them. So many. Buffer was the most appropriately priced for my budget. It does not have anywhere near the number of functions and tracking and engagement things and blah, blah, blah as something like Hootsuite does. But it's like a third the price, so I'll take it. Good morning, Stella. Welcome back. Thank you, Beck. Thank you. All of the hype and yay. Thank you, everyone. I'm sure they do have people saying that. I modded for Quiet Fetching Actress during the pandemic. She was not playing that game, but I saw the auto-modded comments. Yeah. So a tea that reflects new beginnings. Ooh, delicious. Mega Blocks and Lego. Good analogy. Yay, go me. Gotta have a look. Yes. I had to step away to do some work. Did you get the mummified skull mount? No, unfortunately not. Switch to the World Drop Snapdragon. No, I haven't switched to the World Drop Snapdragon. I switched to the Royal Snapdragon that comes from the Reputation cache, but that hasn't dropped either, and now I've done both my tunes, so that's a thing. Rusty Mechanic Crawler has a 20 to 40 minute respawn. Silent Glider has a several respawn. Next one's Underrot. I've never tried to solo Mythic Underrot before, so this is going to be an experience. This is going to be an experience. Just let me double check a thing. Right, I am going to take a quick AFK break. We're about 10 minutes away from an ad, but I'll play it early so that we don't have to deal with it when I'm still playing a bit. I will... BRB. Yes, incoming ad.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Good tidings!
I am a paladin. Aww.
An illusion? What are you hiding?
Alrighty. Underrot. This will be a new and fun experience. I'm not going to bed. Go away. It's my bedtime. Hi, sweet as a juggernaut. Yeah, big ones to do this. A lot of stuff you don't need, like tracking how many people in the company are reaching income messages, content on the personal socials. This is corporate social media marketing people care about. Oof, yeah. I'm heading to bed. Of course, Beck. Rest well. We'll see you next time. Thank you, Kenzie, for the ads command. Panic. Yep. Oh my goodness. Sophia, do you reckon Cher will stream overnight during Subfest? Unfortunately, this time I don't think so. I was hoping that we'd be in permanent housing by Subfest in November. Like, I knew there was going to be one coming, and I really hoped that we'd be done with the housing situation. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't think so. But that means it'll give us 6 months before the next one. Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be like 6-hour streams every day.
It's likely that the Alliance will fall victim to the Blood Trolls, but I want to ensure their demise.
Because we did 10 hours for 10 days, like 100 hours of fear, and it destroyed me. And it so I'm thinking, I don't know, I might have to kind of play it by ear. The intent at the moment is 6 hours a day for the 10 days. But we'll just have to kind of see how we go. Oh, the pretty emotes. Amazing. Hello. You're out of control staying up past your bedtime. I know. BlizzCon, man. It does things to a person. Able to give me a mount. Maybe Aaron Jesus will be like, Jesus, woman, go to bed. Here, have a mount. Now go to bed. Maybe. We'll see. She wasn't ready for that kind of commitment. Is your stream room where your landlord holds the overnight cage prize fights? Knew it. No, it's... No, there's a lot more to it than that, unfortunately. But... yeah. It's okay. It's alright. Focus number 1 is get to new home. And then once we sort that out, I will have a whole lot more freedom. And we'll see how we go from there. I have got plans for what will happen after the move, but we'll just have to wait and see. Because I don't want to start planning stuff and then have things fall through, you know? They needed a place where mods can fight. Hiya, Nord, welcome back. How you going? Well, that seemed easy enough. Oh my god, we might actually get transmog in here. Oh my god, there's actually nothing for the mage, but there's actually transmog in here. Jesus. Oh, thanks. How are you? Yeah, I'm doing really well, thank you. Really well. When I say silly things for you, I'm not backhandedly trying to squeeze information out of you. I know. It doesn't work well if your current arrangement is sufficient. I know. But yeah, there's it's just disappointing. You know, when you have this beautiful idea of stuff that you could accomplish, big plans, and then things don't pan out, and it's like, right, well, I guess I need to revert to that old thing that I did last time. Yeah. Oh, Fia, what the War Within feature you most excited for? For me, it's warbands. Thank you, Zam, for the link. Please be alert that there is a language and volume warning on that clip. I probably should edit the title, hey. just include the info in there. Decided to be asking people to take care of themselves and be kind to each other in my release notes. If there are any Fianati members at my work, I'm sure they'll make themselves known. Beautiful. I love it. You'll have to let me know. Not like out them or anything, but like just... Yeah, can you imagine? It's disappointing and frustrating. Oh, big time. Oh, big time. Especially when things fall through due to no fault on your part whatsoever. I need to ask about these new legendary classes or whatever they're called. Legendary classes. Like the Grove Keeper. Oh! Hero talents. Right. Okay. So, not only did BlizzCon give us the name and some details about the new expansion, they gave us 3 expansions. So we've got like the 5-year plan for WoW now, which is bananas. They've never done that before, and it's kind of like, oh boy, whew, I get goosebumps just thinking about it. So the first one is called The War Within. It's releasing fall 2024, so that's September, October, November, which is the worst time of year, but that's fine, we'll deal with it. Everything happens in those 3 months, and I hate it. That's fine. One of the features of The War Within is what is called hero talents. So we have talent trees. This is a mage. So I have on the left here is mage talent tree. So every mage has this. Then you pick a specialization. So for mages, we have arcane, fire, and frost. So that's my fire tree because I'm a fire mage. If I switch to arcane, this tree will stay the same, but I'll get an arcane tree. Hero talents will add a small block of talents just here where those scrolly bits are. And those hero talents are not fire, frost, arcane. The hero talents, there's 3 trees, but one of them is shared between arcane and frost. One of them is shared between arcane and fire, and one of them is shared between fire and frost. So as a fire mage, I get to pick one of 2 hero trees, and one of them will be inaccessible to me as a fire mage. If I switch to frost or arcane, I'll be able to access the 3rd one, but as a fire mage, I get to pick one of the 2. Then when you hit 71, 72, 73, etc. up to 80, each level you'll get a new hero talent point. So you see how it's got mage talent point 0 and fire 0? When you hit level 10, you get a mage point, 11, you get a fire point, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, etc. Right? So that's how that works. So with the hero ones, you won't get any more mage or fire. You'll just get 1, 2, 3 through to 10 hero talent points that you can put into that little tree just there. Yes, so just because I play a fire mage and you play a fire mage, just assume for now, I know you wouldn't ever, but that's fine. Just saying I'm a fire mage and you're a fire mage, we could have picked 2 different hero talent trees, and so we actually play our fire mages differently, and they behave differently and look different and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's cool, hey. So, yeah, take care of yourselves, be kind to each other, subscribe to twitch.tv/Viama. Yes! Might be a bit far, just a little bit. It'd be really funny though. Oh, I hope warbands are as good as they could be for alts. I reckon they're going to be. I reckon they're going to be. From what they've been talking about so far, I think they're going to be really, really cool. And as we go through, as we learn more about them, we'll all just have to like, put on our critical thinking hats, come up with some pros and cons for them, see if we can help with the refining of the idea. But honestly, considering how many people, because warbands aren't like a class specific thing, they're not an end game mechanic, they're not, it's just a quality of life tool, right? It's just purely a quality of life tool. I think they'll be really open to just making it pretty damn awesome. There could be some restrictions that, like, technically speaking, from the code perspective, is just a mess. So they can't do it, or they can, but it's going to take them a whole lot longer, so it'll be introduced in, like, 11.1 or 11.2 or something like that. Like the old reputations being account-wide, or warband-wide. It's not account, it's warband, anyway. like old reputations, Ian said in the deep dive that it's going to just be the war within reputations to begin with, but that they're working on Dragonflight reps and then they're going to work their way backwards. So obviously old reps are, like, they've been in the game for a very long time. They're super tricky. It's not like they updated that code every expat because they didn't have to. They could just leave it sitting there. It worked fine, right? So now going back there and fiddling with that, they're going to have to be careful what they tweak. So it could be a little bit before we get, for example, classic shared reputations, but I think they'll get there eventually. It'll just require some patience on our part. Interesting. Can you explain like I'm 5 the warbands? I can. I'm just thinking how to... Your warband? So your characters, your toons, is now your warband. The login screen is changing. It will have a pretty picture with like a pretty, you know, thingamajig where you've got a campfire and your 4 favorited toons. So you can choose up to 4 characters to sit around that campfire. That doesn't mean there are 4 characters in the warband. All of your characters, regardless of faction, regardless of server, regardless of account, it is BattleNet account wide. You could have 480 characters in your warband. I know. But warband members, your characters, share a bunch of stuff. They share reputations. Starting other, as I said, starting with the war within reputations. It won't count old reps yet, but they are planning on making it a thing. They're planning on working on it. You will have a warband bank that is accessible to all of your characters, regardless of which account they're on or which faction, which server, etc. All of your characters will have access to that warband bank. There's a warband reagent bank. So, for example, Fia, my main, could stick cloth in the reagent warbank, the reagent warbank. I'm just going to call it the warbank. In the reagent warbank, and then I could log over to my tailor, who's in the middle of bloody nowhere, and my tailor could craft profession, like tailoring stuff, using that cloth from the warbank without having to go and collect it, which is very good. Yeah. I think that's about it in terms of, they did talk about transmog, like you can, on my druid, I could run a raid on my druid and loot plate and learn the transmog, and loot mail and learn the transmog, and that's fine. But that's not a warband feature, that's just changing how the transmog acquisition rules work. It is an alt-friendly thing, but it's not a part of the warband doodad, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think, does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Will they ever give Night Elves an antler options? I know it's highly unlikely, but please, Blizzard. There are helms. There's actually a helm coming this patch. Let me grab it for you. It's a cosmetic helm. So it's not there's not a bunch of varieties, but there's a cosmetic helm that looks a whole lot like, I actually thought of you when I saw it. It's called Forest Lord's Antlers, and this is what it looks like. That's the Wowhead link there to the screenshot specifically. Please use the solution to how WoW wasn't made for alts. As Holly said, the data shows a large percentage of the player base plays alts. Yeah, exactly. Holly said that of people who have A level 70, 2/3 of those people have 2 or more. And if you have, like, of everyone who has a 70, half of them have 3 or more. Personally, I now have 11, as of yesterday. So it's like, it's a big thing. Alt culture is a whole ass thing now. Nice proximity effect there with the microphone, thank you. That's cool. Yeah, this is a new goal is 480 level 80s. No. That would require me to pay for 8 accounts, and I can't afford that. I have enough in my budget for 1 bubble tea a week. They said it crosses accounts. They said Battle.net account, not account. They did, yes. They said Battle.net account. Is it? No, not region. Battle.net account. Wait, no withdrawals required. Holy carp. Yeah, it's a reagent bank. It's the exact dupe. It's the exact same as your current reagent bank, except it's warband wide. Massive quality of life improvement. Yeah, huge. Absolutely huge. I just want to make Escarina look like Escarina. Yeah, fair. Fair. Yeah, no, there's, like, there are a couple of helms out there that are very, very pretty. But none of them are, like, in fact, every single, all of the Emerald Dream armor, like the outdoor models for cloth, leather, mail, and plate, like the World Quest models and stuff like that for gear, all of them have antlers stuck to the helm. Like, all of them. But it's also a full-on helm as well. I don't the distinction there. We'll wait and see, I guess. So, Annika, you have your Battle.net account, which is like, for example, for me, my battle tag is Fiamma #1180, right? So that's my link to my whole Battle.net account. And I log in with my email address. And I have WoW, and I have Hearthstone, and I have Diablo 4, and I have blah, blah, blah. That's all on my Battle.net account, yeah? So one Battle.net account can have 8 individual World of Warcraft accounts. WoW 1, WoW 2, WoW 3, WoW 4, WoW 5, WoW 6, WoW 7, WoW 8. Yeah? So if something is account-wide, usually it can just affect like WoW 1 or WoW 2 or WoW 3, etc., etc. But some things are Battle.net account bound or Battle.net account wide, which means that it's WoW 1 through 8, all of them. That's the distinction. It has for 1 EU, 3 NA. Correct. So your 1 EU account will be 1 warband, and your 3 NA accounts is your 2nd warband. Because cross-region play is not a thing. Does that make sense? I have a feeling that's the bloody thumbnail now, isn't it? God damn it. Right. Underrot. Grog. But yeah, unfortunately, cross-region stuff is just not a thing. I'm pretty sure you can actually have... Can you have 8 EU and 8 NA accounts on one Battle.net, or do you have to split the 8 how you decide? I've never actually I've never thought about that. I wish cross-region was a thing, as does most of the player base. There was a thing about it in one of the interviews that a bunch of the developers did, asking about cross-region, and I can get you the... Restrictions being removed, cross-realm guilds, but what about regions? No talks about that yet. They'd love to have it, but many technical issues standing in the way. They constantly hear, I want to play with my friends, and they want to make that happen as much as they can. Was the result from the question asked directly to the devs. I don't think so. I'm guessing you have to purchase a sub for each of the 8 accounts. Correct. Yep. You're very welcome.
These little ones have taken our scrolls and turned themselves into
but I think you may, like, I have WoW 1, WoW 2, WoW 3 EU, and WoW 1 US, so maybe. Interesting. Can I have... Battle.net WoW accounts. Okay, creating a new World of Warcraft account. Battle.net.
Sending it into a panic. Oh, this chaos is the last thing the city needs. Help the merchants by rescuing the cargo before we get stomped on.
All it says is you can have up to 8 World of Warcraft accounts in the same Blizzard account. You can add new accounts through your games and subscriptions account management page. The next time you launch the Battle.net app, use the drop-down menu on top of the play button to select the World of Warcraft account you want to log into. I guess not, then. That's from the us.battle.net support page. So why so many new accounts? You don't mind me asking? I've got 3 accounts. Hello Murloc, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Half my accounts are from the old days when you could name them. Yeah, one of mine is. So I've got an account that's named for my old email address, and then I've got WoW 1 and WoW 2. So I could do later achievements. Yeah. I'm a noob when it comes to this. Do you have to buy the expansions again for each account? Yes. That's okay. Don't stress about being a noob. Everyone, like every single person who knows this information had to learn it at some point as well. It just so happens that you're learning it now, and that's all right. Totally okay. But yes, you do. You need to. So I've got 3 accounts. I've got this one that has Dragonflight and has all the collector's editions and has an active sub that's on a 12-month sub window, all that kind of stuff. And then I have a WoW 1 and a WoW 2 that are both on Shadowlands because neither of them has a... no, I didn't buy any expansions on them. I haven't got a sub on them. Everything's, yeah, zeros across the board. Subscription expired.
Grow restless. Help them find peace. The blood trails are
not all the X packs, to be clear.
source of the rot and destroy it. Guard yourself.
Well, Vanilla's not an expansion.
What lurks in these caves.
It was impossible to find a troll rogue. I even checked Horde Cities as an Alliance player, but no luck. So I decided to make an alt myself. Yeah. Yep. Oh, did you convert your 6-month sub to a 12-month? I've been curious if they just tack on the 12 months if you still have time left on the 6-month. I don't remember. I did it like 3 or 4 years ago. It's been a long time. I don't remember, I'm sorry. But yeah, whenever you, like, if you go into the account thing, like if you go into the shop and you buy game time, because you can buy actual like 60 days of game time rather than a subscription, right? And you can also buy WoW tokens. You can buy WoW tokens when your sub is still active, and all it does when you consume it is just add 30 days to your expiration date. So if your billing date is, you know, 1 June 2024, then you add a token to it, your billing date will then become 1 July 2024. So yeah, I'm assuming that that's what it did. It'll just charge you the amount that it says it's going to charge you, and then bump your renewal date by another year. I think, yeah, that sounds right. I'm now wondering, does PTR count for the 8 account limit? No. Why are you... Thank you. No, PTR accounts do not count. I meant you don't have to buy BC Wrath Cat as social media. Oh, gotcha, yes. What I meant to say was that those accounts have never had any expansions purchased on them at all. They've just been sitting there for a very long time. Sorry, I wasn't clear enough, that was my bad. No, different game version, yeah. Yeah, so if you can have 60 tunes on one account and you can have 8 accounts, both of those were new, like, it shows them both as new transmog. And then, okay, that one's shed appearance, but the first one, nice. Nice. I hear a cat, is that from the stream? It is. It's my weak aura here telling me to push my finisher. Not that I do it anyway, but so he goes 1, 2, 3 combo, 4 combo, finisher. It's so that I don't have to, so it's so that I can be like reading chat and mashing buttons, and then when I hear them row, I can just hit 2 and not really think about it too much. Make ease of interaction with chat. shit, where did you lot come from? Oops. Like, it was just so good. It is, yeah. It is. If I pull the boss, is it gonna pull everything? No, good. Noted. It's a shit appearance. That's gonna be happening a lot. Speaking of good things, have you checked for his Instagram? Yeah, word of advice. It might be a good idea to keep an eye on Twitter and Instagram this week. Especially if you're a collector. Oop, yeah, that's it. Oop, there it is. Just doing that, guys. Yes. I realized the 12 month sub was that old. Spread had new rewards recently. Just assumed it was a new option. No, it's So yeah, whenever those kind of things come up, I automatically just get them, which is really nice. Like I'll see a thing on Twitter or Discord or whatever it happens to be, and then I kind of sit down and open up Battle.net and I have a gift to claim, kind of thing. It's quite nice. And considering that this is my job, I know that I'm not, like, for some people, I can understand not wanting to pay for 12 months up front, especially if you're not sure, like, how your play is gonna, like, you know, are you gonna be busy? Are you gonna have the time to play that often? And blah, blah, like, I understand that. So for a lot of people, it may not be worth it. But for the amount of time I spend playing, excuse me, and the fact that, like, it's my job, it's worth it to me. The discount is worth it. Oh Nord, you were the one who set up the charity events. Yeah! Nord was the one. Nord is the head of the Skelly squad. We've been doing this dungeon at 60 since I wanted to tame Cragmore, since I liked having named tames. It was rough. Oh my god, I can imagine. It was amazing. Oh, it was so good, wasn't it, Nord? Absolutely amazing.
Destroy it now.
The whole team did a bang up job. Some people just above and beyond. Absolutely wonderful.
I have never seen this form of corruption before. If this spreads to the surface, we will not be able to contain it.
Slowly but surely figuring out how much I can skip. Absolutely phenomenal effort. It's the gleam drawn. Looks like it closed on 411. That might be the announcement that Norda's talking about.
Virulent specimen detected. Containment priority 1.
It's been drawn when to be contacted today. Amazing! Oh, that's so good. Liz. Ooh. Oh, I hadn't done it on this tune. That's hilarious. That was new transmog. Beautiful. No mount though. Good luck indeed. No. It's a good clip, hey Lilia. Good fun. Posture check, wonderful. Oh no wait, this one's Horde. So many habits. That music is beautiful.
Help! These little ones have taken our scrolls and turned themselves into beasts. We have dispelling scrolls, but you will need to get close enough to use them. Watch out!
This one. Beautiful. Kara, IF, Stormwind, Halfway Peninsula, DF Music. I think that's it. I don't know. I reckon the whole soundtrack's pretty banging.
Something has spooked one of the Lutosaurs, sending it into a panic. Oh, this chaos is the last thing the city needs. Help the merchants by rescuing the cargo before we get stomped on.
Yeah, so this Islands of Insight game looks absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Totems of the Grizzle Lord, thank you. Blizzard release finals on the music. Were you the one who said that earlier, Lilia? I feel like, because we've had that message already today, I'm just wondering if it was you or somebody else.
It's likely that the Alliance will fall victim.
Yeah.
You
Someone mentioned that today.
are not prepared.
Hiya, Rock.
Wherever you find
Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're doing well. How was your stream? Welcome in, raiders. If you haven't been here before, I'm Thea. It is so lovely to meet you. We're doing a bit of a Mount Farm Monday today. I'm chatting about all things WoW, new and old. Excuse me, the War Within and lore. It's been pretty cool. Last couple of days have been absolutely amazing for just chatting with new people and chilling out and stuff. So, hope you enjoy your time with us. Thank you very much for the shout out, much appreciated. Rocker Raid, yas. Oh, hey, not you. Yeah, no, not you. I had a quick scroll through your chat history. Yeah, it's interesting that two people have like separately talked about it today. But yeah, I mean, the music is amazing. Hello. We are. Well, I mean, I am. I can't speak for the community, of course, but I'm having a wonderful night. Thank you. I hope you are too. It says good taste, in my opinion. Absolutely, Lilia. Definitely. Oh dear. So what were you up to, Rocker? What have you done today? You know what I wish for? What do you wish for, dude? Wonderful indeed. Absolutely wonderful. To release your albums on vinyl. Ah, you're the third person today, dude. I actually figured out how to get Instagram working with Buffer. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, I've been using it here and there. I just haven't been super active on Instagram, unfortunately. I'm getting there. Slowly but surely. I was working through more BG3. What very eventful. Oh, yeah. I won't ask too many details because no doubt it's probably spoilers for a little baby player like myself. But oh, I'm so excited for you. There's someone all the way at the very top of the hill. What are they doing? Get back down here. Another one Alliance type of music. I had this weird problem with my Instagram wouldn't link to Facebook. Finally figured out I had to make it a page. Yeah. Facebook is very much, if you are a personal account, you don't need any of these tools. So you must have a business page if anything is going to be anything, you know? If you want access to the business suite, if you want access to analytics, to scheduling, to literally any of those kind of tools, if it is anything more than a chat and a feed, then you must have a page for your business. Which I guess sort of helps people not spam their feeds and stuff so much. I don't know. But I'm sure there's a reason for it. But yeah, you have to make a Facebook business page and then link your Instagram to it. Make it a professional account. You be spoily? Delicious spoilers. We don't like spoilers here. It's just, it's juicy gossip is what I'm kind of referring to here. As you know, I hate Facebook and don't use it, so I was out of loop on how to do things like this. Yeah, very much so. I made a new Facebook personal account under this name. Suck at Facebook. I don't care about your policies. Anyway, I hope that was enough, but it's not. Had to make a page in addition. Yeah. Yep. But look, having a Facebook page makes it a whole lot easier for my mum to share my stream achievements with her friends, so. Yep. It is indeed spoiler-free chat, which is why Rocket is being exceptionally respectful and not sharing precisely what she's done on stream today, which we appreciate very, very deeply. But I'm so excited for you! Eventful BG3, like, there is like, eventful BG3 is like, eventful. Like, stuff goes down, you know? Oh my god, it's great. So good. I wonder if this Islands of Insight game is embargoed. Like, I mean, obviously there's a demo and you can play it, but can you stream it? Or, like, content to create with it. I probably wouldn't, I don't know about streaming it. Because I've no doubt there'd be people in the chat to be like, you fixed the puzzle by doing this! But YouTube videos could be fun. I'm not against people using Facebook for business use if only could turn off the ability of people to share their personal thoughts. Oh, can I stream? There we go. Perfect. I love when a coming soon game has can I stream in their FAQ. Yes. Good. They only have TikTok and X, apparently. Please take time to review and respect behaviors, fan creator content guidelines before posting. They only have a Twitter and a TikTok. Oof. That's okay. You just upload the video to YouTube and then put the link in a tweet and tag them. Wait, wrong way. This direction. God damn, I get so turned around in these places. I saw there is a new alpha build coming out for Dark Web Streamer. That one you cannot stream, correct. I have, however, followed the instructions of emailing my full name and Discord tag along with the sentence prescribed. So I'm hoping that I'll get access. Hopefully she'll recognize the name and give me access. It being fun, but also semi-stressful to watch. EG3? Or what was... Oh, Dark Web Streamer. But no, I will not be sharing any content from that as per instructions, because I don't want to, like, no. I don't want to screw her over. In particular, because I had a conversation with her about streaming and content and all that kind of stuff around it, and I know her reasons for not having it distributed. So, like, I mean, even if I didn't know the reasons, I'd still respect it. But after having a conversation with Chantel about why, I'm absolutely not, I'm not going to get in her way. No, I had to comment about that one. Oh. I see spoilers, and then I'm not against people using Facebook for business use. I saw there was a new alpha build. I remember it being fun, but also semi-stressful to watch. I had a comment above that one. What, like, is there one that's missed? Like it's been caught by something and I didn't see it, or?
I have never seen this form of corruption before.
You are not prepared.
Hi, Drax. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for the shout out. How was your stream? What were you up to? Welcome on in, raiders, if you haven't been here before. I'm Fia. It is so lovely to meet you. We are doing some mount farming today. We haven't got any mounts yet. I'm a little bit salty, but that's fine. And just chatting about Warcraft new and old. You know, the War Within, all the big special BlizzCon announcement-y stuff, but also, like, backwards. For players who are looking to come to Azeroth for the first time, or returning players, just talking about lore and what people might have missed, and explaining who all the people are. Green Man and Angsty Boy. It's all happening. It's been great. I hope you've all had a wonderful night with Hydrax. If you need to take care of yourself and do, like, you know, fooding and drinking and all that kind of stuff, do the things. Oh, excuse me. I don't see the comment. Welcome in, Hydrax. What was the game where you and Jess had to defuse bombs? Did that game go well view-wise? So the defusing bombs thing was, I think, was it Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes? That was a very long time ago. Like a very, very long time ago. Is that the one you're talking about? Where I'm in voice comms and I have a bomb in front of me and Jas can't see the bomb, but he's just got an operations manual and he has to describe and... I would have thought that was before your time with us, Dupe. When did you start following? 2020. Yeah, that was well before then. But that was back when I was a very, very small creator anyway, and so I wasn't like, I don't know if it did well view-wise because it was just my core handful of, you know, like 12 people there anyway, because it was so long ago. Is that one? Good evening, I played tonight. Yeah, we had a really late one. I accidentally 9 hours yesterday. I'm just, yeah, we've just been vibing, and so I thought, yeah, bugger it, let's keep going. A bunch of disc priest keys. Ooh, nice. Helps people get portals. KSM. Brilliant. Oh, congratulations to everyone who got a new portal with their KSM. That's huge. That's huge. Second time I've had a word in chat. It must have been filtered. Yeah, possibly. I didn't even, like, nothing even from automod though. Like, it was just not there. So it might be like an inbuilt thing. Angsty Boy's finally Mandarin. Oh my goodness, yes he is. I think Blizzard has hit comic on their hands with Green Man and Angsty Boy. All they have to do is make it. The game's a banger. If you ever heard of a sword in WoW, what's up with that? Well, what sword? You each had half the story. Oh no, A Tale of Two somethings. I know the one you're talking about now. Yes. Not A Tale of Two somethings. What was it? It was two something. Hang on a second. Let me find out, and then I can tell you how it did. Let me just find the name of the game. Steam is just taking a while to load. TikTok, A Tale for Two. And then we open up YouTube. Twitch VOD 20th of May 2022. Uh, 50 average. And it was a combination of TikTok, A Tale for Two, and Strange Horticulture. $50 average viewers for that stream. Which is not. Which is great for some, not for my channel, unfortunately. It was a lot of fun, but it was, yeah, it was not, it did not perform well. I'm playing D4 and looking in your stream and got so much other Q&A regarding WoW. Oh, you're so welcome, Heafy. I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you for sharing. If you ever have any questions, by all means. This is not, the Q&A is not just for today. Like, I'm so happy to help. Unfortunately, we didn't get anything in Automod though. It was a time-based one, that wasn't it? Yeah. It was one I swear you guys had to defuse a bomb or something. TikTok, A Tale for Two, it's a multiplayer game, but you each have your own screen and you can see things that they can't, so you have to communicate. Like, we were sitting on a screen, I remember, and Jas was like, oh, that's really cool. And I'm like, what's cool? It's like there's like a like the mechanical thing. And I'm like, what mechanical thing? And he's like, it's like a clock type deal. And I'm like, I don't see a clock. And he's like, oh, what do you see? I'm like, I have a feather. Like it's, yeah, it was a whole thing like that. We had to really communicate to figure out where we were going and what we were doing. But little puzzles and stuff like that. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a short game, quite short, but very fun. But no, did not perform particularly well in terms of like metrics. But no, Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes is a totally different, very like panic. Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. You have a bomb. And you, as the diffuser, one person is the diffuser, and one or multiple people can be the, like the assistant kind of thing. So the idea is, imagine you're in your bomb suit and you're in this place and when you've got the bomb. And then you've got a radio, like a walkie-talkie in your suit, and there's someone back at a safe distance who's sitting there with the manual. And it's a manual of every bomb ever created. And so the diffuser needs to, they get in, they're like, right, and they flip it around, they look and they go, okay, I have a serial number, the serial number is blah, 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 blah. But the manual, it doesn't just have like bomb A, bomb B, bomb C. It's like, if the bomb starts with M, here is what you could have. However, if the next letter is X, it could be any of these ones instead. Like it's a whole tricksy bullshit thing. So you've got to really communicate. And there's all these different modules. And there'll be like a module that has, you know, maybe you're playing Simon Says. But, like, so, you know, it'll flash yet red, and then you have to click red. And then if it flashes red, yellow, and then you click red, yellow. But if to its right, it has a mini game with sliding things on it, you've got to select the one, when it goes red, you've got to select the one that's blue, that's clockwise by 1. But if the one on the right doesn't have sliders, but it has dials, you've got to go anti-clockwise to select it. So it's all like, it's like, right, I have a Simon Says thing, and they go, okay, Simon Says. Okay, the puzzle to the right of that, what does it look like? I'm like, fuck, there's like some like cogs and dials and things. Right, okay, so what color is it flashing? Red. Okay, plus green. Sure, okay. So you've got, like, it's that, oh. And of course, it's a bomb. So if you don't do it in time, it explodes and it's just game over and you gotta start again. Yeah, it's, holy shit. That is just, Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes was a whole thing. A whole thing. So I was mentioning like the Simon Says panels, right? They beep. So it's like beep, 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 and it's the same tone. And then once you click the right thing, it'll be like beep, 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 beep. There was one bomb that was rectangular with 6 panels, and they were all Simon Says. And then on the back of the bomb, 6 more panels, and they were all Simon Says. And so all of them were like beep, 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 the whole time. And I remember playing through it and just being like, I can't, it was just too many beeps. I ended up having to take my headset off and just sit for a couple of minutes to let my brain figure out what the hell it was doing. Being like, right, okay, let's try this again. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. It was very funny though. There are a couple of highlights from that, I think. Like, because this was before clips existed. We played that before clips were a thing. Loved Ian's shirt during the deep dive. I really want it. Good news! It's in the Blizzard Gear store. It's $35 US. Bad news. It's $40.11 to ship to Australia, which put together converts to 115 Australian dollars. Which is not an appropriate cost for a shirt. Yes, I plan to get back into WoW. I'm very new still. Of course, Ify, of course. So many new folks will be getting into it. You will not be the only one in that boat, I promise you. It sounds like a trippy kind of game. Could be fun, could be infuriating. It was fun for the most part. There were a couple of times where I was like, Jazareth, listen. I keep talking about it, so it's the best VR game to play with friends ever. I played it before VR was even a thing. Like, so I have not played it on VR, but I think I have the VR version. But goddamn, it just... It just. I wonder how it works with the hand tracking that the MetaQuest is, with MetaQuest 2 is like figured out now. I learnt Morse code for that game. Yeah. Yeah. Oh dear. The bomb game sounds like a game I would never like to play with you. I cannot imagine how much yelling would result. Hang on a second. Let me. Did we have... I hate that you can't filter highlights by game. At least they're sorted by date. So I can go like away back to the beginning. No, it doesn't look like it's here anymore. Or maybe it was like as clips were starting to be a thing. Let's find out. Nope, doesn't look like it. Yeah, it was, the thing is, I'm an incredibly logical person. So once we kind of, like, if I'm playing that with, like, a partner, right? If there's two of us, especially someone like Jas, okay? We communicate about so many things on a daily basis that we know what different tones of voices mean. We know, like... We understand there's non-verbal communication going on there, even when you're not, like, even when you're in a headset. So, and I know, like, with somebody like Jas, I can cut half the words out of the sentence and he'll still know what I mean. But if I do have to say the full sentence, I can do that and be it's once you find a flow with a person, it's not yelling. It's at the start, yeah, it's all panic. And then once you've been playing for a couple of hours, it just you kind of like you're in the zone. It's like the Mythic Plus zone where you're just like, right, okay, you know exactly what you need to find, so you get in there and you're like, bomb. Finding, and you know that the first thing you're going to say, the first thing you need to give them is what the serial number is. So you don't even say the serial number is, you just read it out. And they go, cool. You know, next, or like, got it, or whatever. And they're like, right, first puzzle, blah. Cool, next puzzle, blah. Cool, like, you just, it becomes so methodical. And it can be really, really interesting to watch as a pair of people or more kind of get into the flow of it. Yeah. It's really interesting. Let's go back to Jan 2022. Maybe I saw one of the highlights then, yeah. Well, no, the TikTok A Tale for Two was on in May 2022. So that is there on the videos. That's how I found it. But yeah, no, Keep Talking is a very, very long, like a very, very old one. Is that the... Oh, it's loading. It must be the what's it? TikTok, yeah. And then, yeah, the second half of the stream was Strange Horticulture, the first time we played it, I think. The thing is that if you try to tune out the timer on the bomb, if you try to, because the thing is, if you focus on the timer, it's panic, right? But if you tune out the timer and just focus on one puzzle at a time, the explosion is a jump scare. I mean, the ticking of the bomb, I believe, kind of becomes a little more urgent as it gets closer, but it ends up turning into a jump scare. Actually, in regards to the what sword should I want it, but not enough to pay that, right? In Australia, like in America, I'm sure it's pretty cheap shipping and all that kind of stuff, but Australia is just, yeah. No luck for us, unfortunately. Getting all the transmog, it's great. Going the right direction? Yes. Yeah, a lot of the, unfortunately, a lot of the, like the gear store, if you order more, like what I did, I stuck another t-shirt, a singlet, and a pair of pants in there and made it like 175 US worth of stuff. Excuse me, and the shipping only went up by $4. So you can absolutely do a bulk order, but I don't have that kind of money. I don't have, you know, $500 to spend on Blizzard merch. Zoom, zoom.
What manner of creature is this? It must not be allowed to reach the surface. Destroy
I might get it when there's like a new plushie along with some other stuff I've been eyeing for the same reasons. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like it's one of those things where you kind of need to go in with a bunch of people, because even if I'm going to buy 500 Australian dollars worth of merch, that's a whole like shirt or, you know, worth of shipping. That's a lot. That's a lot. You can do a group order with. Darren, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. Much appreciated. 17 months. My goodness. That's forever. Hope you're doing well. Mm-hmm. Don't forget to claim your Prime goodies. Right, took mental days off from work, back to WoW. Amazing. Good on you for taking care of yourself. How you guys doing? Yeah, pretty well. It's Mount Fun Monday, no mounts, so that's, you know, that is what it is. So far, we could get a mount now. We're about to kill the boss that drops a mount, so look. It's fine. And I'm having a really good time. We've been talking a whole lot about, like, just WoW, new and old, so the War Within and all that kind of stuff that's coming, but also going back and explaining how everything works and worked lore-wise and stuff for you know, new or returning players, and yeah, it's been good. It's been really good. Decided to install some add-ons in WoW. Forgot how overwhelming the modified WoW UI becomes. It can, yeah. It can. It's a good idea to kind of just sit down, like, one add-on at a time. Start with your, like, if you're using something like Elf UI, you do that first, set that up exactly how you want it, then add another, and add another, and add another. And then remember, you can tweak things. You can always tweak things as you find stuff that doesn't quite work. Every time I hear the War Within, my brain wants to auto-complete within the War Without. I am awake, Riz. It's another one. I can't help myself. I want to keep going. Want mount. Give mount. Then I can go to bed. It's Mount for Monday, damn it. I want a mount. I haven't got a new mount in, like, that hasn't been from a promotion or something in such a long time.
No.
Let's remount. Yes, that's it. It's the new fair. Not permanently. Not permanently. Just, look, we're playing it by ear. My streams start at 4. And then they go. Like the title has dual meanings. We're going further into Azeroth, also calls the inner struggle of Illyria, and also the inner struggle with of Anduin as well. Like the war inside him between, you know, like with his loss of life and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's a big thing. The war within is multifaceted.
But Gahun will not stay contained for long.
Does anyone know if the add-on rematch is broken? It's not working for me anymore. Reinstall. Oh, I don't know. Mine is still fine. Just figured it meant down inside the planet. Hadn't thought of the peoples. Yes. It just scares me so much to dig through LVI world quest list. 1 or 2 basic ones. Yeah, of course, of course. Like I've got like rematch is just fine for me. What version do I have? I use WoW Up to install mine. And I have... oh, this add-on has multiple providers. It looks like it's 4.15.4. And I'm using the Curse provider, not the WoW interface provider. And it was updated, I updated that a month ago and I haven't updated it since. Oh no, I've done this one. Next tune. Off to bed, thought I'd pop in before. Of course, Riz, thank you. I hope I get that mount too. Thank you very much. Rest well, we'll see you next time. So Keep Talking Nobody Explode stream was from 2017, which explains why there isn't any clips of it. How do you know that it was from 2017, Zam? How did you figure that out?
Sunwell.
Sam, thank you so much for the resub and at tier 2 as well. 40 months. Oh my god. Your stream achievements. Your Steam achievements. Yeah, good. At least one of us has a fucking brain. Last played September 27, 2017. And I have 9 out of 10 of the achievements. Defuse 100 bombs is the last achievement I don't have. Gross. Gross. Could be interesting to do in VR. Have different viewers who are willing to speak in chat. Be my diffusing partner for each bomb. Zim checked his spreadsheet. It was Zam's time with the brain cell. I is smart. I has all the cells. You do have all the cells. I'm so proud of you. Look at you thinking. that was all just thinking. Oh, that's it. Ah, what am I doing? Good. Yep. See, I clearly don't have the brain cell at the moment. This is a mess. Oh, just home from work. Amazing. I hope work treated you well. Bomb diffusing screaming stream when? I mean, we could do it as a Discord game night. Like a community game night. I think that'd be fun. That way I won't tank my metrics either. We could do it in that stage channel that I had. The stream room channel. Because what you can do there, you can share your screen. So I could put up my screen and I could put the camera with me with the bloody headset on. And then I could invite people to speak one by one as well. And then like boot them out. And then everyone else could use chat. I wouldn't be able to see chat, but that would probably make it far more entertaining. And that way, what you can actually do with those stages is that people can like raise their hand to want to speak as well. So then we can just pick people out from the raising of the hand to like be the diffusers. That'd actually, I think that might work. I think that might work. Definitely before my time, must have been mixing the two up. Maybe there was something remotely bomb related in TikTok. I think there were a lot of clocks in TikTok, as you might imagine. And so there might have been like a bomb clock doodad thingy majiggy. Well, you will be interested to know that there is a goal, there is a milestone in Subfest for a Discord community session. So, if you want to help Fear defuse some bombs, I guess maybe we'll just have to unlock that. Just wait for Zam to clip it. Oh dear. Dun 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 da 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 da. I'm fine. Scan the VOD though. This is gonna bug me. Yeah, of course, dude. Of course. I'm so sorry. I can only imagine.
It's likely that the Alliance will fall victim to the Blood Trolls, but I want to ensure their demise. Cut them down wherever you find them.
Okay, let's go underneath. Yo, Zam, do you have access to the stream summaries? I don't think you do, but it's worth asking.
Help them find peace. The blood trolls are scattered, but we must find.
I think so. Yeah, I didn't think you would, but I was curious. What are they? A stream summary. Have you seen an overview page on like a dashboard, on a stream dashboard? Where you can like select different metrics to view, and then you see charts and graphs over a period of time. Of course, dude, rest well. We'll see you next time. They'd be under analytics. I don't think you'd have... Yeah, they are under analytics. So a stream summary is kind of like that, except it's specific to one particular stream session, rather than like a period of like days or months or weeks or whatever. And so it shows you like how long you streamed for, how many followers you got that stream, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. But it also has the VOD of the stream with metric graphs under it so that you can see, like, for example, it defaults to chatters, so you, or chat messages, so you can see, like, you know, people chatting by 5-minute blocks, you know, people chatting, oh, lots of people chatting. So then, but then you can scrub the VOD to that point and see what triggered all that chat so that you can kind of try to replicate those moments. It's really interesting. I thought that might be something that you would be curious about. I know Rump would be curious, but Rump's not here. It's fucking data, man. I love data. But I don't think you can access that unless you're, you know, me. I don't care analytics. No, you don't. Probably for good reason. But sometimes it would be useful. And it's so difficult to share that stuff as well. Like, there's no easy way to say, allow this person to view my analytics, you know? Taint nobody got time for that. No taint of Gahoon. Lovely. And don't forget to head to Discord, recommend a bubble tea. Yes, actually, you know what? I'm gonna post that link right now before I forget. Thank you so much, dude, for the reminder. You're amazing. This is a sub-only feature. It's in the sub-only chat channel. Basically, on Tuesdays, I go to the gym and I purchase a bubble tea. I walk to the bubble tea store and then to the gym, and it's like a 45-minute walk all up. And I have posted in the Discord channel, in the sub-only chat channel in Discord, the menu for the bubble tea place I go to, which is Gongcha, and then subscribers can recommend or suggest or give me something to order, and then honestly I jump in WoW and I go roll like 1 to 5 or whatever, however many suggestions there are, and it picks one, and that's what I order. And it means that I'm trying new combinations that I've never had before. It's getting me out of my comfort zone, and I bloody love it. It's so good. It's so good. So yeah, that's up in the Discord, in the sub chat channel if you want to do that. And if you're a subscriber and you don't have access to the sub chat channel, you need to link your, so in Discord, go to connections and link your Twitch account, and then it will automatically, it can take a bit of time. Sometimes it can take like half an hour or so sometimes, or a couple of hours, but it will refresh the connection and log, oh, this person's a subscriber, give them the subscriber role, and that will then grant you access to the sub chat channel. Useful info, but no data for editors, unfortunately. Yeah, that I understand why, but I wish that you could like grant and revoke access to people as you wished. That would be really nice. I actually never thought to do that. I've literally looked at the chatting histogram thing, but never realized it was set up with VOD scripting. That's what it actually suggests there. It says viewer engagement. Learn more about what engages your audience and spot opportunities to clip top highlights to promote your channel. Select a filter below and scrub through your VOD to see what moments drove the most views, follows, chats, clips created, and more. So the little drop-down thing gives you chat messages, average viewers, live views, chatters, clips created, reactions, new followers, new subscriptions, ad breaks, and clip views. So reactions is that little thing. If you, underneath the channel, I think it's like a little person with their arm up or something. If you click that, you can do like a love or a hype or an oh no, or like that kind of stuff. So when, wrong direction, when things happen on stream and you kind of go, oh no, you can literally send that reaction and I can see that on my end. I can't see who sent it. It's all completely anonymous. All I can see is that there are reactions. And apart from like an oh no, there aren't any like negative reactions. There's no like you suck or anything. But yeah, it's interesting. Not many people seem to use that feature. But it exists. Being a portfolio manager, I love data as well. Yeah, me too, Heavy, me too. I do need to, I want to have some time to really study. There's a thing on Twitch called Creator Camp, where it's a whole bucket load of videos on like all this kind of stuff, how to interpret things, how to do this, that, and the other. And I want to study it. I want to go to school and learn how to creator, you know? But, yeah, it's, that was new. It takes time, of course, and what do I not have? Yes. Got a histogram, actually, I must be tired. It's just a bar graph. It is just a bar graph, but look, let's call it a histogram to make it feel better. Love recommending bubble teas. I think mine has been selected 3 or 4 times so far. It has, yeah. Because you're recommending one every week, dude, it gives you an edge. Because some people only do it like every 2 to 3 weeks, and so they've got less chance of being... It's not that I'm picking people who do it more, it's just that if you enter every time, you get a chance every time, you know? Like, yeah. You don't get anything out of it or anything, it's not like a winning giveaway thing-a-ding or whatever. I ordered the thing, I take a picture of it, I post it on my Instagram stories, Gongsha retweets it, shares my story on their story every time they've shared it. And I give my thoughts on it so that if other people are curious about the flavor, they can go and try it themselves, depending on how they feel. And I post that picture that I've taken into the chat channel as well, into Discord. Maybe I should start including, like, if you want to be tagged on Insta, tell me your tag. I know no one asked, but if you ever lose all the rematch teams, etc., there's a box lower left corner in your pet journal that you can tick for rematch. Mine was ticked. Oh no, Durin, you had it turned off. Yep, okay. That's kind of funny. You're not silly. You're not silly. That's fair. Look, it happens. It happens. It's a little teeny tiny checkbox. I said, hello, Heritage. Yay, Scarlet! Amazing. Sent you an oh no reaction. Wonderful. You win street cred. Lovely. Back when I was a sub, I wanted to suggest a bubble tea, but I have no idea about bubble tea flavors. That's the beautiful thing, Lilia. So I dropped the Gongcha menu, and you can literally just have a flip through the menu and just pick something that looks or sounds interesting. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter if maybe you pick something because it sounds weird. Maybe you pick something because it looks pretty. Doesn't matter. You can pick whatever you like. Maybe I will roll it and win and it'll win and I will order it and then I will tell you what I thought of it. Maybe I want to check if they're open on the public holiday. They're probably... Fierce favorite is Goldschlager. Isn't that the alcohol with gold flakes in it or something? Oh, it says opens 10 AM. Yeah, it's, so the thing is, public holidays in Melbourne are not like public holidays in Queensland. Public holidays in Melbourne mean that, like, banks are closed, corporate businesses are closed, but everything else is open as hell. Like, open as hell. Take your public holiday and use it to suspend and boost the economy and go and dine out and enjoy the city and all that it has to offer because we have super high quality of life and all that kind of stuff. Like, Melbourne is like, Queensland, you get to Easter and you best have done your grocery shopping on Wednesday because the whole city is just, the whole state is shut down for half a week. It's not like that in Melbourne. Not at all, not even close. Yes, it is. I was trying to think of the most improbable flavor of bubble tea. I mean, what about detergent? Because bubbles, that could be a thing too. Hell, my 7-year-old picked one because it looked freaky. The basil seeds look like eyeballs. Yeah, they're actually really tasty though. I like the basil seeds. I know I'm a bit strange though. Stock market is open. Yeah. The economy. That's how the US holidays work, except for like Thanksgiving and Christmas. Other than that, pretty much things are open. Yeah, same like in Melbourne, Easter, like it'll be closed for the start of the day, same with Christmas, but then it usually opens up later in the day. Queensland and Brisbane, they have some really interesting labor laws, especially around like casual workers and stuff in Brisbane and Queensland. And so everything just shuts. Everything shuts. Like, supermarkets are not open at all the entire day. Needed food? Nah, all the restaurants are closed. Except Jimmy's on the mall. They're open 24/7, 365 though. But yeah, so like all the supermarkets are closed, most of the convenience stores are closed, restaurants are closed, like everything just shuts down. Yeah, the whole city just stops, which is just unfathomable to me. But you know. I'm not a fan of Queensland. No, look, I love Queensland. There are just a few things that are backwards ass. Like, just totally wrong. Why is it wanting me to hearth to... Pinewood? Why is my hearthstone set to Nazmir? What is... No, that's Anaran. Why would I... Oh, it wants me to do that. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna fly. Not banks and government offices, but any kind of retail is generally open. Yeah, yeah. Some of them might open late, like instead of opening at 9 AM, they'll open at like 12. But yeah. Yeah, for sure. I like the way your 7-year-old thinks. Okay, heard it here first. Fear's trying detergent either. No! Any drink with basil seeds makes me happy. They're so fun, aren't they? I don't know if there's anywhere in the US like that anymore. Once upon a time, things were more like that here, but I'm talking before I was born. Yeah. Yeah. Look, Queensland is a beautiful place. It's absolutely gorgeous, but yeah, it doesn't, it's, some of the parts of it are not conducive to my chosen lifestyle. I loved my time there. I wouldn't change it for the world. And I'll absolutely go back to visit, but I won't live there again. I'm trying to figure out what class to boost to 70. Ooh, what are the choices, Mash? Not conducive because I don't have all the night phone parties or...
It's likely that the Alliance will fall victim to the blood trolls, but I want to ensure their demise.
So,
Cut them down
my family is here.
you find them.
That's like the biggest one, is that this is where my family lives and I've been away from them for 15 years and I'm not gonna go running off again. Not anytime soon at the very least. Sorry, my ears are getting itchy. So my family is here. Most of the big gaming bits and pieces, like stuff that is conducive to my career, is mostly in Melbourne. And if it's not in Melbourne, it's in Sydney. Which is not Brisbane, and not Queensland. So you've got Victoria down the bottom with Melbourne, and then you've got New South Wales with Sydney and like a little pocket of Canberra that has, or ACT that has Canberra in it. And then you've got Queensland, which has Brisbane. So it's just like, yeah, all that kind of, that connection and business growth and all that kind of stuff, being in Melbourne is kind of best positioned, or worst case Sydney. My family is here. The food in Melbourne, Lord help me, the food in Melbourne is just Brisbane did get very, very good with like food and stuff like that. They were definitely improving and like visibly and like noticeably improved from when I moved up there to when I left. But Melbourne, it just can't touch Melbourne. Melbourne's like the foodie capital of Australia in a lot of respects. Tassie's getting there as well, but Melbourne's still definitely a thing. The public transportation is, I don't have a driver's license, the public transportation in Melbourne is miles, like head and shoulders above Brisbane. It's not perfect, but it's still so much better. And there's more here. In Brisbane, you can walk at a casual pace from one end of the CBD to the other in about 15 minutes. In Melbourne, it's close to an hour at a brisk pace to walk from one end to the other. It's just big. And big means there's more in it. But yeah, there's and I'm a city girl. I'm a city girl. Where I was living in Brisbane was okay. It was alright. Like it was good. It was but I honestly would live in the CBD if I could. Like that's, I would literally live in the CBD if I could. Unfortunately, Jas has vetoed that. But that's okay. Last week was a Royal Hobart Showdown here. The buses were on the Sunday timetable. Everything was open right at 9 AM. Amazing. The phone party comment was a joke, obviously. No, I know. I'm curious to learn about different regions of Australia in all seriousness. Of course, of course. Look, there's... The biggest thing for me, like, because I've lived in I haven't lived in Melbourne. When I grew up a fair bit south of the city, kind of like down on the water, kind of not on the water. I was not well off at all, but closer to the closer to the countryside. But Melbourne City, once I moved away from home, I spent more time in Melbourne City than I had in the years that I'd lived here. Excuse me. So Melbourne City is very European. It's all high-rises and stuff. A lot of them are apartment buildings or office buildings or whatever it happens to be. A lot of high-rises. But ground floor everywhere. It's restaurants and it's little takeaway shops and bubble tea places and then little stores here and there. But the thing that makes it quite European, like you can get lost so easily in Melbourne. But once you get lost, when you try, you can always find your way back because it's a grid. There are all these little laneways and alleyways that cut between blocks and around blocks, and a lot of them lead to like loading zones and stuff. But along the road down to the loading zone, you'll have little indie stores that, like, maybe one of them is a store that sells like vintage-esque clothing and giant plastic dangly earrings. You know the ones I'm talking about, like the big color-blocked shapes and things like that. And little shoe stores, or a tiny little coffee nook that makes the best coffee you've ever tasted, tucked into this little thing here and there. And there are those big arcades. Like, it'll be a big high-rise building, so it'll have whatever it is on top, but on the ground floor, when you enter, it'll be one of those really old style, like tiled floors and almost chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. But then it's like 3 levels, and on the top level, it's just a cafe all the way around, and you can walk through it to the street on the other side. But then there's an elevator that'll take you up into the rest of the tower. And it's, full of a store that's got nothing but writing implements, fountain pens, and wax seals for parchment paper that they sell, and all this kind of stuff. And then next door will be a custom jeweler. And then next door to that is a leather worker. Wink, wink. Legitimately. And one of my most favorite stores in one of these little alleyway type dealies is called Spellbox. And they do tarot cards and books of spells and all of this kind of, woo bullshit. Fucking incense and all that kind of stuff. But, like, it's just beautiful. Like, it's just so gorgeous. And little knickknacks and crystals and jewelry and all that kind of stuff. But, and then you turn down an alley that smells like urine, and then you go through a loading zone, like a loading dock for a big company thing, and then you turn around a corner, and there's a door with a burly looking dude and a neon arrow. And you're like, what the fuck is that? And you go in there, and you go down a staircase, and it's a fucking mad-ass bar that has like 700 different whiskeys or something. Like, it's just, it's magical. Magical. I fucking love Melbourne. Sydney is very Asian. Go, 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 rush, rush, rush. Like, if you try to stop to look in a shop window, you'll be bowled over by the 7 people behind you, kind of. Like, it's very, like, go. And I don't know how the nightlife is these days. It was great. It was phenomenal. I went to university in Sydney, so it was like my nightlife years, and it was great. And then as I left, the lockout laws came into effect. So I don't know what, I know a lot of my haunts, my favorite haunts no longer exist, which is really sad. But it would just, you could do a pub crawl down the middle of Sydney City. And then at either end was a Macca's that you could stop in at, kind of thing. Like, it was spectacular. But it was all go, go, go. Especially during the day, there's people everywhere. Most of the food and stuff like that is super, super quick. Like, it's designed to be takeaway or consumed quickly so you can get back to work or whatever it happens to be. There's not a whole lot of peace in Sydney except for the Garden of Friendship, which is like the Chinese gardens. And that is hella peaceful. But yeah, so it's a whole And the whole Darling Harbour precinct was just incredible, and yeah, nightmare to navigate in terms of like in a car or whatever. So Melbourne is like a grid, and it's like, so you've got the streets that way, and then you've got streets the other way, and it'll be like a major street, it'll be like Collins Street, and then it'll be Little Collins Street, and then another one that I forgot the name of, and then Little whatever the name was. Like so it's really like really well laid out. And I believe the streets that go north-south are named after kings and queens, I think. I'd have to remember. I'd have to check the map. And then Sydney was a major street up the middle, and then a handful of cross streets that alternated one way, one way, one way, one way, one way, and then like parallel streets, like either, it was not planned particularly well. But it wasn't planned at all. It just kind of grew naturally that way. But now the major street down the middle, you can't drive. They took out the road and put in a light rail, which is good, I guess. I don't know how you drive into the city though. I've no idea. I was only there for 12 minutes, so last time I was in Sydney was for the Wrath of Lich King launch event. Sorry, Wrath of the Lich King Classic launch event that Blizzard flew me down for. Which, like, dude, that happened. What the hell? Okay, yeah, so that was awesome. And I hadn't been in, because I went to uni in Sydney, and I hadn't been to Sydney since then, and so walking around and just seeing all the changes was kind of like, oh, this is new, and this is new, and this is new, and then it got to a point, I came around the corner, because I went to UTS, I went to the University of Technology, Sydney, and I spent a bit of time in the law building because I studied forensics. So I did a lot in the science building, and then towards the end of my degree, I did a chunk in the law building. And as I came around a corner, I saw a big sign that implied that they were selling the law building and the connected or leasing or something. The law building and the library, because it was all connected. And I just kind of went, oh, okay, too much change. I need to leave. And so that's when I went back to my hotel, collected my bags, and went to the airport. I was just like, nope, too much change. I'm done. I'm out. Goodbye. Whew. But yeah, no, it was a whole thing. And then Brisbane is small. Comparatively to the two of them, Brisbane is quite small, but it's got a totally different vibe. It's just chill. There's no hidden culture under the surface or anything like that. There's no, you know, the best coffee in Brisbane, but you need to know someone who can tell you how to get there. There's just none of that kind of. Brisbane's a baby comparatively. If you look at Melbourne and Sydney and call them cities, Brisbane is like a very big town. Like a hub, sure, but it doesn't smack with city, if that makes sense. But that's not a bad thing. I'm not trying to insult it at all. It's just different. Neither good nor bad, just different. Oh, I mean, but some people like it more, some people like it less, and that's okay too, but it's very different. So it's starting to kind of find its feet in terms of like good food, like really good, like fine dining kind of food and stuff like that. But it's got that vibe where it's just a little sleepier. There's no hustle and bustle, even when you're in Queen Street Mall on Christmas Eve. There's still no sense of urgency. It's busy, there's a lot of people, but there's no hustle, if that makes sense. There's a difference between hustle and bustle and busy. There's a lot of people, but it's not like there's no panic in the air, which for some people is perfect. That's what they want. But yeah, it's I know Brisbane like the back of my hand. You know, I lived so close, and I spent so much time there that I know it really well, and I do love it. Like, it felt like home for a very long time, but it's not. It's not home. I just hope that I can find a place that's a bit closer to Melbourne City so that I can find my place again, you know? Priest, Hunter, Paladin, and DK. Ooh, thinking Hunter. I think Hunter's a good idea. I like that. We're not going to ICC. We're going to Underit. I think Hunter's a good idea, Mash. I know I'm behind now because I've been ranting again, but that's fine. It was interesting to hear your perspective on the 2 cities, and 3 now. Didn't grow up on the water. I mean, our yacht club was on the water, obviously. No, definitely not. No, I grew up with a single mum. Dad was in my life, but they're like neither of them were particularly financially well off. We weren't destitute, we made it work, but there were a lot of opportunities that I had to decline because we couldn't afford them. Yeah. I didn't go from the womb. Thank you, Hunter. Can't do Melbourne CBD, but I can do St Kilda since you can be in the CBD in like 10 minutes on the trams. Yup. Best time for me to visit Australia is around winter or autumn when it's not hot. It's my dream to visit Gold Coast first, and then Melbourne for the shopping and touring. Fair enough. Fair enough. Just a word of advice. It doesn't matter what time of year it is, Melbourne can decide to be hot. It's, yeah, we're, yeah. It also depends on your definition of hot, of course. Wax seals, I find I have to water my sealing wax online because the sealing wax you get in the stationery stores I find so often have too much. I don't know if it's rubber or what it is. I don't care for it. I want my seals to open correctly, of course. You want it to break, like crack and like open, rather than like come unstuck from the other. It's supposed to be like a security seal. You tear it through the middle. It's not a sticker that you unstick around the edge, unless you're being really bloody careful with it because you want to keep it, like I would probably do. Sydney sounds like Manhattan, very busy and huge. Quite possibly. I've never been to Manhattan, so I'm not too sure, but yeah, it is huge and it is very busy. Very busy. You can play tic-tac-toe in a Melbourne CBD street mat. You can. It's not quite the right, not quite the right number of boxes, but you can give it a shot. Sydney sounds more like San Fran than Manhattan. So I haven't really done DF. I just used my boost from the next expansion epic version. The boost gives your rep at 20 for all reps except the Nef, which is at 12. Not even my main was at that. Holy cow. That's what they mean by enhanced boost. We were talking about this. We were saying, like, what does enhanced mean? So that's what it means. It gives you a head start. It like, instead of having it boost just to 70, it boosts you to 10.2. That's really cool. Thank you so much for that info, Maj. That's wonderful to know. Hey, Cyclone, welcome back. Item level of the boost is 424. I knew it was 424. I didn't know about the reps, though. You want small? I'm in Adelaide. Yeah. Yeah. Get away from the East Coast and you're, it's a totally different level of stuff, hey? Hello, Vale. Welcome back. Yes, exactly. I want my wax seals to crack. The other kind sort of comes apart in a gum kind of way. Yeah. Yep. Do you know if there are any particular brands you like, artist? Because then that's the thing. Like, if I know... If I come across a stationery store like that, I can keep an eye out for particular brands and things. Because this is like... This will be a stationery store that sells Penfolds kind of thing. No, wait, is Penfolds the wine or the pens? Oh, my lights are off. Shit, hang on. I can never remember, because Penfolds sounds like a stationery company. Penfolds, I feel like, is a wine. It is. Good. Okay, what is the one that I'm thinking of, then? Is it like Winefolds, the stationery company? Sorry. Also got the Slither Drake, which I didn't have before. Ah, wow, that's awesome, Maj. So it must like unlock those quest chains and like flag them as complete or something. Oh, actually, it's funny, I order online from Amazon. I think it's some random Chinese company. It literally ships from China. It says little stars come in a jar. But it's the best one. I've seen those. Yeah, Penfolds is wine. I know, I googled it. Very good at this. 5 mounts today, technically speaking. Jesus Christ, you're doing better than me. That's for sure. Not sure what brand you're thinking of. No, neither am I now. Stationery store Melbourne. Il Papiro. I think it's Il Papiro is the one I'm thinking of. Yes. Website. In-store shopping. Website. There's a website. Seal and quill. Luxury quills and wax seal sets in Melbourne. Yeah, so they have the sticks of sealing wax. But I feel like I've seen like little jars that have pellets in them. You know? Looking through the window and not going in because I don't dare to go inside. Oh, doesn't look like they have it online. They have linen and pewter, art, gift, card and wrap. Yeah. I have to decide what profession to pick up. Oh, so many decisions. No, quill's good to have some dip pens for art stuff, but for writing mostly fountain pens. Quill and knife is a bit archaic even for me, which is saying a lot, to be honest. Hang on, let me show you this. They look beautiful. But it's about like the kind of Ash fountain pens, just $50 kind, nothing too fancy. Yeah, I've got I have a fountain pen that I got for my graduation, and I don't remember what the brand is. No, it's not going to be in here. It'll still be in the boxes because it's in its own box and stuff. It's like and it's engraved and everything. Yeah. Making skinning and leatherworking, you usually do that on my Demon Hunter. But I mean, skinning and leatherworking is pretty useful for a hunter, because leatherworkers make mail, don't they? Or is that blacksmiths make mail? I can't remember. How's the new place like? Haven't been able to catch up with it since you moved. Yeah, we're still in the temporary housing. We've run into a couple of difficulties looking for a permanent place to live. So it's not bad. Like the place is lovely, and the area, the local area is nice and all that kind of stuff. But it is a friend's family home, so fully furnished, bookshelves full of their stuff, kitchen that's fully equipped with all their bits and pieces. Like we don't have any of our stuff out of the stream room. I have all of the stuff in here. I have my clothes and my bed and like toiletries, and that's it. Everything else that belongs to me is still in boxes, which is starting to take its toll mentally, because I feel like it's not my home. I don't feel like I can settle in because there's other people's stuff everywhere. You know, it's not home. So I'm happy to have a place over my head, a roof over my head. I am incredibly grateful that I have the opportunity to having been able to move down and straight into this place. But I am starting to really feel like I need to find a permanent place. But we are actively looking, and it's just, there are some issues, unfortunately. But yeah. Both make mail. The mail from leatherworking is Agimail. Okay. Gotcha. That makes sense. Used ink and quill before to create D&D character sheet notebook. That's cool, Lilia. I'm sorry to hear it. I hope it gets solved soon. Yeah, me too. Thank you. Me too. Just at this point, it's waiting and seeing. Like, it's just waiting. We've done, you know, we've done the stuff that we can, and now we're waiting for someone to get back to us, and it's just, yeah. It takes time, unfortunately. But it is what it is. We'll get there. We'll get there. And then when we do get there, we will celebrate. We will have a goddamn party. I'm going to have a housewarming, like for friends and family and things like that. But then we're going to have a fucking stream party. We're going to go bananas. It's going to be amazing. From the website, perfectly suited for those who enjoy the nostalgia of feather quills. How old exactly is the customer base of the store? If you're looking for a vampire, go there. Don't recall when feather quills went out of fashion, but gosh, probably at least 300 years ago. Well, for people who are like calligraphers, like that's a thing that they do. I am sure the feather quills are pretty funky. Plus, it's like it's the style thing, you know. You could just use a Bic pen. But you use a nice pen instead, you know, yeah. Well, wait faster, I know, right? You need a hug? Nah, I'm alright. I'm good for hugs. I'm, more just impatiently waiting. I'll be right. Looks like really nice stuff in the stationery store, by the way. I would totally shop that, right? Yeah, I've never set foot. I have often, pretty much every time I'm in Melbourne City, walk past the external window and just look, but I've never been inside. I don't want to. I'm already broke.
It must not be allowed to reach the surface. Destroy it now.
Yeah. Calligraphies use dip pens from what I've seen. Writing with a feather is like pre-metal pen technology. You literally sharpen the feather tip with a knife and use it as a nib, which is not what they're selling. Those seem to have metal nibs. They do. They do. It's a modern feather quill. Love this mount already. The Slither Drake. It's beautiful, isn't it, Matt? Beautiful. We're getting another dragon riding Drake in 10.2, I believe. Which launches on Wednesday. And we're gonna have drops. I have drops turned on, so you will be able to earn your drops here with us. As per always. I hope we'll see you then. Oh, by the way, it's probably a good time for me to mention, isn't it? Considering the drops are starting in 2 days, and we will be streaming on Wednesday, and we will be doing the drops thing, if you have been enjoying the content, please consider following the channel. Follows actually do help. You know, like on Twitch, average viewership is like the big number that affects all the things. However, like average viewership is not a publicly viewable, accurate figure. There are things like Sully Gnome and Twitch Tracker and stuff like that, but they're not perfectly accurate, and so potential sponsors will ask you for those details usually. But most of them are still fairly archaic, especially in Australia, and they look at your follow numbers, and that's what they, you know, if you have enough followers, they'll reach out to you for a potential sponsor. Potential sponsorship. So, drop a follow if you haven't already and you are enjoying the content and are planning on potentially coming back at a future date. And while you're at it, why not follow on social media? Same reason. It's all the bloody sponsor's fault, but I have Twitter. If you don't like Twitter, fair. I have Blue Sky and Threads and a Mastodon, I think, but I don't really have that linked to it much anyway because I've never posted on it. I also have Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and technically a Facebook page. So like, lots of things, lots of follow buttons for you to click if you so desire. I'm not, only if you want to. I get that people keep their feeds pretty tightly curated these days, and you may not have half of those accounts, and that's fine too. Totally fine. It's good to know that it's out there. How is it 1 AM already? What the hell happened? Alright. If you're nostalgic for the days of cool pens, you're getting on in years. Yeah. I think it's just like the sense of nostalgia, not your own. Oh, I remember back when I used to use a feather to write. I feel it's more just like, oh, I love the old days and the old fancy stuff, you know. That one and the new one from the... Oh, yeah, the Griffin. Beautiful. But yeah, you would actually use those pens like dip pens. Yeah, the ones in the store, I mean, yes. What's the drop this time? Week 1 is Dottie. It's a pet. Little alpaca, llama, doodad. That's for week 1. And then, so that's this Wednesday. Next Wednesday, and it lasts for a week, of course. Next Wednesday, when the raids open up, you have the White Riding Camel Mount. Which is very exciting, because that was previously a TCG-only mount. Way back when. So, yes. Very rare chance to pick that one up. Thank you, artist, for dropping that socials link. Camo! Yep. So I farmed the Grey Riding Camel from Uldum on stream. It was like Mount Farm Monday. I'd log in and do a loop on Amanthal and a loop on Sourfang, and then proceed with the rest of my farming, right? And it became a bit of a thing. Like, I'd be flying around, and I had, because there's like specific spawn points, and so it would be like, you go over here, no camel. Go over to this one, no camel. Go over to this one, no camel. And then I was using the camel finder or camel hunter add-on or whatever it was that would ping, like it would come up like, there's a camel. And it would also tell you if it was the right one or the wrong one, because they had different item IDs. And so every so often it'd be like, yes, camel, wrong camel. And then one day I was reading chat, I heard the noise and I went, yes, camel. Camel, like it was, yeah. And then we got the camel and it was, oh my God. Oh my God. And of course there's a clip, yeah. It was a brilliant time. So yes, camel is just yeah. The camel, I'm really hoping the old RAF mounts come to drops. Maybe. Or they might come as a trading post instead. We'll see. Clipmaster extraordinaire. Oh, Zam has a spreadsheet.
Something has spooked one of the Brutosaurs, sending it into a panic. This chaos is
3 years ago. I didn't believe that it was the actual camel. I was like, wait, is this, wait. And then I clicked it and I was like, oh my God. And it was a whole thing. Look at how bare my room was. It was before I had any of the lights or anything. It was, oh my goodness. Before I even had a headset. Far out. 3 years ago, or so it says. The spreadsheets are spreading. Is it infectious? Oh, absolutely. Sam has several spreadsheets because that's how we roll. That's it. Absolutely how we roll. See, that is the situation in which I would find the use of the word nostalgia appropriate. Yeah. Oh, dear. Yeah, nostalgia as a word seems to be evolving. Like, with its meaning and whatnot.
It's likely that the Alliance will fall victim to the blood trolls, but I want to ensure their demise. Cut them down wherever you find them.
Do not care for language evolving, and I do my best to fight against it. Oh no. Oh no. What tune is this? Dormitory. Is this my last Horde 60? 70? Yes, it is. And then I've got 3 Alliance 70s.
The spirits grow restless. Help them find peace.
It's unfair if I've gone through the trouble of learning all these words for them to change them on me. Yep. Oh, that's funny. Need to find the perfect bow to go with my mog. Ooh. That's one thing I'm kind of terrible at. I, like, with transmog, I have all this transmog that I've collected. But I only really use a couple of sets. And I use an actual set, like I just transmog the whole set. I don't bother putting one together myself. But then finding a weapon that suits is the hardest thing. The hardest thing. Once I find one, I like favorite it and use it on all my tunes kind of thing. It's kind of funny. Okay, got it. Ooh, amazing. Always good when it's already in your collection. You don't have to go hunt for it, hey? One thing I'm curious is whether the enhanced boost will only be available from the Epic Edition or whether they'll put it up on the store. I think by the time the War Within launches, an enhanced boost is worthless. Because you'll be boosting, like... Because the boost at the moment is level 70, isn't it? Yeah, so it's a level 70 boost already. So by the time the War Within launches, it will likely become an 80 boost. After a little while. So I don't think they'll bother putting the enhanced one. I think they'll just change 70 to 80. Personally. Of course, I have no basis for that assumption. It's just a personal thought, but very much speculation. Yeah, right now there is level 70 boost. I don't know if they're enhanced. No, they're not. I don't think they are. Ugh. Just... When did the boost change to a level 70 boost? Like, at what point in Dragonflight did it become a 70 boost rather than a 60? Does anybody know? Just to be like this. Like, no, neither did I, Exo. Neither did I, but we're having fun. We're having fun, so I'm doing the thing. I'm keeping on. It's good, to be honest. I don't know, I didn't notice it till BlizzCon. Yeah. When did the WoW boost change from 60 to 70? Oh, transmog. Boosts don't go to max level for an X-Pack. If I remember correctly, a level 60 boost is available with certain editions of the Dragonflight pre-order. Right, so maybe it only changed to 70 when they announced Thingamajig. It's only not max level when it drops after the X.1 patch update. They update the shop to include the max level boost with slightly better gear than rolling one out. When did the WoW boost change from 60 to... Yeah, I can't find any info. I'm not sure. It was good, yes! BlizzCon has restored Fear's joie de vivre. Yeah, it's, It also seems to have revitalized the community somewhat. It's good. I'm having fun. And that's what's important, right? As long as we're all having fun. I hope you guys are having fun. I hope you guys aren't just hanging out because you don't have anything else, you know. I hope you're actually enjoying yourselves. I can't wait to drag all of you through Delves. It's gonna be great. It's just like that piece of content in particular, I'm just really, really looking forward to it. I'm here only out of obligation and a lack of alternatives, but I've heard other people say they're enjoying themselves. Oh, Lord. Hey, Grey, welcome back. Hope you're doing well.
Never seen this form of corruption before.
I'm glad that Underrot doesn't seem to be taking too long.
Be able to contain it.
I was not expecting to be running Underrot today. Like, we have blitzed through. What is after Underrot? Oh, Xinlao, Jesus, I'm not farming that on stream. That's another Ande the Loyal. Does anyone know? What the respawn repop on him is. I've been slumming leveling dungeons on my 10-2 main. It's a druid because Emerald Dream, yes. There's gonna be so many druids about, hey. I want to do the delves just for the mount customization. Once I have them all, I'll be as unmovable as Warrior. Well, I'll be doing them because I'll be pushing the difficulty as high as it bloody goes and getting Mythic plus 15 equivalent gear from solo content. Please and thank you. That's what I'll be doing. Fuck. You got some of the numbers boost, by the way. Tailwind from the conference lasts for a long time. Me too. We'll find out. Only one way. Only one way. So keep going. Hanging out with you lot is great. The drops will certainly, like the drops always boost numbers somewhat. And I have had a few people comment before that they discovered the stream during the drops periods and hung out for 4 hours just to get the drop and then stuck around because they actually turned out they enjoyed the content, which is great. Love hearing that. Oh my god. It's like super like affirming? Life affirming? I don't know. Something. So fingers crossed over the next 2 weeks we get a bunch of new people in for drops and they decide to stick around as well, but we'll see. Only one way to find out. Drops would be great, yeah. After that, then we'll see what happens. Could you imagine if this bloody mount dropped today? Is it a 200 or is it a 100? This is a 200 as well. That's alright. Takes time, we'll be fine. Oh, Estus. Okay, Monday. The Loyal. What is your respawn timer? It's going to be horrendous, isn't it? His timer is between 1 and 3 hours. We are not camping that on stream. Nope. Absolutely not. Like, the Arachnoid Harvester for the Rusty Mechanic Crawler is 20 to 40 minutes, and that's, I'm not gonna camp that. That's too long. Unless I sat here and, like, literally knit while we were waiting for spawns or something. I could do that. That's what I did for, oh god, which There was a world boss we were camping. It might have been Dino Man. It might have been Undasta. It might have been Undasta. That while we were camping Undasta, and it was only like a 15-minute respawn, but I'd be sitting there knitting while we were just chatting and waiting for the respawn, and I was just knitting, and I ended up finishing my whole last cardigan. Because it took a while. Professionally, if nothing else, yeah, absolutely. Because I found a purple lotus in classic, can't pick it because my herbalism's too low. Oh no, Zam! Can you like mark it on your map and come back later? Just have to ask you really expansive, open-ended lore questions to respond while we wait. There are still more mounts that I can actively farm. So like, we've done 11 runs of King's Rest today because I've got 11 70s. We did the 2 rounds of Nazjatar to get rep for the Royal Snapdragon. Then we have Rusty Mechanic Crawler, which is 20 to 40 minutes. Silent Glider is days. Underrock Crawl Harness is the active one that we're doing now, and then Jinlao is 1 to 3 hours. Then we get into Shadowlands. So you've got like the Armored Bonehoof Tyrolus. That's a Necrolord only drop. You know how we were, bless you, Jess. You know how we were doing the Night Fae one Valfia? We had to have somebody channel their anima conductor and then use the seed to pop the thing. And LK did it for us and did every single Night Fae, all the 13 Night Faes I had. And so the Armored Bonehoof Tyrolus is a similar one, but Necrolord. It's the anima conductor, you channel it there, and then you can trigger, you know, you don't know because you don't play WoW. God damn it, Fear. There's an arena in the middle of Maldraxxus that alternates. There's a handful of bosses that come down and it alternates which one's going. There's one that does not spawn in unless a Necrolord who has done the channeling says, yo, get that one. And then it comes down and it's the one that has a chance to drop the mount. Same sort of mechanic. And none of my Maldraxxi none of my Necrolords have that unlocked. So I would need somebody to help spawn it in, but that would be the next thing that we'd farm. We'd be cracking onto the Shadowlands. And then I'd have to farm the ones that are in that list. I have today when I was working, when I was doing some emails and VODs and all that kind of stuff, in the background I had alts camping the Rusty Mechanical, camping the Arachnoid Harvester. Yeah, so that was, it works, it just takes time. And it means that it's a mount that doesn't drop on stream. Because it's not fun to watch the camping. Have you got all the Argus mounts yet? Possibly. I think so. Like all the ones that drop from the rare mobs that have like the rare mob only pops when their world quest is up kind of thing. Pretty sure I've got all of those. If they're drops, I have them because there are no more Legion drop mounts because I've got all of them. That's awesome. But I can, hang on a minute, if I jump into data for Azeroth mounts. Expansion, none, tick Legion. So the Legion mounts I don't have. Those are achievements. Honor, Vicious Saddle, 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 Trinket from High Mountain. I don't know why I don't have that one yet. Vicious Saddle, Vicious Saddle, Vicious Saddle, Vicious Saddle, Vicious Saddle, Dark Moon prize ticket. Yes, I have everything from Argus. How good's that? Oh shit, this isn't a melee tune. This is a mage. Oh, Days is gonna require some prep work on my part to come up with enough questions. That's right, just as we're talking about all this random shit, just make notes of things and then ask them staggered out. Schedule them like tweets. Yuck, Shadowlands. I loved Shadowlands. Unashamedly. I bloody loved it. It was beautiful. Thoroughly enjoyed it. that's okay. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion, and, you know, the reasons I liked it. We enjoy games for different reasons, hey? The reasons I liked it may not matter to you, and the reasons you didn't like it may not have mattered to me. Yeah, I'll start using buffer for question management. It's a very expensive question management tool. I should not have put both of these at the same time. This mage is incredibly undergeared. She's like a perfect, like she's 70 as of yesterday. She has no catch-up gear or anything. Oops. Just wait for a bit. It was okay. Torghast I disliked. Oh, well, see, yeah, I just didn't do much Torghast. I did it at the beginning to get, like, I did it to get my legendaries, and then I just stopped. Because I had the ones that I needed. I went back during DF to get a bunch of the achievements and collectibles and things like that, but yeah, once I was done with it, I didn't need to do it anymore, so I just stopped. I think that's one of the issues with those kind of repeatable, like, bits of content, is that so many people feel so pressured to just hammer out so goddamn much of it. And I really, really, truly enjoyed the parts of Torghast I did do. They were a bit tricky and a little bit sort of touch and go when I was doing it solo. But when I did it with a handful of friends, they were just so much fun. Picking ridiculous powers and just fucking with each other and all that kind of stuff. It was a lot of fun. I remember back before they fixed there was a Fire Blast power for Fire Mage where when you Fire Blasted, it would knock the mob up and interrupt their spellcasting, which was really useful. But also, if you Fire Blasted them again while they were in the air, it knocked them up again. And again, and again. And so what we would do, there was me, and I think we had like 2 range and 2 melee. And the hunter we were the other range was a hunter, and they kept getting no good powers, none. All they got was like speed powers, so they were just like running around fucking everywhere. And then we had 2 melee, Jas on his DK, and another one on I want to say warrior. And I would just, I'd pop combustion, I'd pop lust, and they'd be like, yeah, let's use these powers, let's go ham. And then I'd be like, fire blast, fire blast, fire blast. And because it's lust and everything's regenerating really quickly, fire blast, fire blast, fire blast, fire blast. And I would literally, because they fall so slowly, by the time I recharge, and boop, and then boop, and it would literally die, I would kill it solo before it touched the ground. And then the melee would just kind of like turn and look at me like, and I'd just be laughing so hard I couldn't see because I was crying. Like, it was just, fuck, so good. So much fun. It didn't happen every time, of course. I didn't always get that power to come up, but goddamn, it was hilarious. And so I honestly think that was the key, playing in small groups with like a little group of buddies, rather than like obviously a whole raid team and all that kind of stuff, but going in there with just a couple of people and fucking around, taking fun stuff, not trying to min-max it or do it as quickly as you possibly can, just do it, just having as much fun as you possibly could, and then at the end you've got some currency to make a legendary. Like, it was so good. But I think that was the problem, is that a lot of the player base tend to min-max the hell out of everything, and they can't seem to kind of switch that off and just chill and have a bit of fun with it. So yeah, and that makes me sad, because there were genuinely some great memories from that fucking tower. Oh man. Oh gosh, itchy. Serious question, do you know in Buffer when you do an Instagram story if it's possible to add the widgets like text and links to the media? I'm not finding a way, it may be functioning on being a free account. No. No scheduling program can really do that. Unfortunately. None that I've found anyway. So what I would do with that would be to like, so you can schedule a draft. So what you would do is you'd create your story with all of the bits that don't need to be interactable. You can make it a video, like you can make a video and then upload that as a story. So you can build it in Instagram, save it, and then schedule that. Just don't put your clickables in it. So no tags, like no mentions, no hashtags, and no like links or any of that kind of stuff. But everything else, even like the stickers and GIFs, that's fine. Anything that's not interactable, put that all in there. Download it, and then schedule it as a draft. Don't put it in an not in the auto post queue, as a draft, but with a time. And that should, if you've got the Buffer app on your phone, it should, when the time arrives, send you like a post notification, and then you can jump into the drafts, grab it, stick it into Instagram, add the tags, and then hit go. Should. I haven't actually played around with that too much. I don't tend to schedule stories yet. Yes. Torgas felt too much Diablo-like for my liking to be able to enjoy it properly. Interesting. Interesting. Diablo-like. Do you mind me asking in what way? I'm struggling to make the connection there, and I'd love to hear what your thoughts are. I rolled a Holy Priest, relied on my guild to help. Very fair. Very, very fair, Red. Oh, goodness. That's unfortunate. Silly Instagram. Yeah. It is a bit unfortunate, but you can do most of it. Like, you can make the whole last thing and then just, like, add the link and go sort of thing. And you can also, in those kind of things, you can add comments to your draft so that it will, like, when you tap post. So when you open up a draft post that's scheduled, it says, like, copy to Instagram is your button. So you tap that on the phone, it saves the image or the video to your Photos reel, your Photos app, roll, whatever you want to call it, and it copies your comments into the clipboard. Then it opens Instagram, and it usually opens it to the post side of things. So then you select story, you click the button to upload, and because it's only just saved the content to your photo roll, it'll be in the first slot, so you can just tap it, you don't have to go scrolling for it, you can just tap it right there and go. And then because it copied the comments, you can tap your link, paste the link in, and then just put it where you want it. And then go. So it does make it a whole lot easier. It does like automate, it's not automatic, but it does take a lot of the fiddly shit out of it. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. So links, mentions, tags, you can put all that in your comments on the draft, I think, from memory. I hope it's Buffer I'm thinking of now. Like, I'll feel terrible if it's one of the other platforms I've used. It makes sense, takes away some of the value of having a scheduler away because I'm trying to get away from having to use my phone or hop into different apps. Mainly I just use stories for doing live notifications, but I haven't been doing it because it's annoying to have to do it in Instagram every time. I've been doing it in Instagram every time. What it means is that if you have a go live, so my go live notifications have me in them, and I can only imagine the comments that would pop up in stream going, "You looked so different in your Instagram story." Like, it's not, because it's me, my face, often talking to you about what we're doing that day. I tend to record them day of, usually right before I post them. So it's not necessarily a scheduling thing for that. But if you're, for example, running a giveaway, or if you're doing something like dress the streamer or choose my nails or something like that, it means that you can go through and create all of those scenes. You can do your whole weeks or months worth of that content in one sitting. And then your phone will just be like bizz bizz and you go, oh, what am I posting today? Oh, yep, sure, copy, paste, done. And that's all you have to do that day. It just condenses all of those little pieces into one big thing at the start. I just can't do it with my go live notifications, which is unfortunate. Otherwise, I'd just record them all at the start of the month. Although we are doing week to week schedules now, just to give me a little bit more flexibility. Oh, Fia, did you upload your BlizzCon reaction to YouTube? No, I'm well behind on VODs, unfortunately. Well behind, I'm like a month behind on VODs. So no, that hasn't gotten, but I also don't edit them. It's just going to be a copy paste from the whole Twitch VOD. I'm not going to edit it down or anything like that. I'm not a YouTuber, unfortunately. Didn't mind Torghast. Neither did I. I did have a lot of fun in it, but I can understand why people didn't enjoy it. I can see where the pressure, like the pain points were. I just didn't play in that way. And I wish I could have been like, guys, don't, if you do it differently, it won't hurt as much. But people wouldn't have listened to that anyway because they'd, oh yeah, but if I do it that way, I'm not going to get as much currency as quickly. It's like, yeah, but do you really need it all? Like, how much was unspent at the end of the expansion? I only did it when I needed stuff. I did it for achievements, but then beyond that, I only ever did it when I actually actively needed currency. And I think that worked really well for me and my playstyle, but I understand that that's not the way for everyone, and that's okay.
Purge protocols engaged.
Just waiting. 55? 54? No. Oh well. Yeah, I see. See, I just use a static image that I've customized for each of my standard schedule streams. It doesn't change week to week. Nobody wants to see my face. So that's why I'd like to just have a thing where I can schedule the same content every week and just click publish when I'm live. But probably too much to ask. Yes, I'm aware that if I customize the content every time, that would be better, but I don't have enough reach to make it worth the time. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, you can schedule the same content every week. And you can click publish when you're live. Hang on, let me just open up Buffer so I can actually see what I'm talking about at the same time. Right, so I'm gonna move to Instagram. Past reminders and stories are now here. Got it. So I can create post. Well, this is embarrassing. Something's gone wrong. I've notified my human creators who will look into this shortly. Uh-oh. Let's refresh, shall we? Maybe it's just been open too long. Create post. There we go. So I've got post, reel, and story. If I click story, drag and drop or select a file. Want to include trending music, mention users, or add stickers to this post, you'll get a reminder notification on the Buffer mobile app when it's time to post so that you can add the finishing touches manually. So there's a switch there so that it turns to a reminder notification. It says drag and drop or select a file. If I click this and select a file, let's just click something random. Where's my images folder? Is there something in here that will work as a, there's a, ooh, that's not the right ratio, I don't think. Oh dear. Yep, let's just use a selfie because I think that's roughly the right thingamajig. Let it upload and see what happens. So if you want to put your link, if you want to put your Twitch link on it, then you're gonna need to, I love that it gives you the preview of what it's gonna look like. So like the cropping and everything. One or more images aren't matching the expected ratio. Click on the image to edit it with Buffer's editing tools or save it as a reminder. So we're gonna click on it to edit it with the tools because we want to test out the... Right, and we want it to be 916 because that's what Insta does. Apply. Add. It's cropped. Finishing up. Beautiful. So that's perfect. So I can add to queue. I can share now, share next, schedule post. So I'm going to save as draft. And when I go to drafts, there's a button to add to queue. But if I click into edit, Oh, it doesn't let me. Okay, so then save draft. So what you could do is click add to queue, next available time slot in the queue. You'd click add to queue and then you can go back to the queue and there's a share now button. So it is a 3-click or a 4-click thing. So you click into drafts, you click add to queue, you click back to queue, you click share now. But does that work? If you don't want to add your and that's on desktop as well. So you don't have to touch your phone to do that if it's all scheduled. But that, of course, is going to depend on whether or not you want to add things like your Twitch link. If you want to add your Twitch link, you got to do it in Instagram. Insta doesn't allow any other functionality. If I don't farm it 100 times a day, I can't get everything. Lol joke, I never did it. Oh, good. I love edited VODs on YouTube. I put them on when I'm doing house cleaning or yoga. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Lilia. I often worry that I'm putting effort into uploading stuff over there, like making the archive for no good reason. But it's really lovely to hear that there are people who actually use it. It's really nice. It's just a story stickers thing. Yeah. YouTube for unedited VODs. Hey, the preview is cool. What I need is to get to 10k followers on Instagram. I'm nowhere near. I'm like 1,200 and something, but if you get to 10,000, instead of having the link button, you get access to the swipe up functionality. So that people can just swipe up and it goes to the link that you've yeah. Although I wonder how many people are actually still doing that now that you've got stickers that you can use. The preview is cool. Yeah, I quite like the preview. It's nice. Useful. Especially when I'm uploading to Twitter, because the Twitter image ratios are fucking weird. So when I'm uploading pictures and it shows me what people are going to see before they tap into it, I'm like, good, need to crop that. Since I tended to solo Torghast most of the time as a hunter, I mainly had to use terrain to bottleneck and slow mobs and retreat, re-engage once health regen, which were core tactics from OG Diablo and D2. Ah, okay, interesting. Ah, there you go. I managed to pull smaller packs as a mage. I wonder... Like, there wasn't often a pack that was so large that I couldn't handle it. Although, I mean, because I had polymorph and stuff, which often worked. I imagine you would have been able to use traps and things on just, like, you know, trap 1 or 2 of them and then... But yeah, interesting. The archive is a very good reason, I'll tell you why. To get monetized on YouTube, you need 4,000 watch hours in a year, and you have long content, so that helps with some percentage of followers watching your VODs. Yes, it does. However, my watch hours haven't fucking moved in a very long time. A very long time. Let me... Where's my monetization? Yeah, that's why I'm like, is anyone actually watching? I don't know. Holy shit. They changed the requirements. Okay. So you don't get ad revenue on the first. Right. So for ads, to get ad revenue, you still need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. But to get memberships, supers, you know, super chat, super stickers, super thanks, whatever they are, and shopping, like the merch bar underneath, you only need 500 subs. $500 subs and 3,000 watch hours. And I'm currently at 349 watch hours. But I'm 453 subs. I have been thinking about playing with Restream. But to get Restream happening, before I do that, I absolutely need to get my VOD archive up to date. so that it doesn't, like, when you look down the list, it doesn't have, like, one from yesterday and then one from a month ago and then one from the day before and then one from a month ago. And then, like, I don't want that. I want it neat and tidy. So I have to catch up with my VODs and then I can start playing with Restream. It's another audience. And I have now officially met a person face to face who said, I'm sorry, I don't watch Twitch, but if you ever stream on YouTube, let me know. Granted, it's only one person, but if it's one person who actually, you know, said that to me, then maybe there are more. Who knows? We'll see. What should do? Yeah. Check them sometimes when I need something like old clips, etc. Yeah, really, I didn't realize I had lowered that. Yeah, so there's 2 stages to it now. Instead of it being like, to get monetization, have a buttload of stuff, they've split it so that there's like a affiliate and partner. Super thanks so where you tip money in live stream chats and YouTube. I think you may also be able to tip on regular comments. Oh, cool. That's really interesting. But yeah, I am considering. Really interesting comment from that YouTube only person. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't ask why. I didn't dive into it because I felt like, you know, I don't know you well enough to have that conversation with you yet, but I found it really interesting. Sounds like an ally. Oh, for sure. But the thing is, like, if people are already on YouTube watching stuff, then maybe they'll find me. You know? If it's easy enough to do, and now that it's a thing that's legal, there are a lot of, like, my biggest concern was moderation stuff. Moderation and chat and things like that, but if there are enough people, like, if there are enough people doing it, and that there are, then there will become tools available to do it easily. And I've got a couple of bookmarks from Twitter where people have literally listed out how they set everything up and with screenshots of how it looks and comments on their experience and things that could be improved upon and blah, blah, blah. I've got a few of those kind of threads bookmarked. So look, this is my job. This is my full-time income. And if there is a way that I can increase that income without quadrupling my work, then I feel like I owe it to myself and Jas, considering that he's kind of subsidizing my life at the moment. I owe it to us to give it a crack. But we'll see. It's still like this is very much in the thought stage and not in the plan stage. Super thanks are also able to be done as a comment. Oh, interesting. YouTube discoverability is better. Yeah, moderation is a real thing. Yeah, from all of the things that I heard way back when, the biggest issue with YouTube streaming, YouTube Live, whatever they call it, is was moderation. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Moderation tools on YouTube have gotten better, but they're still rough. Okay, there you go. Brilliant. If you use OBS, there's a plugin that makes you not have to use Restream. I know. I know. But explaining I'm thinking about using a plugin in OBS to stream to multiple platforms, as opposed to I'm thinking of restreaming, because people know what restream is, it just saves me half a sentence. Efficiency in communication. Yeah. That's it. That's it. Yeah, I know there's so many tools out there now. Now that Twitch have kind of opened the floodgates, there are so many tools available, and it's really great to see the community kind of, you know, coming together and doing bits and bobs. But yeah, I will, when I get to that point, I will do my investigations and see what I think. was good timing. Just as about as hit all of the bloody what's-its. Oh, the many tools, because in corporate land we've been multi-streaming to different platforms for a long time. We would always stream to LinkedIn, YouTube, and Twitter, I think, in my last job for our corporate stuff. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I think a lot of the tools that are now sort of being developed and all that kind of stuff is, I mean, corporate management is a whole, like in corporate stuff, it can be very different to how someone like me, like an entertainer, would do stuff, right? And then it becomes the question of things like sponsorships. If I have a sponsored stream, can I stream that to multiple platforms? What are the, like, what do I have to do to, like, what are the consequences of that? How do I make sure everything's managed on all the different platforms? And then how do we manage that in terms of, like, content use and you know, like, it's, and will the sponsor allow me to do that? Yeah, it's an interesting concept. We were not using OBS, of course. Yes, don't know if YouTube's discoverability is better. I tried to check live gaming content on YouTube. Unless you've already subbed to that person, it was impossible to find a live stream that I could be interested in. Interesting. Beck's been streaming on YouTube. I will have a chat to her. I know that she's not doing it as like a growth thing, because she was saying that she's just kind of. Beck and I used to stream together on Twitch. We actually met in person first at a Brisbane Twitch meetup. The first one that I ever went to. Might have even been one of the first ones they held. And we met, we got chatting, and developed a lifelong friendship. She's truly lovely. She doesn't stream on Twitch anymore, but she's just recently kicked off streaming on YouTube. And she said specifically she's not doing it to try to, you know, grow it and do what I do, quote unquote, is what she said at PAX. But just like for friends and stuff, so that her friends can watch her play outside of something like Discord, where you have to actually join up and do the, you know, like it's just a, yeah. So I might, once again, this is all still a thought, basics thing, might have a chat to her once I kind of get to the point where it becomes more than a thought, and see if there's anything I can discover from her experiences. And I mean, I've got plenty of other creator friends who have been experimenting with multi-platform as well, so tons and tons of people who have started streaming on TikTok now that TikTok Australia has like decided that they exist. Do you watch YouTube live streams? Yes, sometimes. No, I never did. Yes, regularly. So yes, sometimes. Interesting. I didn't realize there was a poll, otherwise I would have like said it so I get more votes, but that's fine. Time to get Lawmaster from a new hunter. Yes, the tools have been around for a while because companies like Blizzard, Nintendo, and others who have deals with Twitch to allow it, of course. Of course, yeah, those considerations are very different. There's a poll going on, FYI. Yeah, I missed it. Oops. But yeah, it is very interesting. Very interesting. There's a lot of possibility there, but, you know, time will tell. My scheduling app hates me. It's like, why aren't you in bed? I got a lot of stuff done today. I was really happy with how much I managed to get done, considering I woke up really late because of how long we stayed up last night. And, you know, now here I am at nearly 2 in the morning. Yes. But no, I was really quite proud of how much I managed to get done. I looked at my to-do list, and usually I kind of look at it and go, oh my god, emails. I have so many emails. That's going to be a nightmare. I can't possibly sit down and do that. Or VODs, I've got so many, I need a bigger chunk of time to be able to do that. But I was like, nah. And I scheduled away some time. And I scheduled away, I think it was like 45 minutes to work on VODs, for example. And so when that 45 minutes was up, I hadn't done everything, but I'd gotten started. I did some. And so then it just, that was, yeah, I've gotten some done. And then tomorrow I'll do another block of however long, and I'll get more done. And eventually it'll be done. And that's, you know, and that's my biggest issue is time management. I think at the moment I have these beautiful to-do lists, and there's so much on the to-do list, and I just don't ever get any of it done. So I need to give time management. I've got an app that I've downloaded that's like a free app that's missing, there's fluff in the air. It's a free app that's missing a bunch of features, but I'm gonna give it a crack and see if it actually works for me. And then if it does, I will consider potentially buying it. It's like $5 a month, $14, $15 a year, or $50 lifetime. So I'm like, I could probably do $15 a year if it means that it actually keeps me on track. But I've got to test it first. I've only had it for a day or two. And those days have been trashed, like messed up. Well, luckily you learned your lesson about staying up too late last night and going for 9 hours. Yes, correct. Instead, tonight I've gone for 10.
How fare you? Fair skies and strong winds.
Zam is the bestest mod and clipper. Oh, shots fired. I mean, yes, bestest clipper, 100%. Bestest mod is a bit like, is a bit shots fired. Exactly, yeah, he is. I just lean into the controversy and agree. Fear needs the content. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Anchors aweigh.
Oh, where'd the Armatrollus go? Oh no. Did it disappear because I'm not on a... Because I'm not on a tune that can get it? Oh, that's not okay. I don't like that. Where's the settings? Shift click to open options. Hide unavailable items. When on items marked as unavailable, we hidden from the tooltip. The way items requiring a certain holiday will automatically be hidden. Luckiness column, zone column. Oh no, I don't like that at all. Uh-oh. Chance items. Defeated, had no attempts, had items in your zone. Ugh. So maybe it is hide unavailable. Yeah. It says unavailable because it's not one that I can get. Oof. That's alright. At least I've got most of the holiday ones. It's just gonna be annoying because when I go to like battle pets and stuff like that, it's gonna show like potentially, maybe, holiday items. Yeah, there you go. Office, for example, in the holiday, but I'm not going to be working on that for a while, so. Oh my god, working on battle pets through this is going to be a nightmare. Japus Dancer bastard. They take so long to respawn. There's 1 in 33 chance. 170 attempts. The worst pet, my god. Or Fear, what particular mount do you hope is able to dynamically fly? I don't care, because they put my favorite mount on the bloody slide, so I'm fine. Ashes. And that was like, it was Ashes and Invincible on the bloody slide in the presentation. So I'm good. I'm fine. I don't care what else they managed to get done. Speaking of controversy, Sophia, I'm thinking about playing WoW. Can you tell me which class is best to play and why is that Paladin? You know what's really funny, Zam? I'm gonna be a Sun Fury mage. Sun Fury Fire mage. And I like talking to Jas about like what the potential hero before the slide, this was on the Saturday afternoon, talking to Jas about what possible hero things they could have before the list got published. I was like, you could have, like, you think about mages and what they can do and what that kind of... I said, they better not have bloody Frostfire, firstly. They tried that, it failed. I don't want Frostfire Bolt back. Stop trying to make Frostfire happen. It existed for one expansion and they completely removed it, and then look at what we got. And then I was like, right, so think about what we can do and all the abilities that we have and stuff. And then how can we kind of get from there, sort of thing. And I can't remember which specific ability it was that we were talking about. But I was like, what about like Holy? What about Holy, like the light? Because it's not technically a type of magic, but it kind of, you know, and then we get Sun Fury, and I'm like, yeah, that's it. I'm imagining that Spellslinger is going to be the Frost Arcane spec, and then I'm gonna have a choice between Sun Fury and because like Kael'thas, right? So Sun Fury and Frostfire. But yeah. Your favorite mount is that mummy head, right? Mummy head? Sun Fury is close enough to Holy Fire, so all out. That's it, right? Light can also burn things. That is correct. That's it. But yeah, also like Kael'thas. They could have given us a little blood magic, but that's okay. I'll take it. Maybe you're trying to get that mummy head for like 4 months. Mummy head. Are you talking about the mummified raptor skull that we've been farming in King's Rest? For the Tombstalker? I don't know how to feel about hero specs. Hasn't it always been the spec names for 20 years? Yeah, so it's different, Queenu. Give me sure something to do with the mummy. Yeah, mummified raptor skull is the mount that we're still farming that I don't have yet. And it's a ground mount, it doesn't fly. So it can't be dynamic flying because it doesn't flying. So I know that you don't know that, and that's okay, which is why I'm trying to be as direct about it as possible. But yes, so no, that will not have dynamic flying. No, it can't fly. No, it's a dinosaur that's on, it's a raptor. Raptors don't have, yeah. So Queenu, the hero specs are not replacement specs. They're not changing the names. They're not adjusting. So let me show you in game. Hopefully you're able to see the screen at the moment. I don't know if you're like lurking and doing other stuff, but so I'm on a DK. So I have my Death Knight tree and I have my blood tree because I'm in blood spec at the moment. The hero talents will sit here. So you'll still be a blood DK. You'll just have another hero tree that you can choose. And that's the key there. So the, wait for it. Let me just grab the DK doodads. Hero specs list. Here we go. All hero spec names. So Death Knights, you've got Rider of the Apocalypse, Sanlane, and Deathbringer. I know Sanlane's going to be a blood one. Because, like, so the way that it works is you've got blood, unholy, and frost, right? You've got the triangle of specs, blood, unholy, and frost. So there's going to be a hero spec between blood and unholy that blood can pick and unholy can pick. There's going to be a hero spec between unholy and frost that unholy can pick and frost can pick. And there'll be a hero spec between blood and frost, so that blood can pick and frost can pick. So blood will have 2 to choose from, unholy will have 1 the same and a different one to choose from, and then frost will have 1 of the blood ones and 1 of the unholy ones to choose from as well. So that's how they, so you might have a blood death knight, a Sand Lane blood death knight, and a Sand Lane unholy death knight. I don't know where it sits, I'm just making shit up here. It's all speculation, but yeah, you could have a Sand Lane blood DK and a Sand Lane unholy DK, but not a Sand Lane frost DK. Then you could have a Rider of the Apocalypse unholy DK and a Rider of the Apocalypse frost DK, but not a blood one. Does that make sense? So it's an augmentation to the existing spec that's been there for up to 20 years, depending on the class. Yeah? So it's an additional bit on top, which I think is really cool. Yeah, it's a spec within, yeah, but they're shared though. So it's not just like blood can pick 2 and then unholy can pick 2 different ones and then frost can pick another 2 different ones. It's literally, they have shared stuff. So the stuff in the, if Sand Lane is blood and unholy, it's going to have talents in that hero tree that work for both unholy and blood DKs. How cool is that? Like, it's gonna be a nightmare for balancing. I wish the devs all the bloody best, but it's very cool. Very cool. Makes sense. I'm worried about the button bloat though. I have an answer for that too. I love this. I'm helping. There was a, it was in an interview. More bands preview, let's deep dive. Maybe it's this one. Class fantasy themed hero talents. These talents are evergreen, self-contained talent trees that bring additional fantasy to your class experience by bringing iconic Warcraft archetypes. How it works: 3 trees total per class, with 2 trees that can be swapped between per spec. System automatically unlocks at 71, earn 1 talent point per level from 71 to 80, 10 talents in total with several choice nodes, extremely low friction for respecking. A couple of examples were given: Mountain Thane for warriors, Dark Rangers for hunters, Keeper of the Grove for druids, Elun's Chosen for druids. Fuck, it wasn't here, it was a different... When there was an interview with Ian interview hero talents, because I want to make sure I get his wording right. This is the I don't want to mislead, you know. Okay, so these are just bullet points. So Icy Veins interviewed Ian Hazacostas and asked about, there's not a video, I don't know, but most hero talents will be passives to avoid button bloat. There will be some active abilities where they make sense. So maybe Sand Lane, out of the 10 talents, 9 of them are passives, and then you get a bite. Why not, right? So that's like a self-heal or something. But yeah, that's, so they're mostly passives to avoid the button bloat. They know, they play the game too, right? That's it.
These caves must lead to the legendary.
Oh, they need a flying mummy then. It's like a love triangle, but without the love. I don't know. I'm pretty in love with the idea at the moment. From what we know of the Sand Lane, I can see it being blood. That's why I stuck it there. But I don't know. I genuinely have no idea. It was just so that I could flesh out the example a little for better understanding. But I genuinely have no idea. Is it it must be it's the rune I'm standing on, isn't it? I've got to run between it. From what I remember from what Ian showed, they're mostly passive abilities, yes. Yeah, mostly passives, that's the whole idea. That I can get behind, right, Guido? Like, yes, that's the thing. I can totally understand the caution. And the kind of like, this sounds interesting, but like, where is it going? I totally get that. And that's why they do these interviews, so that people can ask the hard questions and be like, wait a second. what about? And then we get answers. Granted, we know very little about the system, but the little that we do know, I'm excited. I'm absolutely going to be a Sun Fury Fire Mage. That just fits right the fuck into my class fantasy. So exciting. My hunter is most definitely going to be a pack leader, which is most likely BMSV. Yeah. Well, because marksmen, don't they have things like Lone Wolf so that they do more damage when they don't have a pet out and stuff like that? So yeah, pack leader definitely to me sounds like BM survival. You're right. That's where it fits in my class fantasy anyway. So what do we got? So we've got Rider of the Apocalypse, Sanlane, and Deathbringer. So for me, Sanlane, that sounds like Blood Unholy. And then Rider of the Apocalypse. Maybe that's actually... Rider of the Apocalypse maybe sounds more like Bloodfrost, because Deathbringer... Blood's a tank. Deathbringer maybe is the whole, like, let's do more deeps kind of... Again, pure speculation. I don't know, I'm just kind of playing with some ideas here. But that sounds about right. That sounds about right to me. Demon Hunter's easy because they've got 2 and they've got 2 specs, so both of them can pick either. Druid is a messy one because they've got 4 specs and they've got 4 hero doodads. So it's literally a square with like 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's still, each of them gets 2 and each of those hero things gets to pick 2, right? So, they used druids as the example for balance, and balance had Keeper of the Grove and Elun's Chosen. Yeah, so this is what I'm reading, if you want to have a look along with me. Rider is unholy, you can't have Apocalypse without an unholy DK. Oh, okay, fair. So Rider would be Unholy Frost, so I was right the first time. Rider would be Unholy Frost, and then Deathbringer would be Blood and Frost. Okay, cool. Thank you for your input, Jas, I appreciate it. So there's the link of the article that I'm looking at. So then Demon Hunters are easy, because, you know, 2 and 2. Druids, so they had Keeper of the Grove and Elun's Chosen both being on balance. So Elun's Chosen, I feel like, is going to be balance and resto, because that's kind of that whole like light and like sun and moon and all that kind of stuff. That's where I feel like maybe. And then Keeper of the Grove, I sort of feel like, what was actually in it? Let's have a squiz. I forget. So Keeper of the Grove, issue your Force of Nature Treants deals damage while your spells deal 3%, while by increases damage your spells deal by 3% while active. Each of your Grove Guardians increases your healing done by 3% while active. Yeah, so that's literally damage and healing. So Keepers of the Grove is certainly balance and resto. Love the reasoning for always doing Druid first. It's force. Yeah, it's the most complicated. That's it, right? Start with the hardship, and that's what I do with so many things. When I'm working through currency purchases in WoW, like what was the one I did most recently? I don't remember. But I go for the most like the doubloons for Seafarer doubloons for island expeditions. I saved all the way up and bought the most expensive mount, and then boom, and then saved up and bought the next most expensive thing, and then the next most, and then by the end of it, you just bang, 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 buying all the last couple of them, and then you're done. Like, it just feels so good. It feels like, you know, you're up over the top of a hill and then zoom. zooming through to the end. It feels great. Keepers is the trees, which used to be just for DPS now here, which is neat. Yeah, how cool is that? How cool is that? So yeah, Keepers of the Grove is definitely balanced and resto. Then you've got Elun's Chosen. Fury of Elun now ends with a flash of energy, blasting nearby enemies for astral damage. Full Moon calls down 2 crescent moons that deal astral damage and generate 3 astral power. Lunar Beam now causes you to leech life equal to 10% of all damage dealt to enemies within the beam. So it's certainly balanced, but who does it share with? Each non-arcane ability you use increases the damage of your next damaging arcane ability. Enemies damaged by Full Moon, Fury of Elun, or Lunar Beam take 4%. But those are choice nodes. Pairs with Bear. Okay. I was thinking that was it, but I wasn't too... Like, when I thought Elun's Chosen and what I thought that represented... But I wanted to check the moves just to make sure I didn't make an idiot of myself. But I was feeling like Elun's Chosen felt like a Guardian thing to me. Just off, literally just off the words, what it was called. But I wanted to check. So thank you for confirming, I appreciate that. I don't play anything other than a mage, not properly anyway. I guess Feral or Rip Me, yeah, right? Like, that's exactly, I was like, I don't want to make the, I don't want to, you know, this is going to be on the internet forever. I don't want to, yeah. Cool, so it shares with Bear. Amazing. Then you've got Wild Stalker. So we can't, there's no more balanced ones. There's no more balanced ones. We've got Wild Stalker and Druid of the Claw. Both of them are going to be Feral, because Feral wasn't included with, Feral didn't team up with Balance anywhere. So Wild Stalker and Druid of the Claw are both going to be Feral. We don't know what they have. Druid of the Claw, I want to say that's going to be Bear. Just based on the name alone, that's got to be Bear. Tree ants don't have claws. But then Wild Stalker, that's an interesting one for a Resto Druid. So it'll be interesting to see kind of, you know, like, ooh, cat sharing with Resto, Claw is Bear, Feral. Yeah, right? It has to be. Has to be. Unless you've read that in an actual interview somewhere. Right, so Evokers. You've got Chrono Warden, Ruby Adept, and Scale Commander. Scale Commander has to be Org and the damage one. I forget what it's called. They're too new. My brain can't handle more information. Wouldn't Balance thematically be able to access the 4 of them? Thematically, yes, but not mechanically. Thematically, sure, it could be applicable, but mechanically, no. They're gonna get, every class, every spec gets to pick from 2. There are no 3s or 4s or anything. Wild equals nature equals leaves, which is what Resto Druids throw at people. But Stalker? So it's like, the wild is the Resto and the Stalker is the cat, so it's Tree Cat. Yep, good. I'm on board with this. It is the new headcanon. Wild Stalker is Tree Cats. Oh, shit. So yeah, Scale Commander to me sounds like Damage Evoker and Augmentation. Ruby Adept is healing. Because, dude, Red Dragonflight, they're literally healers. So, healer and probably the damage one. And then Chrono Warden, because Augmentation is all, like, you know, yeah. I'd say Chrono Warden would be healer, Orc, Present Orc, Stalkers and Flower Stalk. I love it. It's such a reach and I love it, Pine. Amazing. Cat Tree, I don't know, drop bears make more sense. Oh, absolutely they make more sense, but I mean, if we have to. Cat Tree. This guy doesn't want to have a nice day tomorrow? Yeah, no. Yeah, usually not. Hunter. Sentinel, Pack Leader, Dark Ranger.
Never seen that kind of corruption before.
So
Connected to Uldir.
Pack Leader is BM Survival. We decided that earlier. BM is Pack Leader is BM and Survival. which means Marksman has access to Dark Ranger and Sentinel. Problem is that Australia has tightly embargoed export of the drop bears, so the art team at Blizzard was limited to things they could get a reference to work from. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Thank you, Zan, for the ads command. Much appreciated. So, Dark Ranger, we talked about this. Because the Dark Ranger, obviously, that's Sylvanas, so it's going to be Marksman, because she's a marks, like, that's what she does. She's Marks. And I said, yeah, but then survival, how does that work in? She never uses a dagger. And Jas just looked at me and got, not super close, but just kind of, he's gone, Nathanos. And I just went, oh no, Nathanos! Yeah, so Dark Ranger is survival and Marks. And so Sentinel would be BM and Marks. Which makes sense, I think. Frostfire is Frostfire, literally. You cannot, like, if they put that on Arcane, I will just bury my head in my hands and weep. Frostfire is Frost and Fire. We're talking mages now, if you couldn't tell. Sun Fury, therefore, is Fire Arcane, and Spellslinger is Frost Arcane. Easy. I play mage. That one is easy peasy. Easy peasy. Monk, Master of Harmony, Shadowpan, Conduit of the Celestials. So Master of Harmony and Conduit of the Celestials are your Mistweaver. Those are the two that are available for Mistweaver. I wanna say Master of Harmony feels like it would be Brewmaster. But I don't think that's right. Because Conduit of the Celestials... what's a Mistweaver? Oh, okay, so monks have 3 specs. They have Mistweaver, which is their healing spec. They have Windwalker, which is their DPS spec, and they have Brewmaster, which is their tanking spec. They're all a part of the DPS spec is a melee, is a punchy. And who are the Celestials? The Celestials are the 3 Pandaren, like, god spirit type dealies. They are like the gods that they worship. Like we've got, you know, we have the light, which is like priests and paladins tend to worship the light. We have like, and then yeah, so the Celestials are the Pandaren gods essentially. To oversimplify it. Yeah, Harmony sounds like Mistweaver. Right, so Harmony and Conduit are going to be... Master of Harmony and Conduit of the Celestials are both going to be Mistweaver, because Mistweavers are not going to be Shadowpan. So Shadowpan is going to be Brewmaster, Windwalker. I'm really stuck on... Because Master of Harmony, neither Brewmaster nor Windwalker sounds harmonious to me, but if I had to put them somewhere, I would say that Windwalker would be Harmony, and then Celestials would be Brewmaster. But only because the Brewmasters have the Ox statue, and that's a Celestial. I know nothing. I am Jon Snow. Please correct me. I would love to be corrected. I would also find it hilarious if I got it accidentally. I think we might do the rest of the Celestial sounds tanky. Yeah, right? Like, I think. Paladin has Lightsmith, Herald of the Sun, and Templar. Templar has to be Ret Prot, doesn't it? Because Lightsmith and Herald of the Sun, that sounds Holy Pally. So Templar would have to be Ret Prot. Masters drink Celestial tea, don't they? Yes. I mean, they drink brew. Mostly booze, but occasionally tea. There's bubble tea in Mrs. Pandaria, so that's tea, kind of. I wouldn't be able to choose between Arms Warrior or Frost DK. Both go for critical strikes and are very bruisey. I mean, you could always play both. Recruit them both to your warband. Do you have Celestial Brand T there? I feel like I've been asked this before. Because I feel like I've Googled this before. Like that. I can get it on Amazon. Amazon AU. I can get it on Amazon. There is a fruit tea sampler here with raspberry zinger, country peach passion, wild berry zinger, true blueberry, and black cherry berry, and all of those sound delightful. There's bubble tea. Yeah, there's bubble tea in Mr. Pandaria. Let me give you just a second. It doesn't look, the icon's crap. It's not bubble tea in the icon, but it's, yeah, absolutely. There you go. I got advert started just feels going through my class hero specs. I'm thinking Dark Ranger is Marksman Survival, Pack Leader is Beastmaster Survival, Sentinel. That's exactly it, Lilia. Yes, that's exactly what I said too. So for that, because Pack Leader is obvious, like Marksman is not going to be a Pack Leader. They don't use pets often. And then Dark Ranger, I'm like, well, Dark Ranger's Marksman because Sylvanas, right? But then, because we didn't talk about Pack Leader, we were just talking, because we had this discussion walking around a shopping mall before any of this had been released. All we knew was that they existed and that we had Mountain Thane and a couple of the Druid ones. That was it. We did not have a full list. And so we were walking around discussing what do we think could happen. And when we talked Hunter, we're like, well, Sylvanas is the archetype of a Hunter. And she's a Dark Ranger. So Dark Ranger, if they don't include that, everyone's gonna riot. I'm like, right, okay, well, that'd be Marksman. Like, which two would it be between? It'd be Marksman because that's what Sylvanas is, but like, what would it, and Josh just went, Survival. I said, but Sylvanas doesn't use daggers. And he said, yes, Nathanos. I'm like, fuck! Like, right! Not daggers or poles or, you know what I mean? Like, but Nathanos fucking did, and Nathanos was a Dark Ranger. So yeah, I was like, yep, done, God. Then we know, yeah, right? You've learned something new today, Pine. You can turn your brain off. True Sylvanas would totally roll need on a paladin weapon and say Hunter weapon. Fuck, I'd do that and I play a mage. Right, so paladin. Lightsmith and Herald of the Sun. They're both going to be holy. So Templar is ret prot. I feel like Lightsmith sounds more prot than ret to me. So I think Lightsmith would be holy prot and Herald of the Sun would be holy ret. I think. I don't know. This is just, that's literally just based on the vibe I get from the words, right? Priest, you've got Void Weaver, Oracle, and Archon. Void Weaver's obviously Shadow. Dude, obviously Shadow. Archon's an interesting word. I feel like Oracle is going to be your holy disc. So Archon would be Shadow. And I feel like Void Weaver I think Void Weaver would be Shadow Holy. And Archon would be Shadow Disc. We gotta write all this down and see, like, it's like a like footy tipping, like sports tipping, you know, where you kind of think you say, oh, I think these are going to be the winners. I should write all this down and then when they release it, compare and see how many points we got. And now my brain is just turned off. I'm like, Rogue, Deathstalker, Trickster, Fatebound. Yes, they are all rogues. Archon, Holy Disc, Voidweaver, Shadow Disc. Really? So you don't think... So then Oracle would be Shadow Holy. Miss you calling. Fiamma the Bookie? Oh god, no. I don't do gambling. I'm not trying to involve money in this or anything. I'm curious to see how many I got right. For me, Voidweaver gives me Shadow Disc. Okay. That's fair. So where would you put the rest of them? I think the word Archon has tripped me up. Because that's a really, like, I don't feel like I fully understand the meaning of that word. So let's have a look. Archon. In ancient Greece, the chief magistrate or the magistrate or magistrates in many city-states. Greek word that means ruler. Frequently used as the title of a specific public office. That's not helpful. Archons in Gnosticism and religions closely related to it are the builders of the physical universe. Any number of world-governing powers that were created with the material world by a subordinate deity called the Demiurge. Shadow and Holy. I don't know what Archon means. It's something very specific. Yeah, it is very specific. Biblical use of Archon. Yeah. Gnosticism. Yeah. Archon in Gnosticism, any of a number of world-governing powers that were created with the material world by a subordinate deity called the Demiurge, creator. But we had Archon in WoW as well. Kyrestia the Firstborn, the Archon, is the first of the winged Kyrians, the most stalwart and dedicated of the Eternal Ones, and the ruler of Bastion. She's the ruler of Bastion, so her light illuminates the path you now walk. Her will keeps Bastion aloft. Her infinite wisdom safeguards us for all time. So maybe Archon is double healer. Maybe Archon is holy disc. So Christianity is wild. Holy and Void have clairvoyant powers. It makes sense they combined into that. Yeah. She is the example, the beacon in the darkness, for aspirants and ascended alike. Her light illuminates the path you now walk. Her will keeps Bastion aloft. Her infinite wisdom safeguards us for all time. So maybe Archon is Holy Disc. It's literally light, 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 light. How can a Shadow Priest be an Archon? Unless you're talking about like a Forsworn Archon. There's a Demiurge, is an evil god, and that's the god of the Old Testament, Christ the Messiah, good god. It's a whole thing. Interesting. It is fascinating. My brain is now broken. I've dived way too deep into this. I'm gonna go to bed. It's nearly 2:30. I need to figure out how to make this sustainable. I don't want to stop doing it. I'm having too much fun, but I cannot survive like this. I need to find a way to make this work. Could use the Forsworn as the bridge and their military might, so could be Disc Shadow. Yeah, that's why I was like, if you have a Forsworn Archon, that would meet the Shadow in there. I think the Priest one is going to be tricky to pick. I think the Priest one will be tricky to pick. Very reasonable. Yeah, look, I try to have reasonable ideas. Sometimes, excuse me. Okay. Right, if you haven't already, drop us a follow. And if you're feeling uber generous, drop us a follow on the social medias as well. That would be lovely and amazing. And I'll see you on Wednesday. What is... she's AFK. Okay, that's all right. We'll jump in anyway. Good. I found a raid target. Right, and I'll see you on Wednesday. 10.2, baby! It's a new patch. It's going to be amazing. We've got drops. And keep an eye on Twitter and Instagram on Wednesday as well. Stormbreaker Shaman's most definitely elemental. What would the second be? Very good question, Lily. We'll have to tackle it later. Yep. All right. I'll see you on Wednesday. We'll earn all the drops. It'll be an absolutely great time. I hope that you'll join us. Grab your copy-paste if you do not have the Fiamma Hype emote, either because you're not subscribed or because you haven't unlocked it using your channel points, either of which is totally fine. You can still copy and paste the entire message, remove the Fiamma Hype and replace it with your favorite happy, hypey, celebratory emote and drop it into closed channel when we get there. Cloda Lunaria is the most wonderful, brilliant Northern Irish Elven Lunar Fox you will ever meet. Probably the only that you... You're so welcome, Queenie. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. You're very welcome, Lilia. You're very welcome. She's brilliant. She's really, truly just a delight. I think that you'll really enjoy her. If you've enjoyed hanging out with us, I think you'll like her too. She's spectacular. We're gonna go say hi, hello. She's also seems to be running a giveaway, which is great. Take care of yourselves. Be nice to each other, and I will see you on Wednesday. All the love. Mwah. Bye, guys.
Job's done.